confused and it feels good.
You gotta get into the groove.
hustle and motivate. Follow me, I know the way. Grind hard on them every night and day. And the 40 bang hard in the air, I don't play. I aim for the neck and the juggler. So don't people think I'm a smuggler. Don't get it confused, bro, I'm just a hustler. Been in the gym, so I got my muscle up. I'm like Yosemite Sam in the Wild West. I just laugh at them when they wear a vest, cause it's headshots on sight. I don't do beef, I just lay it to rest. I'm so hungry, my blood sound malicious. On my journey, I'm chasing my riches. I got so many reasons that I gotta make it, so I wake up and I go get it. I move like I'm the mob in my all black. You ain't down with my squad, you can fall back. If you never seen greatness, then you bout to witness, and you gon' know what you should call that. Every song that I've been on is a hit like a ball back. I took some losses, but I got them all back. Been at the bottom and I'm never going back. I'm fully focused and I'm on track. I'm tired of waiting, I'm running out of patience. I'm about to make my move right now. I'm about to make my move right now. I'm tired of waiting, I'm running out of patience. I'm about to make my move right now. I'm about to make my move right now. I'm tired of waiting, I'm running out of patience. I'm about to make my move right now. I'm about to make my move right now. Yeah, I came up straight from the bottom. Put on the gas, yeah, that's the throttle. I get the smash cause I get the bottle. These people mad cause I get the mile. I'm changing lanes in my auto. Get to the bag is my motto. I'm coming up cause I stay down. Grind so hard I can't slow down. Nothing was given, started from the mud. I wrapped it up and now it's a drug. If you wanna play, call my bluff. I'm not gonna pull it if I ain't gon' bust. I'm in the movie cooking up too. On the freeway I got no proof. I'm nothing but crack, yeah, that's true. I'm about to win about you. Tired of waiting, I'm running out of patience. I'm about to make my move right now. I'm about to make my move right now. I'm tired of waiting, I'm running out of patience. I'm about to make my move right now. I'm about to make my move right now. I'm tired of waiting, I'm running out of patience. I'm about to make my move right now. I'm about to make my move right now.
Knuckle-headed, backstabbing, no so petty. No way, there ain't no saving me. Boy, I be too selfish within my method. My tunnel vision so irreverent. Why would anybody pay my fee?
You got me red-headed, causing bad havoc. I'm that headache with a bad habit. Got no self-control. Boy, I be that mad hatter with them bad matters. Dag nabbit, causing mad panic. Would you say my soul? It's here redemption for your boy. Flesh only seems to destroy. See defeat with my ego deployed. Melodies with a cease be the void. Penalty of me fleeing his joy. Happen me when to cling to the Lord. Other half me bringing the ball with the path with the pain that's in store. Finna bring when I bust to the floor. Man, I'm calling to the board. Kid, I'm kinda keep a score on the count of being kind of the floor. Oh no, that was this again. Yeah, that chip again. It's magnificent. This ambivalence might be the end to him. Spirit singing hymns. Flesh is seeking skins. Bring them violence. This game nobody wins. Giving it to everything. I'm that villain. I ransack your village. Get my millions up. See you living. My skin turned vermilion. The plot thickens up. Corrupted mission. Headed to perdition. Minutes almost up. Lord, please listen. I need your forgiveness. Sick of messing up.
Envious, knuckle-headed, backstabbing, no so petty. No way, there ain't no saving me. Boy, I be too selfish within my method. My tunnel vision so irreverent. Why would anybody pay my fees? Their redemption for a feeling. Oh Lord, what's the end for me? Is there redemption for a feeling? Yeah. Is it triumph or tragedy? Yeah.
Oh, wretched man, oh no, wretched man, don't get a dim advances. Pleasures of this world, they leave you wounded there without a bandage. Oh, wretched man, oh no, wretched man, don't get a dim advances. It is never over, no, my God's a God of second chances. My whole life as a villain, wanna make this whole world mine. Drunk off the grapes, I was chillin'. Now I live attached to the vine. Cup full of rap or a glass full of wine. Walk the path where I pass to the light. Will a villain be a mask for the night? In the morning, will he pass on the fight and believe that his grace will suffice?
Envious, knuckle-headed, backstabbing, no so petty. No way, there ain't no saving me. Boy, I I be too selfish within my mouth. My tunnel vision so irreverent. Why would anybody pay my fees? Their redemption for a feeling. Oh Lord, what's the end for me? Is there redemption for a feeling? Yeah. Is it triumph or tragedy? Yeah.
This is a song about a strong girl.
What you need that I know. What you need that I know. What you need, what you need. What you need, what you need. A Camino, one Gino, going hard in the field, I'm a mingo. Got the charm in the mill, he lucky. Ugly boy wanna try, can't touch me. There's a Mina on Frida. You don't know how I got so free, huh? Sweet tea, but I got that me mug. Say hot, but I've been on freezer. Got flavor for the majors, but they gonna owe me paper. No, none of y'all can claim her. No, none of y'all can blame her. No, none of y'all can snatch her. No, none of y'all is factors. Yes, I come in like raptors. Yes, I come in like national level on my word. Y'all been getting on my nerve. Tell them boys it's my turn. Tell them girls come learn. I've been fishing all this time, but I know I caught down. What I wrote is on prime. You don't know I'm on mine. Play me, bing your crime. Roller coaster on my way. Trapeze on my line. I just know what I crave. Balance beam on my life, but I know what's in way. But I know what's in way. But I know what's in way. What you need that I know. What you need that I know. you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need. What you need, what you need. What you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need, that I know. What you need, what you need. What you need, what you need.
Getting stuck, I see feet in the mud. You have been caught in the flood. While the water isn't parted, we run, we put you so the harvest is us. You have been enjoying life, sipping the syrup and a line in the white. Taking whatever you touch, the sword of the wicked is covered in blood. Welcome to the city of the nonsense. Pleasure is the peace we can find in. Dive in, ride a shotgun alongside the divided. Taking a piece of the pie, takes what was provided. We won't be silenced, the path is wide and we found our God in. Blood, sweat, spit, and these bricks for Babylon. Made from the dust, these souls we trampled on. You have been caught in the flood. I have been caught in the blood. What you need right now? You have been caught in the flood. Wrapped in the sea right now. You have been caught in the flood. I have been caught in the blood. What you need right now? You have been caught in the flood. Caught in the sea right now. You have been caught in the flood. I have been caught in the blood. What you need right now? You have been caught in the flood. Wrapped in the sea right now. You have been caught in the flood. Caught in the flood. What you need right now? You have been caught in the flood. You have been caught in the flood. You have been caught in the flood. We have been caught, I just see blood. Prophecy, gossip, and stuck to my tongue. I could be locked in this occupant, oculus drug. Opiate, open my lungs. Taking the life of the young. Reckless, the cloth that we cut from. Some hung like the diamonds we love. Martyrs, the martyrs, martyrdom don't run. In your family tree like the wind rush. Wash out the sound, we never said much. Don't step out, you might get crushed by the wave that I see. As high as my eye see, like 5,000 feet off the ground. I feel this feeling profound. My soul like dust in the tide. They chanting loud as I drown. You have been caught in the flood. I have been caught in the blood. What you need right now? You have been caught in the flood. Wrapped in the sea right now. You have been caught in the flood. I have been caught in the blood. What you need right now? You have been caught in the flood. Caught in the sea right now. You have been caught in the flood. I have been caught in the blood. What you need right now? You have been caught in the flood. Wrapped in the sea right now. You have been caught in the flood. Caught in the flood. What you need right now? You have been caught in the flood. You have been.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Challengers Elite Community Stream. My whole shift with me to start off the evening will be Infinity right here on my left. We've got a really interesting day. Now, again, if you've kind of missed some of the action in the last couple of days, I don't know how you missed it. Obviously, Texas is in a deep freeze, and it actually forced a couple of our Challengers teams to have to reschedule, not just the CDL. So we've got a full plate worth of matches to go through here tonight, Brody, and none of them are short of storylines, that's for sure.
Yeah, and of course, this is like the last day essentially of action for Challengers Elite. As you say, the Blizzard Storms in Texas essentially forced this last day. It should have been Wednesday to today. And much like Europe, I think on Wednesday as well, there were a few teams essentially fighting for both the top spot in this league and the relegation zone. So let's take a look at our overall scoreboard for the league as it currently stands to show you guys exactly what it currently looks like. Really to bring everything down to which teams currently on top and which teams are at the bottom. And you guys can now take a look at this. Now, obviously, on top, we will have WestR and Subliners Academy. So this is actually going to be our schedule for today. We're going to be kicking things off with Built by Gamers versus UT Crew. That's a very important matchup for Built by Gamers, who again currently sit at the bottom. WestR UT Crew is going to be following that. Then Team Z versus Mocky, another one that is extremely important for that bottom. UT Crew versus New York Subliners Academy, and then WestR versus Team Z. Again, UT Crew, two massive matchups there, Alan. And here is the standings that I was talking about. So again, WestR and New York Subliners Academy, they sit atop it 5-0 and 5-1 after that WestR win versus New York Subliners Academy the other day. Then UT Crew, Team Z, Higher, and Built by Games currently in the running for those 4 spots in the knockout bracket, and Mocky and Mr. Midmaps, they sit in the relegation zone.
It's all going to come down to a number of key moments here. The first and foremost is the fact that you have got 5 teams that, yes, they are safe from relegation, but those bottom 3, we have the potential of maybe a 3-way tie at 1 and 6, depending on how the results go this evening. And then up top, yeah, you saw WestR 5-0, New York Subliners Academy 5-1. But with Team Z and UT Crew still having to play a bunch, not as much as favor for Team Z because they lost yesterday, like you had mentioned. But at least for UT Crew, they play up against both WestR and Subliners Academy tonight. So there's opportunity here where there can be a major shakeup in the standings. So that's really kind of the big key to keep in mind. The first game, though, like you mentioned, UT Crew obviously in a bit of a hot seat because they need to win if they want to try to get into the top 2. But on the other hand, for Built by Gamers, they absolutely need to win here if they want to try to avoid relegation, because with Mr. Midmaps having lost and now they're at 1 and 6 total overall, Built by Gamers is in a position to where they win. They're in a position to possibly get out of the relegation. There's a couple of things that would still have to happen. They need to root for Maki to lose upcoming later this evening, but they could control essentially their part of their destiny by beating UT Crew right here. And to try to do that, we'll have these 5 maps to go through as we're just waiting on our lobby to get fully populated. But the best of 5 map series set will start us off on a Crossroads hardpoint, a raid search, and at least the Garrison control.
Yeah, and of course, if it does go the distance, Raid, Hardpoint, and Miami Search and Destroy. This is a relatively varied map set. We do love to see it. Of course, Raid, my favorite map, being a sort of a nostalgic for Black Ops 2. Here, we're going to see that twice if it does at least go to map number 4. But as I said, nice varied map set. You love to see it. And Crossroads Hardpoint, there's something about this map, Alan, that it always produces extremely close games. I say always, that hasn't been the case sometimes in this Challengers Elite. I think there was particular maps where some teams have been like 70-point clubbed on this very map. So, teams are getting used to it. That's for sure. But historically speaking, at least in the Challengers Cups that you and I have got to cast over, there has been some seriously close games on that map. Now, while we get the chance to talk about this, right, Alan, this is the first time that you and I are getting a cast together on a broadcast outside of our Agency Showdown cast. It's incredible this season. This season, I will add, right? You and I have casted together before. It's so exciting, man. I've just been longing for a cast like this. It's nice to hear your voice alongside mine.
Yeah, in a more serious nature, I think is the real key, right? We actually get the chance to dig in and maybe kind of flex our brain muscles just a little bit. No, it should be really interesting. And kind of just speaking onto this first map, the Crossroads Hardpoint, we've seen, like you mentioned, a lot of close games and a lot of blowouts. Really not a lot in the middle. And this one, I would say, has the potential of being more towards the blowout side than the close side. The only reason why I say that, UT Crew's 3-0 on this map. It's by far their favorite hardpoint, and UT Crew's also a pretty solid hardpoint team. On the other side, Built by Gamers are not either of those things. They're just 2-8 so far in hardpoint. They lose on an average of 44 points a map, which is not great. And they're 0-2 specifically on Crossroads. It really has largely felt like watching Built by Gamers kind of go through the hardpoint rotations. I don't know if they know what their best hardpoint map is right now. They've played 0 checkmates, so that's obviously their least favorite. But they've played all the other 4. And outside of a couple of decent moments on Raid in Moscow, they have had some very questionable looks through and through. So I think that's largely what I'm looking for right here. I'm still pretty high on the fact that Built by Gamers is a better team than what they're showing so far on paper. But at the moment, it's feeling more like open words than it is actually something that can be kind of established off of fact, because again, their hard point has been a little bit all over the place.
I will say those stats, obviously, you guys have to kind of bear in mind that for UT crew, they have faced much less opponents than Built by Gamers. So Built by Gamers have essentially
Much
faced
easier
every
opponents,
single
too.
maps. Yes, yeah, exactly, right? I mean, for UT crew, the majority of their matchups, I mean, it comes down to WestR and Sublines Academy, the teams that they're going to face later on tonight. For Built by Gamers, of course, I mean, they've already faced their foes, and this is the very last match that they play. So, of course, there's only so much you can take away from a regular season sort of a stat line like that, especially with how sort of skewed all of these matches and the schedule is for a number of these teams. But I think you're right, Alan. At the end of the day, this Crossroads hardpoint is going to be extremely interesting to see sort of how these two teams do get on. Now, generally speaking, I will say this map has kind of evolved over the course of the Black Ops Cold War season. I mean, it's only been like 4 months, but already it's seen quite an evolution in the way that it's been played. I think originally this was a very sub-orientated map, and although that hasn't necessarily changed, I think the ARs now play much more of a pivotal role of locking down certain lanes and making sure you hold the spawns on particular hard points. Specifically speaking, that rock hard point over towards the back, P3, P4, you need an AR to essentially sit there at the back rock and just hold that down. Make sure nobody comes ice as well. You know, your AR player is pivotal on a map like this. And that's where you're going to see this head-to-head between Phantoms and GodRx here. That's going to be super interesting for me because you highlight those two players, right? I'll be honest, I was a massive fan of Phantoms going into the Modern Warfare season. I saw him get signed by the Paris Legion.
Yep.
I was like, this is going to be a great season for Phantoms. I'm so excited. And then he didn't play.
Never played. Yeah.
It sucks. It really does suck. So he's got a lot to prove coming into the season. And then, of course, he goes head-to-head with GodRx, who is a fabled AR player, you know, Minnesota Rocker last season. But before that as well, you might well remember that he actually teamed up there with Panda, or Kismet, sorry, on Enigma 6 for Champs, right?
Fourth place finish.
Finish at Champs, right? I mean, that was a great run for a team like that at the time, which I believe were underrated.
Agreed. Same here.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup, and that's really, I think, the head-to-head that I'm looking at here, Alan, those two AR players.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, I think, to see the dichotomy between not just those play styles, but also with the map set that we have. It, again, largely would look at these and say, okay, SMGs can absolutely take over the map set overall. You know, just kind of as a reminder that, yeah, these teams are just playing in the elite right now, and there's an opportunity if you can get through the knockout bracket into the top 4 that you will be in the season 2 of the elite. But there have been Challenger Cups that have been going on. Both of these teams did play during Challengers Cup number 6. And the reason why I bring that up is because Built by Gamers, who was a team that we largely looked at and said, why is this team not participating better? Because it was 3 straight top 16 finishes in a row to start off the competitive season for the majority of this roster. They pick up Pentagram, they get another 16th place, and then it's a 3rd and 8th. They qualify. But in this last week, it was a strange 6th place because I didn't get a chance to watch over much of it, but based on COD Gamepedia, it had said that Built by Gamers had forfeited a couple of different matchups. So they actually only played 1 game, and it was their winners round 1 matchup. I don't think they played at all during Sunday, which would have been where both of those forfeits would have happened. So if you were to look back towards winners round 1 of Cup number 6 that they played on Saturday night, they actually beat Team Z 3-2. So there's an opportunity, I think, to see that this Built by Gamers team is better than the results they've been putting out. It just comes down to, will it show up, and will it show up right now? Because it needs to. They need to get this win today to put themselves in a more favorable position to try to get out of relegation. Otherwise, you're just hoping that if you do lose it, you lose it tight. You go at 5 against this squad, and you hope that Mocky gets blown out, because then we would have 3 teams tied at 1 and 6. And they would essentially be going to a map differential count to determine who gets into that last place for the knockout stage. So there's kind of like 2 conditions here for Built by Gamers, but do yourself the favor and just try to win this match. I think you'll put yourself in a much more favorable position.
Yeah, you don't want to let it go down to that second match later on today, which will be Mocky and Team Z. You do not want that to happen. That's actually going to be following directly after this, I believe, in the standings. I'm not sure whether or not that's a match that we will be covering or whether or not we'll be covering WestR and UT Crew. But regardless, yeah, there is, I think, a lot riding on this matchup. You kind of mentioned it as we came into it, which is, for both of these two teams, for UT Crew, before they face the better bosses, as it were, in WestR and Subliners Academy, you need to make sure you take out Built by Gamers. Like, if you don't do this, your run to those top spots, first of all, it ends immediately. Secondly, I mean, realistically speaking, if you can't beat Built by Gamers, the likelihood of you being able to beat WestR and Subliners Academy is pretty
Not
low.
high.
To be honest, so especially with just how good those teams have looked overall in this Challengers Elite, even if you don't look at the way those two teams have respectively played the Challengers Cups, they have looked just incredible in this Challengers Elite round robin section. So yeah, this is going to be a super interesting matchup for both of these two teams, Built by Gamers and UT Crew. There is a lot riding on this. I'm just excited to get into it, Alan. It's the first time that I'm getting to actually cast over North American Challenges this season. Of course, it won't be the last, because Austin and I are going to get to dig our nails deep into North American and European Challenges very soon. But yeah, this is just such an exciting prospect, because for me, at least, looking sort of over the fence, as it were, from Europe to North America and all these community streams and stuff, it just looks like such a rich region. It's dripping in talent from all the way retired professional players, much like Built by Gamers, to sort of these new up and coming players. I mean, there's just so many players. Yeez, for example, Yeez is new this season, right? He's
been nuts.
Super talented, and he's nuts. Like, there's just so many players that fit both into those categories in North America. It is just such a fun region to watch.
Yeah, Yeezy and Tay have been, I think, by far the biggest kind of storyline stealers when it comes to North America so far. We are just waiting on Phantoms to get into games, so that's why we're kind of pausing and talking over this kind of minutia at the moment. And again, for all those that have joined over from what was, again, this stream being on Twitch now to YouTube, we appreciate you guys being here. We will be trying to do as much of this as humanly possible. That will likely include the knockout and potentially the playoff rounds that are coming up this next week. So make sure you're kind of staying in tune. There's a lot of Call of Duty to follow on Tuesday and Wednesday, not only because the Challengers Elite are going into their final week, but you also, of course, have 5 weekdays worth of the CDL before we get to our traditional weekend. 7 straight days in total. It's going to be absolutely insane. So there's going to be a lot of Call of Duty to watch, and just make sure you got your browsers ready to go. It's pretty much all I can say, because there's going to be things that you're not going to want to miss on every single one of those streams at any given point in time. Although I think the schedule will actually work out pretty nicely, because the CDL is going to be ending roughly around the same time that at least North America's Elite Challenger scene would be starting. So you'll have the ability to kind of transfer from one or the other, but make sure you're also keeping those browsers open for the European start times, because that European region, we haven't actually had a chance much to talk to you about what's going on in Europe overall, but that is a region that right now is completely up for grabs, with the only exception being Team 3G, who was only able to win 4 maps, and of course House Tarth, who unfortunately found themselves relegated after the last week.
Yeah, I mean, that was really rough. Sitting there watching that, it was insane. I was checking in with like Alicia, and then there's the S&G staff, everybody, really, to make sure that I had an eye on what was going on at the time. For those of you who are kind of uninformed, essentially, House Taff and Singularity, they were going head to head in 2 separate matchups. House Taff versus Rams, and for Singularity, it was versus the now Train Hard roster, formerly Gangsters. For that particular situation, it was a case of essentially, if Singularity beat Gangsters and House Taff lost to Rams, House Taff would be relegated, Singularity would be going through. That's exactly what happened. And of course, Singularity 3-0'd Gangsters at the time, or now Train Hard. I keep forgetting that they're Train Hard. It's a very weird thing. Yeah. But for them, game 5 versus Rams, that's what it came down to, and there were some seriously clutch moments on both sides in that matchup. It's a super intensive region, and the fact of the matter is, you compare it to North America and APAC specifically has just been dominated by Renegades. I think bar 1 Challengers Cup, I want to say, the anomaly where allegedly they didn't really try all that hard, and then the North American region, which has all been WestR, apart from the last 2 Challengers Cups where Subliners Academy have beaten out pretty much everyone besides WestR, actually, which is kind of ironic, which is why we were hyping up that WestR Subliners Academy matchup so well going into Challengers Elite this week, because of the fact that that's the first time we've seen this new Subliners Academy roster play WestR. So yeah, Europe's one hell of a region. I'm excited to see what goes on in that knockout bracket next week, and you're absolutely right, Alan. It is all up for grabs, but I believe we have 8 players in the lobby, and that means we may have a Crossroads strike to cast very soon.
We sure hope so. Yeah, Phantom's just joining up, so hopefully everyone will give the okay, and we will get into this one and start things off. Again, sorry for the delay here, about 45 minutes past when we're scheduled, but that's all right, because the next match isn't scheduled until 8 o'clock Eastern time, so it should kind of allow us to go match to match to match, no problem. And again, this is the only match that's happening right now, but as we get towards the last two kind of slots worth of matches being played, there'll be two happening simultaneously. We'll be doing our best to bring you action from both of those as we're able to. But we're loading on in, pending no lobby restarts. We should be good to go here for Crossroads Strike, map number 1. A tough one, to be completely honest, as far as how Built by Gamers will be looking at it, and considering the fact that not only have they not been very great on this map, but on the other side, UT Crew has been quite incredible. We'll see if that will stand the test of time here, especially considering all of the weather problems and maybe not getting the scrim time that they would have normally liked before such an event like this coming up. Because like we mentioned, for UT Crew, they have to go through 3 pretty tough opponents, to be completely fair. And as we jump on in, it will be UT Crew starting on the favored side, but the kill feed for now looking pretty even, as Built by Gamers was able to sneak away 5 seconds with an initial time.
And it's going to be Dintroid right off the start, able to pick up that first gunfight. Unfortunately, is going to fall, and Built by Gamers answering right back. They're into this hard point. For now, though, got to keep an eye on that rotation, Alan. You see UT Crew, they're currently in control of those spawns. You can see Phantoms in that power position, making sure no players come on through, but Kismet on the flank through Ice has some gunfights to win. Unfortunately, only able to win 1, but still facing the pressure early on here for the spawns. You're seeing UT Crew now actually getting some split spawns as a player spawns out over towards P3, but it is going to be UT Crew in control of those spawns for an hour.
It's all going to come down to what happens on these next set of engagements. So with 10 seconds up in the first hard point, there's an opportunity where Built by Gamers can cleanly find kills. They may start to actually flip these spawns around. 50-50 for now. Pander, the last one left alive in the back. GodRx trying to help, and they will individually find themselves the final 2 kills. So Built by Gamers walk away with 30 seconds with a hard point time on B1. They do retain the possession of P2 as well. And then the lineup up top, Pentagram. I'm sure he was thinking he could have walked away with 3, but he's able to help out for at least 2.
You cannot let Pentagram get that right there. They just line up, conga line along the bridge, and well, Built by Gamers going to work off that very easily as they now start to stack up some time off the back of this P2 hard point. I mean, UT Crew here, they face a stark choice, really. I mean, there's 30 seconds left on this hard point. They can only, realistically speaking, push in 1 more time, as Kismet is going to fall before they start to risk those spawns over towards P3. And this is a big rotational gunfight. Panda actually going to lose it against Phantoms. Big one for UT Crew to win. And at the moment, UT Crew actually fly on in for that scrap time. In doing so, they do exactly what I said they don't want to do, Alan. They flip those spawns.
Yeah, it's a really interesting play, and a lot of the pace was set by Built by Gamers by getting Pander all the way through the back. Execution? Hello? I don't know if Phantom's meant to do that, but he brings up the big sledgehammer and is able to find 1 elimination come to the back. Interesting execution, to be sure. But now UT Crew, as they fight for the backside spawns, will have an opportunity to start working their way forward, and with the numbers, they should get the initial time here at the 3rd hard point.
UT Crew, they're able to recover from their slip up. They now have control of this next hard point, starting to earn some time inside fire, but you got to make sure you get those supporting gunfights outside as Pentagram just flies on through, getting yet another important 2-piece. He's now trying to find his way on, and he gets 1. Has 1 player up top to deal with. That's going to be Kismet. Instead, it's going to be Jintroid to take him down. Players now on the tank side of your map. It's going to be Built by Gamers trying to flurry on through, and there you go. They do exactly that. Now, here's the thing for Built by Gamers. They're still fighting for that scrap time. They will end up getting it, but UT Crew, they're spawning in the back line here, Alan, and Built by Gamers, they have 1 opportunity to make sure they break this. They get the first opening gunfight. Jintroid facing down a line of Built by Gamers players. UT Crew now getting split spawns with players spawning over towards P2. Yeez needs to go off. He gets 1, looking for the second. Kismet comes out on top still, though. 1 player spawning in the back line. Kismet looking to deal with him. Phantoms stays alive, and UT Crew here managed to hold on to these spawns. Jintroid picks up 2 as well, and there you go. UT Crew, they hold on to him.
Scrappy battle, to be sure, as far as what was all happening on the scrap time into the initial from 3 to 4. You mentioned a handful of spawn situations that are kind of in the mix, but Built by Gamers, again, they're doing everything I would need to see them to do if they want to be competitive. They're keeping the pace up. They're able to get into some nice positions to start to influence not just hard points, but also the rotations from one to the next. And now you've got an opportunity in front of you here where you've got to make a call as far as what do you want to do about these back 25 seconds. And it looks like largely it's let's throw a couple of numbers. Let's see if we can make life a little bit more hectic for UT Crew. But there's not really an opportunity here to fully play for this scrap. So they're going to concede it in large, and that will give us about an even game here as we go through our first rotation of hills.
important time, really, for a UT crew to get, to be honest with you. They had a scary moment there where Built by Gamers looked like they were going to get the majority of time, but they're able to slide on through, and now we look over towards the rotation for New. It's UT crew in there at the moment. Now we can see UT crew trying to pressure for these rotations already for P2, and they're going to win these gunfights as well. I mean, Built by Gamers here, they kind of have to push through the office space towards P2 to make sure they get these spawns for the next hardpoint. In doing so, though, they're bleeding quite a lot of time for this P1 hardpoint to UT crew. Player managed to slip the net. That's going to be Rex. They do deal with him. Got a Rex. Looking for that gunfight. Does get taken out by Yeez. But again, it's Pentagram who picks up two. Built by Gamers in control of these spawns. They also get control of the hard point as well, Alan.
So for UT crew, what's going to be the rotation for them? 23 seconds. It's going to come through P1. Kismet is really the only defender who is here. He's good for the first. Tagged down pretty low. Another one coming around the back. Kismet almost gets the read, but again, just too hindered and kind of beat up to really make the play fully come out. But still, this is fine. Again, for BBG, you're able to lock down largely the spawns for the second hard point. You're able to contest, get yourself right back in the mix, make this about an even game. And if you can get another solid start to this hold on the second hard point, you can retake the lead.
Kismet looking for these opening gunfights. Built by Gamers. Looking to get a stack of time off the back of this hard point, much like they did last time around. Got a Rex facing down some players in the back line. You can see Dylan Rex and Yeez trying to come on through. Yeez able to pick up that one gunfight now. It's going to be Kismet still inside this hard point. Players being dealt with there as Godorex and Kismet, the duo from 2019 champs, able to pick up a couple of gunfights. And now Built by Gamers again, starting to earn this time. UT crew do not want to make the same mistake they did last time. You can see them pushing on through. Players still spawning out over towards Ice, though. UT crew trying to find their way in. Built by Gamers still soaking up this time. And UT crew still applying this pressure. Here you go, Pentagram picking up that first gunfight. Trades coming through, though. Panda picks up a huge two-piece to hold on the scrap time. And as Built by Gamers spawn over towards Fire, you can see UT crew now spawning over towards Last.
Same exact rotation timing for BBG. You mentioned it right as it was happening. This is the last attempt for UT crew, and as they read where the hit is coming from, BBG just kind of rotate the opposite side and make sure that, okay, you can pinch from top flat. You know exactly where to focus on where this hit is coming from, but everybody else needs to start working on rotating over to the backside of P3. It's an absolutely beautiful timing for BBG. A little bit more successful, what they were able to do the first time, but I say only a little bit because, again, you see UT crew is here to contest against this initial time in the Fire hard point. Easy up top, having a bit of a tough game right now, just at 14 and 23. And again, not really doing much as far as the hard point time is concerned either. So that's largely what I need to see change for UT crew. Get these SMG players a little bit more active in and around the hard point. Make sure we're not losing those timings on rotation from hill to hill across the map, and give yourself an opportunity to really kind of take a hold of one of these hard points and not be forced yourself to break every single time.
This is a massive moment in the game for a UT crew at the moment. I mean, they're down by what, 30, 40 points? They need to kind of break this rotation relatively quickly. Otherwise, Built by Gamers could blow this game wide open. They already have those spawns for the next hard point as UT crew soaks up this scrap time. Gintroid and Phantoms now making their way up the mid street. Panda opens up with the first kill onto Rex. UT crew need to make sure this push is methodical. And there you go. Kismet opens up with the first gunfight. Phantoms has an opportunity. Nobody stopped him. Yeez on the other side, turning the attention away from him. He loses that gunfight, though. Massive win there from Pentagram as Built by Gamers are going to hold on. But it is going to be Rex actually getting the opening gunfight. Gintroid able to open up a lane now as well. And UT crew at the moment, they have this awkward opportunity where they can push through mid-street. Nobody was covering it. But as I say it, Panda and Pentagram end up picking up their one-on-one engagement, and Built by Gamers, they're able to hold on to this time, Alan, and their lead is quickly growing.
The best case scenario right there for UT crew was there was really no opportunity for a win, but there's an opportunity for you to not exactly lose when it comes to the fourth hardpoint. And what I mean is the fact that because there was those 50-50 spawns where BBG was still spawning in, but to the bottom left, was that UT crew can actually stop those rotators from getting into the hardpoint. So a lot of that time actually went to the game clock. Granted, again, Built by Gamers still go essentially 40-20, so it's not exactly the worst hardpoint in the world, but it's going to force UT crew to really have to step up and make a play right here from P1 to P2. Yeezy, one of those players that I'm looking at to really kind of step up and make a play. Pander's going to find him before he can get the angle underneath the tires. Pander up top, tough gunfight for him. Not going to get quite the angle that he was hoping for. And as Dylan's able to slide on in, he runs right into the line of sight of Pander. So another opportunity here where BBG can just keep this first hard point scrappy while they try to focus on that rotation to get over to the second hard point hills.
Again, it's built by gamers. I mean, they're earning time, and at this point in the game, if you're a UT crew, you cannot let this time go the way of built by gamers, despite the fact that you have the spawns for a new Jintroid. Has some huge gunfights to win here. He wins one, he wins the second as well. Big rotational battles for Jintroid to win. UT crew should now be able to come out and support him as well as Jintroid continues this spree. What a play here from Jintroid to make sure that built by gamers do not get that time. It will give UT crew some breathing room, but look at these spawns. Alan, built by gamers, now all they need to do is take out Yeez, and they have control of this hard point.
Zero mid-map pressure throughout all of that P1 for UT crew, which allows Built by Gamers just to walk through platform. And even though the kills for Jintroid were great and it allowed numbers to exist for UT, the fact is they weren't holding the spawns at that point. It was a 50-50 split situation. So now UT crew, a little bit of desperation mode coming into the mix. Now, granted, if they find these back 40 seconds, the next checkpoint is win the rotation. So the read there from Yeezy will let everybody know that Built by Gamers is hitting from the backside of the street. There will be a spawn out situation. Phantoms hasn't turned his attention, gets himself a second kill, but does get bounced out of the hard point, and BBG have flipped again.
BBG, they just need 13 seconds here, Alan. You can see UT crew, they're trying to fly on through. BBG could do it here. UT crew looking for one final hit. Pentagram, though, he has all these players. He's facing them down. Got the support from Kismet as well. Panda's there, and Kismet is going to fall. Yeez with a massive two-piece. Cannot get that final gunfight against Dolorex, though. And BBG able to close it out in that final moment there on P2. But it really felt like I think they got control of that game with that massive hole over towards P4, Alan.
Yeah, it's 2-3. I think that actually wins the game for me in my mind for Built by Gamers. They did a much better job overall, not just making sure that they always started with initial time on the second hard point, but they were constantly putting the pressure on the rotation to also get the P3. Now, granted, UT crew didn't do a bad job of getting breaks on that fire garage, but when you're only walking away with 15 seconds worth of time, continue needing to break that second hard point, there is a big gap that happens there. If you go, let's say, 45-15 on P2, that's a difference of about 70 points right there. I mean, just between those two tallies. So for me, that's where BBG wins this game. But there is something to be said about the fact that this Built by Gamers squad, we talked about it largely saying they have not won on Crossroads yet. Granted, they played Team Z within 9 points, but they played higher and got smoked. That's a big turnaround. It wasn't the fact that they won this map, it was how they won this map. I'm looking largely at timings of rotations. How are you setting up your holds? When are you okay essentially giving up time and looking more at the rotation rather than playing for the hard point time? And it was almost every single second at 25 seconds on P4, 25 seconds on P2. Let's give it up. Let's rotate. If we can finesse in and around the hard point for the scrap time, sure, that's no problem. But we came for what we got, and that's exactly what happened there. And I think that's largely why we saw the difference of about 100 points there in the end.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think for UT crew there on those rotations, you really do need to, I think, focus more on making sure that you have P3 control and more accurately those spawns over towards the rocks. Because what they were doing on both of those rotations was essentially just pushing through for what was 25 to 30 seconds of time. Now, that's all well and good, and you do still need to kind of push for that time, but you can't push it so aggressively that you lose the spawns. You need to have a backup plan, and they did not on both of those pushes, and it just didn't work out for them. Built by Gamers, able to come out on top of game number one, 250 to 153. A close one to begin with, but Built by Gamers began to run away with it about halfway through, and a big win to kick off their campaign here to stay alive in at least Challengers Elite Season 1. Of course, they still have a very long journey ahead of them. The fact of the matter is we are going to see 4 teams relegated from Season 1 of Challengers Elite, both in Europe and in North America. So for Built by Gamers, this is just the start of a very long journey.
Look, there's not a lot of weaknesses that we've seen in the 4 instances of UT crew playing in the first 2 weeks of this Challengers Elite series. They came into the series 4-2 in hardpoint, 4-1 in search, and an even 2-2 in control. They're going on to a raid, search, and destroy, where last we saw them, they found themselves a 6-1 win versus Higher. And Higher looked completely lost in that matchup, if I'm being completely honest, on that map mode specifically. Now, on the other side, though, Built by Gamers, even though they're 0-2 on raid through their Challengers Elite series so far, both of those matchups were really close. Around 11 versus Mocky and around 10 versus WestR. And to be fair, neither one of those squads are necessarily super strong at search and destroy based on the other modes that they have available. But that is, again, the big hurdle was getting through that Crossroads hardpoint first. And the fact that they did it to nearly 100-point differential between the win and the loss is incredible. So you got to be feeling great right now if you're BBG. You're going onto a map that's still, you're not able to find many wins on, but you're keeping it tight every single time. go ahead. Just keep that same pressure up and see if you can find a way to make sure that the SMGs for the side of UT Crew continue to find hard-pressed opportunities to make anything happen, because Yeezy in that first game was a non-factor largely throughout every single moment of that Crossroads hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of wild right there, right? I mean, we kind of discussed it before we got into it. Well, at the very least, we touched upon it that Yeez is one of these players that's kind of, he's a young gun. He's new blood to North American challengers, and that's a really dangerous factor for any roster to have. That is always sort of this unknown factor of, well, we've got this young player who's super talented.
Right.
For House Tough in Europe, it's Afro and Gizmo, even though they still have had their debut seasons last season. They still are considered young blood in a way, and really fresh talent for a team. It's their secret weapon in a way. And the same can be said of Yeez for this roster. So if he can really step things up for this team, hey, this could be one hell of a search and destroy for UT Crew. They're not a bad roster by any means. I mean, they get second, I think, in Challenge Cup number 5 and Challenge Cup number 6. I want to say.
6.
Yeah. I mean, since making that roster change, of course, you and I discussed it a little bit beforehand, that sort of that mutual change where Sib and Jimbo ended up moving away from this team. I'd say it's benefited them quite a bit. And I never would have said that. I think Sib's one heck of a player. I never would have said losing Sib is a beneficial thing for your team. While that's not necessarily the overall story for this roster, Jintroid and Yeez, who maybe hadn't had the best prerequisite to moving on to this roster, they have fit into this team really well. They look like a really cohesive unit now.
Agreed.
So I would really like to see that be brought across into the Search and Destroy, and then to tie the series up 1-1, because again, there is a lot riding on this series overall. Personally, I want to see a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it definitely could go there. That's such a copy-paste thing for a caster to say, like, oh, it feels like we could go game 5. But no, seriously, just based on like this map set specifically, I could definitely go, if I were just to predict, I would be able to make some pretty confident predictions based on recent results of who would take which map. Now, that said, I would have said at the beginning of the broadcast that UT Crew is going to win this Crossroads hardpoint because of those recent results. So maybe that's been foiled just a touch. But again, you're looking at a raid search and destroy here where it's been weird, I think, to see North America and a lot of the CDL teams beyond that largely go to Miami. And I think a lot of that has been because of the fact that you have the freedom to pull out 3 SMGs if you want at certain moments, or 3 ARs at certain moments. And when you've got a player like Dylan Rex, who I would say largely is kind of known for his sub gameplay in the last couple of titles, for him to be able to go and pick up the AR flex roll for UT Crew has been incredible. I mean, he's looked really, really good on the M4. Easy to say because a lot of players looking good on the M4, but he has really impressed me a lot as far as being able to step up to that AR flex roll and really help lock things down. Because like you mentioned, Jintroid and Yeezy joining this squad are going to be largely running the double SMGs. And with that in mind, the long and short of all of it as we load into the map here is you're going to expect Jintroid and Yeezy to play aggressive with these SMGs on a map like Raid Search and Destroy. So it's going to likely keep the pressure on BBG. And if you remember back to the last time we watched them play up against Higher, they got smoked here, or not really smoked, but it went to the distance of 11. The one thing that they struggled with was the middle of the map. They were largely missing out on pressure in the middle of the map. So that's what I'm looking to potentially change. Or if they're not going to pressure it, make sure that UT Crew does not have a natural advantage by playing through that middle of the map.
Well, hey, you talk about aggression. UT Crew, they're right on cue, Alan. You're seeing Jintroid and Yeez. They make their way straight on into the kitchen. Rex is actually going to pick up first blood. That's going to be Kismet falling by the wayside, but that will open up an opportunity here straight away, right off the bat, for UT Crew to get this bomb down on A, and now got a Rex and Panda. Well, I mean, they find themselves in this awkward position where they've got to make some crazy picks to make this 2 versus 4 work.
Yeah, it's going to have to be essentially 2 separate 1v2s right now. You've got Panda in the back. He does well to find the player top bedroom. Godorex will tag up a player down low, but the problem is he can't contest this bomb site until he clears this player out in the basketball court. So another 1v1 happening over towards bedroom. Dylan will take that one. There will be a trade, but Godorex is going to be pitched up here. So difficult situation, but it all starts with the fact that UT Crew took over the middle of the map right off the rip. That's got to change if you're BBG in my mind.
I love how you called it. You called it perfectly. You're like, yeah, Jintroid and Yeez, they're going to be...
games.
It's crazy, isn't it? they run straight through the mid-map, all aggressive, like, built by gamers for whatever reason, we're just not ready for it whatsoever. And there you go. You can see the compositions of the team. Yeez, Jintroid, and Phantoms, actually, ironically enough, running the AK-74U. I never would have thought he would have gone for it instead of Rex, but...
For speed.
Yeah, speed. He's got the need for speed. Let's see if it works out. At the moment, UT Crew, though, I don't think they've got the need for speed as they're going to be on defense. They don't need to be the ones to make the move.
Yeah, you're going to largely see ARs that are playing these outside positions start with those SMGs and then swap as soon as they get to where they are to have that a little extra mobility to get there faster. So I wouldn't expect to see Phantoms picking up a 74U unless he gets like shot off of a cross and is forced to keep it at that point. Yeezy's going to recognize the threat from down low, will back away. Dylan, after finding first and I think second blood here, it's an opportunity for UT Crew again just to play their numbers from here on out.
Well, Jintroid gonna get that gunfight against Scott or Rex. That's now gonna leave Panda in a 1 versus 4. Well, Panda, what can you bring us on the casting desk? It's gonna get that 1 kill, almost gets away, but player behind him takes him down. Panda, I mean, the 1 versus 4, it would have been nice to see, but it's not to be.
I don't think we've had a 1v4 yet in Challengers. Well, that's not true. We've seen a couple of the Challengers Cups, but in Elite, I mean, I don't think we've seen a 1v4 yet. We definitely haven't seen it in the CDL, so unless I'm forgetting something, it didn't happen at all
no,
in
I think
Europe,
you're right.
did it?
I think you're right. I don't think we've seen a 1 versus 4, unless now somebody from European Challengers is going to tweet at me saying, "You dumb idiot, what are you doing? You saw a 1 versus 4. I made a 1v4. Note my play." But no, I don't think we have done. So now we move over towards round number 3. UT Crew have started electric here. We said they need to win this search and destroy to tie up the series at 1-1. And again, round number 3 goes just as well. Rex opens up with that first blood. Yeez now follows up with another one onto Kismet. And now, I mean, Pentagram and Panda, they're not in the worst positions in the world. They could potentially make some kind of play here work. You need to open up with that first gunfight and you need to get away. Does the first, can't do the second.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like UT Crew needs to see if they can buy the branding of Mr. Midmaps away from Mr. Midmaps, because every single time we see the opening engagements for UT Crew, I'm just going to be willing to gamble that a lot of their first bloods will be through the middle of the map, whether that's from their aggression, just pushing straight forward, getting up towards kitchen if they're on the offensive side. But this play that you saw here, well, it's Dylan who's kind of baiting players in. He's got help from Zig as well, just to make sure here. He had help from the Zig. He's able to get the first kill. Yeezy comes around the back, plays through the open stairs. And again, UT Crew is just essentially saying, all right, BBG, we're not taking the middle of the map. Would you like to come have it? And they say, sure. And then they find themselves in a trap. So that's largely what I'm kind of looking at is, again, 2 players, UT Crew. It's going to be Jintroid and Rex right through the middle of the map. And there's first blood again. This time, BBG's numbers will allow them to get a Semtex off, so they do go 1 for 1. But again, first blood for UT Crew right through the middle. Phantoms has to respond to not just 1, not just 2, but 3 players in front of him. And he's done well to find the first sneak around to actually get the second. Now it's just down to trying to track down Pander, who's the last player left for BBG.
I don't think we saw him make this move, actually. So this is absolutely possible for Panda to make. Just has to do it quickly. If not, Rex and Yeez may well come together. Rex sniffs something is up in the back line. Unfortunately, isn't going to get the right idea as to where Panda is, but Panda can't finish that gunfight. Actually walks away. Maybe the smart play to make in this situation, unfortunately, in doing so, is now going to allow Rex and Yeez to team up together and make this push work. Of course, Panda is the one here that has to make the move with 30 seconds left on the clock. Is going to have to grab this bomb, but you can see Rex now, Yeez now coming in from behind. They're checking all the corners. Panda, though, might have the jump on 1 at least. Looks for the second. Rex, of course, is going to trade that out. And UT Crew win a round. And to be honest there, I kind of feel like that should have been the round where Built by Gamers win. I mean, they make the move as a roster through the mid-map, end up with at least a kill by yeeting Semtexes towards Kitchen. But again, it's the move afterwards where they just fail to get control of the bomb site.
I mean, 1 for 1's not good enough for the middle of the map. I think is largely what that comes down to. And the fact that the UT Crew gets to read that, hey, they triple hit middle, they can go back to their set plays of, okay, let's just deal with it. And they dealt with it really nicely. I mean, again, you have to give credit where credit is due. The fact that you're able to stay alive for as long as you are over towards that B ring and essentially take a 1v3 is incredible. This time, though, Built by Gamers, they will come away the favorable trades in the middle of the map, but it does take all 4 players to do it. So that's, I'm interested because we really can't commit to having all 4 players stacked in the middle of the map every single round, but at least, again, they're able to adapt, because watching UT Crew when they played up against Higher on this map mode combination, it was a 6-1, and UT Crew, out of, again, all 7 of those rounds, most of those kills came through the middle of the map. So that should be something that if Built by Gamers have looked back on, they should be able to walk away with that. It just is a little unfortunate that it took them 4 rounds to figure it out.
Well, once again, looking for the same compositions here. UT Crew looking aggressive on the defense. Built by Gamers opting for a B push. They've opted to put one player over towards Zig, 3 players straight towards B, but here it goes. Gintroid throws a Semtex over towards Kismet. There is a trade. Panda does take out Phantoms, but still, Built by Gamers. I mean, you say previous round, 1-for-1 trades are not good enough, and that may well still prove the case here. Gintroid looks to make this kill on the flank, has the support of Brex from behind. Gintroid going to fall, and that's a beautiful play from Pentagram.
Yeah.
Picks up 2. It leaves Yeez in a 1 versus 3.
Yeez is actually in a pretty decent spot here, though, to find one off the bomb. Will do it. Knows that there's another player through Laundry. The big question here is where's GodRx gone off to? And he's not going to have a lot of ability to check. He is actually kind of hoping that he gets tagged from the side just because that's the only way he reads that intel. So now it just comes down to, can you isolate both of these players? And he's not going to get the chance because GodRx is coming through the back. He wants to make sure they're playing this as a duo. And as he starts to turn, recognizing that GodRx was indeed playing from behind, the kill from the front is able to get their BBG. As expected with the 1v3 situation, they come out on top and they're able to reduce the gap just by 2 rounds.
Thought for a second the 1 versus 2 is going to happen, Alan. I saw it. I was like, oh, this is possible, but well, it's not to be. Built by Gamers, maybe starting to mount a comeback here in Search and Destroy. They've got 2 rounds on the bounce. They're looking a little bit sturdier. It's now going to be UT Crew on the offense once again. Going to 4-hit this B bomb site. Built by Gamers have opted for a mid approach. They could make some kind of immediate flank work, or just go straight through pillars if they really want to, but you got to make sure that you get these opening gunfights. Here it goes, Phantoms. He's going to be guarding. First gunfight goes his way, and that should surely, at the very least now, slow Built by Gamers retake up. Maybe not, actually. GodRx just flies straight through the mid, able to pick up Gintroid, but not before the bomb plant goes down. Players now trading out. It's a 2 versus 2.
And they know exactly where both these last 2 players are. This is a post-plant situation where UT Crew wants to play through Laundry. And, well, Phantoms is caught out in the open. That should be a kill for Pentagram. Beautiful Semtex. And they know where Yeezy is. They know he's playing in Laundry. So all Yeezy needs to do is try to kill the clock. That's his biggest ally right now. We'll be tagged up a little bit. Pentagram's going to do a little bit of red dot chasing, and Panda watches the opposite side. So it's really, really good because I went there for a second because Built by Gamers, again, you saw they had all 4 members through the middle of the map again. But instead of trying to do the full wrap, they actually cut to try to see if they can stop the bomb from being planted at B. And even though they aren't successful at finding the kill, the fact that they're able to get the planter immediately on the exit gives them an opportunity to read the situation because you know that Phantoms is already playing in art. So this kill right here I was about to bring up was the one that really was the difference maker. If Panda doesn't get that kill on Rex, there's no way BBG break that setup. But fortunately, he gets the timing, doesn't miss a bullet, and now BBG all of a sudden have won 3 rounds in a row.
UT Crew looks so good. Alan, at the start of this, they looked like it was stomping all over Built by Gamers. I was readying myself mentally for a 6-0 scoreline, but Built by Gamers, they have done well to find their way back in. And once again, what a monumental start to this round as GodRx and Panda combined for 2. Built by Gamers, I mean, they've already depleted UT Crew down as that kill comes through to just 1 player. Phantoms, the player that last year didn't get any game time whatsoever, now has a chance to really prove themselves. We talk about the fact we haven't seen a 1 versus 4 so far. Can Phantoms give us our first?
Yeah, plenty of game time coming up right here in the immediate 45 seconds. We'll see. He gets a read on the Pentagram. Also knows Kismet's there. There's not a double slide, Chell. That was the call. I think Pentagram is saying, I'll slide for you. Let's just double hit this, and they don't. Time a bit of a problem here. But Phantoms has snuck through the window. Now it's just down to the timing of it. Can he find these players individually? He will not, but goodness, he had more of a look than he should have after that little bit of a miscue between Pentagram and Kismet over through the backside of basketballs.
1 versus 4, it eludes us once again, Alan. Was a bit of a out there hope. Still, what a round from Built by Gamers, and 4 rounds on the bounce now for them. As they just, again, surge on through. And I'm kind of surprised, actually. UT Crew, I think for the first 4 rounds at least, they felt like they were on the front foot pretty consistently. They were the more aggressive team of the 2 and constantly catching Built by Gamers by surprise. This time around, for the last 4 rounds on the bounce, Built by Gamers, they have looked so much more aggressive and so much more ready for those engagements. And it's equated to these 4 rounds. Back-to-back. Gintroid going to open up with their first blood. This could put a stop to the bleeding.
Oh, this is going to be tough. I actually really like this call from BBG. Pentagram's still alive. Oh, he's going to get a little bit of help here. He's going to stay alive and even up the odds to 3v3. We'll break down that opening play in a moment, but we need to see how this is all going to unfold behind the Laundry because UT Crew, yeah, they're up top, but here comes the pressure. Gintroid holds down the trigger. he's able to get 3 kills in the round, and now he's working on the potential ace.
Well, this time we see the double slide. Kismet left up 1 versus 3. Does it get traded? No, not initially at least. He's just playing the clock. Kismet is searching for this kill desperately. Maybe just going to get the hell out of dodge. And that is exactly what happens. Yeez picks up the bomb. This 1 versus 3 still possible for Kismet, though. Phantoms has an eagle eye on those pillars, and it is going to be a win for the UT crew. They do stop the bleeding.
So that opening play, UT crew has been dealing with a lot of resistance in the middle of the map, yeah? So their whole call is all 4 of us hit through B. Don't play for B, hit through it. Try to get the laundry. But this time, BBG don't full stack the middle of the map. They put Pentagram on an AR to try to help the potential hit of 4 members coming through B. The problem is they lose their first member for first blood. Pentagram is fortunate to get away and make things a 3v3, but from there the retake just becomes a little bit more difficult. So I actually really like the defensive adjustment for BBG, and the mind games are continuing as well for UT crew. This time Phantoms up top will be dealt with a lot of resistance from the front, but he will back away safely, and now UT crew, with some mid-map pressure, can try to work around not just the front side of the bomb, but they could potentially work as a double through the backside of Art as well.
We're seeing the same plan once again here from Built by Gamers this time, trying to make their way on through Laundry. You've got Rex and Phantoms to deal with. You've also got to be careful that you don't allow the remaining U2 crew players to push on through mid and up. Built by Gamers have successfully taken control, but here you go, I said it. Yee's coming through driveway, able to pick up 1. There is a trade that comes on through from GodRx. They've got to deal with Gintroid as well, and they do. Big play from GodRx. So he picks up 2 inside. Pentagram follows up with Phantoms as well.
Wow.
And there is a round 11. Alan, Built by Gamers win a massive offensive round.
What in the heads-up play is that from GodRx on the flank? He gets the first and then just goes prone and says, we haven't seen that 4th member yet, have we, boys? And just waits to see if there's going to be a secondary challenge, and he gets blessed. That is a massive gunfight. Because UT crew, they sneak their 1 player long through driveway, and that almost blows the play up completely. The flank is there. It's just the fact that it goes instantly traded, and then the follow-up gunfight won by GodRx gets BBG to this round 11. And now it's going to be a full 4-man hit for UT crew through, but watch BBG. They've got 2 players on the flank. Make it potentially a 3rd as GodRx is also here. Phantom's potentially going to be overwhelmed, but nobody actually makes the play for him. And GodRx in the middle of the map finds the first kill. Phantom's around the back, finds the first, not going to get the second, but on the bomb, Gintroid has kept the play alive, giving us a 2v2.
Wait, what is that? Gigo Shout from Gintroid just slides on out and annihilates Panda. And now Pentagram in a 1 versus 2. What a series of unfortunate events for BBG. As they have 2 players on the flank, Phantoms ends up really disrupting the play. And now UT crew find themselves in a 2 versus 1. Bomb now being planted at A, but you can see Pentagram making this move. Does he get it quick enough to stop the bomb plant? No is the answer. Does he get it quick enough to at least get the kills after plant? Yes, he does get 1. Gintroid now down for the count. A Yeez versus Pentagram, 1 versus 1. Pentagram's had 1 hell of a search and destroy. Can it close it out here? Yeez looking for this. He slides on through. Isn't able to get it. Pentagram 1 versus 2. And Built by Gamers find a search and destroy, which after the start that UT crew had, they simply should not have won.
Look, that's just like, that is a brilliant 1v2 for Pentagram. Granted, the first kill is right in front of him, but if you've played Yeezy at all on this search and destroy map, you know he loves to play through the middle of the map when it comes to a post plant. He loves to hit through mid open stairs. He loves to hit through pillars. It's just what he does. So the fact that Pentagram allows the regen to come through and then come right out of the window to challenge those stairs is such a heads up play. What a heads up play. Huge 1v2, and all of a sudden Built by Gamers are up 2-0 on UT crew. And we talked about the fact that not only would winning this match put yourselves in a favorable spot, if you could do it with a convincing map total, that would also be good, pending you do lose. So far, all the boxes have been checked for Built by Gamers and looking like a brand new squad compared to previous weeks.
Yeah, Built by Gamers look really good. And again, you know, we talk about their ending here, of course. They have already played 6 matches in North American Challengers Elite. They are 1-5 overall at the moment. They win this one. I mean, they put themselves on the path, at the very least, to make their way into the knockout bracket. Of course, as we said, though, this does all rely on what happens with Mocky and Team Z later on. Let's take a look then at our current map set for this series. Again, Crossroads, Hardpoint, and Raid Search and Destroy now both going the way of Built by Gamers. Garrison Control could well be the conclusion of this series shift.
Very well could be. And I say that with some resounding yes to your statement because of the fact that Built by Gamers, they've only played this map once. It was versus Maki, went to round 5. They looked pretty darn good at it. On the other front, though, for UT Crew, they've only played this map once. It was also versus Maki, and they 3-0'd them there. So take away whatever you so choose from that little bit of statistical breakdown for you. But the simple fact of the matter is this is both teams looking relatively even as far as what they've been able to show so far through Challengers Elite on the control game mode, not just Garrison, but on control overall. WestR is still by far the best control game team in the game right now in Challengers Elite, and I also translate that to Europe because of the fact that WestR have only lost a single control so far. But this is going to be a really big proving point, I think, for both of these teams, because for Built by Gamers, you're up 2-0, and you've looked good in both of the maps. Now, granted, the first 4 rounds in that opening search and destroy were not exactly great. The fact that you took 6 of the following 8 are incredible. So can you start off hot versus UT Crew like you did in the hard point? I think if you do, you're feeling really positive about your chances to either see a round 5 defense or beyond that potentially convert onto an offensive round. The other side of things for UT Crew, I hate to keep bringing it up, but Yeezy's been the X factor for this squad. He's going to have to be the X factor on this map mode combination if UT Crew want to start putting together this reverse sweep.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, just to lay this out for you guys, this is a very important match for everybody.
Huge.
For UT Crew, they lose this, their run to at least try and get straight into playoffs. Of course, they could still do that by the knockout bracket. It's done. There's no universe in which they manage to find their way on through if they lose this next map. Of course, the other thing really that we should talk about is the fact that if Built by Gamers win this, I'm pretty sure that Mr. Mid maps are done. They are relegated. There's no universe in which they can find their way on
That's
through.
correct.
So for Mr. Mid maps here, I'm sure that those players will be potentially, unless they're currently playing league play, which is one hell of an experience. They probably are sitting here in the stream right now watching this, just keeping their eyes on what's going on, because you know they're crossing their fingers at the moment that Built by Gamers do end up getting reverse swept in this series.
Look, I think, is a universe here. So what we were kind of framing at the beginning of the broadcast was that there's a potential for a 3-way tie up top, depending if UT Crew can win out. It would put them into a position where, regardless, there is an opportunity for there to be 3 5-1 squads, or 6-1 squads rather. There is still an opportunity for, even if UT Crew losing this matchup, that they could still go 5-2, and with a win versus Subliners Academy, they could still be a number 2 team, because it goes to head-to-head if there's only a 1-way tie between 2 different squads. So there are still options, but like you had also mentioned, Brody, and I 100% agree with you, if you're losing to BBG and potentially a 3-0, you're not feeling great about your chances to beat either WestR or the Subliners Academy. So again, I feel like you lose this match, the likelihood would be that, yes, you probably do find yourself outside of the running for a top 2 spot, but mathematically, it's still technically possible. So we're loading on in. Garrison for the control. BBG trying to find themselves a clean 3-0, which would be great for the momentum, great for the confidence, and even better for their potential position to stay out of relegations. But UT Crew have been a very solid control team thus far, and they're looking to establish that here once more. GodRx has actually come out of spawn with a 74U. Lots of pressure here for BBG, and they've walked onto this B site, and they're going to freely capture it. Phantoms is going to come from behind, but he's not going to be able to challenge this, and that's 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock to try to get A. Do not adjust your monitors. That time is correct.
Hello? Does anyone want to stop BBG? Anybody? No? All right, cool. UT Crew there, I mean, they just got annihilated right off the bat, and hey, maybe that could well happen again here. Built by Gamers, they push UT Crew off the point. They're on it, Shift. This is looking pretty good. You can see Built by Gamers, they've got control of bricks. They've got a player on the satellite. They do no longer have control of green. That could open up a lane here for UT Crew to stop this. But, I mean, even if you don't get this point, this is a tick going their way. Built by Gamers now facing the wrath of UT Crew. GodRx coming from behind. Looking at this gunfight against Gintroid. Panda going to win that. It's just Rex you need to deal with. Now, a 2 versus 1 on the point. It's Phantoms who's going to fall. Look at this aggression shift from Built by Gamers. They look so good off the start of this game. What a surge in round number 1. The kills now being 1, and Rex now the last player who could potentially stop this. He isn't able to. And Built by Gamers, they just walk through UT Crew there. There's no resistance. That was a annihilation on round 1.
Watch GodRx in this play. He's coming through tires. He's the reason that Pander stays alive this long. Now, granted, Pander does an incredible play, but the timing for GodRx on that pinch, it forces UT Crew to stop in their tracks. And who was it that just floated in above Pander's shoulder? It was Kismet. Kismet doesn't get there if Godorex doesn't hit that little play through Cobble. He was waiting mid-square. He was never a part of any of that push. He just sat and waited mid-square, waited for the fight to break out on the A zone, and then hit the back flank. He didn't just do it once. He did it twice. And that was the reason that BBG find themselves a successful capture onto A. Incredible discipline for Godorex. Again, picking up the 74U and not running the AR. So it's now up to the UT crew. Can you find a way to find a successful offense right off the bat to try to cancel that opening play from BBG?
You need something here from UT crew, to be honest with you. I mean, we know how notoriously hard offenses are to win. Of course, built by gamers, they made it look like a kindergarten game there, as UT crew at the moment now looking to fight on back here with an offensive win of their own. Phantoms is well aware that Godorex has some positioning over towards Satellite. Godorex, of course, has some nice vision, takes down a Semtex towards his opposition there. UT crew, though, looking to capture this zone. Kismet comes in and says no. Godorex, of course, wins his gunfight as well. Gintroid, now the last player up who could potentially do anything here, is actually able to win a gunfight. But this is where Built by Gamers, they can really squeeze the vice here if they are able to stop UT crew coming off the spawn.
Got to be a little careful because Pentagram was really far forward, and now Kismet has to be the next tip of the spear. And if he falls, there's an opportunity where UT crew can just flood onto the B zone. And, oh, yikes, easy. I thought for a second he wasn't going to be able to get that kill onto Kismet. We would have had a bad moment right there. But Panda up top, working with Pentagram to kind of pick up where they had left off, and we're underneath 30 seconds. UT crew, maybe one more good look at getting this last tick of progress onto B.
Built by Gamers, I mean, they've done such a good job immediately of just batting away UT crew. As you say, though, it is only one tick necessary on B. You need one good hit here from UT crew, and you've got to deal with the players that are sort of nestled into your own spawn. They do get rid of Godorex. You need to get rid of Kismet, though, because he has been one heck of a monster all series long. He's able to pick up one Pentagram, providing that support gunfight as well. This just doesn't look possible, especially when Panda is making easy work of you. UT crew at this point, you might want to save your lives, just in case it goes to around 11.
Look, go ahead and start typing. Go ahead and start typing bias caster in the chat, because this is the reason why I said BBG can make the playoffs. They're playing so freaking well right now. Also, I didn't know that you could wallbang through that little garage door. Now I know. But it's just every little moment that BBG looked like, ooh, okay, we got to make the right decision here, otherwise things will get really nasty really quick. They make the exact right decision. I mean, you had Kismet playing his life in lights. He's in a 1v3 technically. Pentagram works his way up top to green. Godorex floats right to the middle of the map, and they flanked and hit it completely together, and it blows up the play from UT crew. It has been so good. I mean, it has been near textbook on all three of these maps, save only a couple of moments for BBG. And this is the potential that I've always seen out of this Built by Gamers squad. For UT crew, I'm still got to sit here and give you something to whistle blow about, because you've got to find a way to start getting active. 6-11 for Gintroid, 5-11 for Yeez, 4-11 for Rex. Phantoms can't do it all by himself.
There you go. It's rough. I mean, Built by Gamers, they're once again on the B point. This is exactly what happened on their last offensive round. This time around, though, UT crew, they do have some resistance maybe up their sleeve as they're looking to put a stop to this B capture. Yeez comes in from behind. Only able to pick up one. Gintroid trying to do it all inside lights, but Phantoms is able to do it all. He picks up two. It's still Kismet here to deal with, and he does. A big stop from Phantoms. That will give UT crew the new room to breathe they need. And Phantoms still alive here, is taken down. Pentagram, though, fires on back with two of his own. They take out Rex, and just as I talk about Phantoms making the play, Built by Gamers are right back at it on B.
I mean, maybe Phantoms can do it all himself. Maybe I should just kind of hold back for a second. I mean, he's the only reason why they even hold off that third tick of progress initially. But like you mentioned, it's just the flood coming on the backside for BBG. So quick, so convincing. And now you've got Kismet in the back. Tough gunfight here, and Phantoms just does well to duck under cover and make sure he stays alive. So everything stabilizes. Let's all take a breath here collectively. It's a 3-life lead for BBG. 90 seconds of the clock still to play. But UT crew, they've taken over square. They're contesting top green. There's an opportunity for them to really kind of marginalize this life lead and potentially get into a position where they're putting out a spawn trap of their own.
Of course, you're not in the best position still if you're UT crew. Your backs are against the wall, and let me tell you, you're not wearing a t-shirt as Built by Gamers now looking to come on through. Pentagram and Panda, they're able to pick up two. A trade does come through from Gintroid. That should slow down the play somewhat as Pentagram is going to fall, but Panda in from behind. Is able to pick up one. This should surely turn the heads of UT Crew at the very least. If he can do any more damage, that's huge. He picks up Phantoms. And now, Built by Gamers, they have a secret weapon in the backline. Panda, your objective here is just to waste time so that UT Crew do not focus on the point. Unfortunately, he does fall, and that's good for UT Crew. They deal with the threats from the backline.
Yeah, great pickup because UT Crew still held control of Cobble all the way through. So the potential threat of BBG just working off that one kind of rogue player was essentially nullified as much as humanly possible. Again, kill for kill's not good enough right now for Built by Gamers. They need to get somebody on the point, and currently it's just Pander. He's going to be overwhelmed with a couple of players. Easy finds the kill. Underneath 20 seconds to go. This will be the last opportunity for BBG. They're not going to get this off of lives. It has to come down to stalling off the progress on the control point first, and with the first two players dropping, it's looking pretty unlikely that anyone's going to touch. It has to be Pander that to do it. 5 seconds. He will get up top, but trying to play for the kill, and he just finesses around little loop-de-loop, and UT Crew is able to successfully get on the board with this defense.
They survive. Shift. They're not going to get 3-0'd here in control. It was a scrappy round, I still feel, from them. They allow BBG onto the B point relatively quickly. But still, you know, props to them for really being resilient and making sure they didn't lose A as well. And a lot of it was down to plays like this. Jintroy just clearing house. He gets a kill after this as well. That's just pretty huge from him. UT Crew going to survive that onslaught. And now maybe an opportunity to come back into this one once again.
You didn't put together a good offense, flat out. Because, I mean, granted, BBG, they're playing with a different type of fire today. But for UT Crew, there was not a lot to write home about in that first offense. And Jintroid is going to take a passive approach to this. There's just going to be a play for pick strat for them. They're not necessarily going to full hop on to B. They just want to make sure they're playing for kills first and foremost. And they do come away with the 2-for-1 exchange. So now you move forward. If you could delete some of these trophies, that would be great if you're easy. But he's going to turn his attention to see who might contest for the backside of lights.
Big kill for Godorex inside green. That's going to remove Phantoms from the equation. Jintroid could potentially have an answer to that. But for now, UT Crew just relying on good old aggression onto the point to make sure they make some progression. Rex and Phantom's going to win their gunfight. She's looking for this one. Big slide on through from Pentagram. He's been disgusting all series long. GT Crew still looking for control on this point. Jintroid and Rex, what can they do? They have Pentagram to deal with inside lights. Kismet also inside Rat as well. Players are built by gamers. You just got to get them out of these positions. Pentagram, he'll just sit here all day long contesting this point. Now maybe he'll make him move forward as the rest are built by gamers. Again, they surge on through. 60 seconds now on the clock. And UT Crew, they have made 2 ticks of aggression on B. They need one good push to make it happen.
You had numbers. Hit something. Make a play for UT Crew. It was a 4-on-3. They dealt with the player up top of green and nobody moved. Make a play. You got to make a decision right there. They don't. The respawns come through. BBG on their second attempt. They get a 4-man feed. It's just, that is something that we've not seen from UT Crew. I don't know if it's because they've had a lack of practice because of the weather situation, but this is likely going to be a 3-0. I mean, you've got Pentagram now back into your spawn. Godorex is also in the mix. So is Pander. And the only player to sneak through is Jintroid. And you largely feel like he's not going to be able to do too much by himself. Nope, sure won't. So that's likely going to be the round right here. I mean, you've got to find a way in. Phantoms and Rex will open the door, but the lack of commitment for UT Crew has been astonishing, and not in a good way.
Pentagram gets 2 kills there. I mean, that was the opportunity there at the end, but I think that, as you say, in short of Yee's doing something superhuman, it's done, and it will be built by gamers. They walk away with a 3-0 in this series, and of course, keep their hopes of a knockout bracket position alive. Alan, what a game.
What in the world?
From Built by Gamers. I mean, yeah, what in the world as well. I mean, they completely shut down UT Crew there. UT Crew, it just kind of just felt like they didn't turn on at moments, right? I mean, they clearly weren't communicating as well as we have seen them do in the past. Something just wasn't clicking.
No, it looked like there was, I won't say a distinct lack of practice, but there was something missing in that Garrison control all the way through. There were so many opportunities that felt like, okay, this is where you go. This is where you hit. Just because it happened just recently. You get that kill top green, you have got a plethora of options. Yep. Do you just sneak that player onto A and force BBG to come off spawn to deal with him, or deal with the players that are obviously still contesting B? Force BBG to make that decision. but nobody made the play. You could also have double hit from the bridge to take over square. That isolates the player in lights. BBG, again, have to make a decision. Do we go reinforce through lights? Do we try to retake square? The last option is, let's use our numbers and just full flub this guy at lights. And again, it forces BBG to have to make a decision to respond to that. But UT Crew gets the kill top green and they just sit there. And that is not something that we've seen from UT Crew in the past. When they've played up against some really notable opponents in their opening weeks, as soon as they would find themselves one good kill, it immediately turned into map pressure. And that was missing today, at least in the control overall.
Yep, for sure. I mean, it was a really good performance, I think, from Built by Gamers. You know, they recognized some of those holes that were open in the defense of this UTQ roster, and they exploited them every single map, right? We talk about map number 1. You can see it in our series, you know, going all the way back to Crossroads hardpoint. It was that rotation over towards P3 from P2, where again, Built by Gamers, they recognized that UT Crew, you know, they made the mistake of pushing too heavily on some, what was effectively scrap time, and they work off the back of it. They get essentially full control. I think it was a fire on at least the second set of rotations. Raid, Search, and Destroy, of course. I mean, that is a map that UT Crew win. They were 4-0 up shift. They had so much room to breathe. But Built by Gamers, they adapted, they survived, they overcame it, and they looked pretty good in that round. And then, of course, the control that you guys just saw. What a performance from Built by Gamers.
Hell of a performance.
And now, Alan, they have to sit here and watch this stream, much like Mr. Midmaps have done, which, by the way, Mr. Midmaps, bye-bye, you're done. You're relegation, you're out. Or they can still come back in, of course, for Season 2. There will be a qualifier opportunity for them to do that. But Season 1, their elite is over. For Mocky now, it's their match versus Team Z. That is going to be the match, because I believe now, correct me if I'm wrong, Shift, if Mocky win that matchup, because of the way that this is now gone, they essentially go through, and Built by Gamers are the ones that are relegated alongside Mr. Midmaps.
That's correct, because it's a head-to-head tiebreaker, and it goes to who won the matchup between those two squads, of which Maki was able to take down BBG 3-1. So, yeah, it really does come down to what happens. Now, as far as our schedule is concerned, the next match isn't slated to start until 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. We'll see if the players are trying to get in a little bit early, but for the intents and purposes of what's going to be on the broadcast, we've got UT Crew playing up against WestR. That is actually going to be our main focused matchup, but we will have the ability to do some live look-ins to what's going on with Team Z and Maki with 2 different observers. So we're really trying to give you guys every single important moment as best as we possibly can here for the community stream. We really hope that you guys are enjoying the production. Brody, though, again, this is our first time having a chance to really kind of cast over the Challengers Elite scene together. It was a lot of fun. But unfortunately, we have to say, I think, farewell to you, because, again, you are in Europe, and it's not exactly early.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to cast a North American matchup. I couldn't have asked for a better matchup to cast, really. Built by Gamers to prove their mettle here. Absolutely. I mean, look, I've had the chance to watch North American challenges, both with the official stream, which if you guys, if you haven't checked that already, first of all, you should have done. Secondly, you can do that at youtube.com/COD Challengers. I believe that's going to be the home for all Challengers matchups starting next week, on next Tuesday. But, I've seen those matches, and of course on the community broadcast as well, that you managed to pull off. It's been one hell of a region to keep an eye on from the sidelines. So finally getting to cast a match, it feels so good. And of course, the icing on the cake is getting to cast it with you, Alan. I just, it's good vibes only.
We try our best. But for right now, hey, we're going to send things just to a break. We're going to get ourselves lined up and ready to go with all of our graphical assets and things like that to make sure the players, teams, and all that get our maps and modes selected. And, hopefully we won't be away for too long. But while we are, again, make sure you head over to COD Challengers YouTube, subscribe, ring that little notification bell, because let's be honest, sometimes it's difficult to know when streams are live and where they're live at. So ringing that bell is pretty important. And, of course, if you want to do the same thing here, we won't be mad about it, because the attempt is that we will be able to do more of these community streams alongside the other matches that are not being broadcasted on the main channel, not just in week number 3, but also with future elite stages that are coming in the next couple of weeks. So for right now, we'll just take a brief pause, and hopefully we'll be back with not too much of a delay for our next matchup. It's going to be UT Crew and WestR coming up right after this.
The highest of feelings, but there ain't nothing new under the sun, so you avoid to touch any of the cold waters. Sometimes love ain't that thing you're afraid of. Show me a place where a face ain't worth the dime. I pack my bags and I'll be gone. Show me roads I must roam to get above all those waving hands I believe. Your vision's hard, it lightens up
I'm free from living lies, free from my own deception, headed the right direction. I walk through the fields of mud. I thought I'd find a shelter in you, a perfect sky. Doors open, doors close in my heart again. Wonder how long it'll take till I kill the pain. Your walls between us keep me far away. There's no way back. Your heart is full of breath. don't tell me that this isn't real. Please don't tell me you don't need me here. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me you don't need me here. Please don't tell me that this isn't real. Please don't tell me you don't need me here. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me you don't need me here. Please don't tell me that this isn't real. Please don't tell me you don't need me here. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me that. Broken hearts won't heal the same. There's no excuse. There's no escape. I'm struggling to stay pure and tamed inside this reason. Beating hearts, but out of time. There is no use. There is no right. Fighting to break out of my chains inside this reason. Forget all your tears, down all your tears. Don't take bold steps, 'cause you own it. Forget all your tears, down all your tears. Don't take bold steps, 'cause you only break. Silent round, creepy sound. No one's around. You should never knew. Glowing eyes, they decry, make you cry. But you should never saw. I cannot feel my breathing, my heart stop beating, my mind is freaking out now. You are the one who's cheating. Don't try to sneak on, give me your best shot. Forget all your tears, down all your tears. Don't take bold steps, 'cause you own it. You again play your games like insane. But you ain't gonna stop. Give me free reign to lead my way in the fast lane. But I'll get you to the top. I can feel my breathing, my heart stop beating, my mind is freaking out now. You are the one who's cheating. Don't try to sneak. I don't give me your best shot. Forget all your tears, down all your tears. Don't take bold steps, 'cause you own it. Forget all your tears, down all your tears. Don't take bold steps, 'cause you own it. Me, my friend EHC, he's about to get into it. You ready?
You know it, 'cause I was born ready. EHC climax to the beat. G9 band got your ass out your seat. NYC is the place where I be, but G2G. So you might not see me, I'm gonna be a rock star. Fuck what you think, I ain't scared of a damn thing. Run like a sink, if you wanna get some, I'm the man to see. Bow down to the king, who the fuck you be? I get money worldwide, never localized. Stop riding my dick, not circumcised. Ask the G9 band who run this shit. Each member's mad sick, just take your pick. And I'm rolling on a track like a fucking Kush crusher. My girl is fine, so you know I'm gonna touch her. When I get time, best believe I'ma fuck up. And I'ma make it big like Mother Russia.
Forget
Welcome to forever, man. Let's go. Come on, come on. It's forever. No surrender, no surrender. Yeah, yeah. You know that this right here forever. Go, go. And there will be no surrender. Now allow me to reintroduce myself. They call me J.O. N to the easy E-N. Know that we undefeated. Y'all are beneath them speeches trying to air a grievance. But his lines are overhead. Better check the air for clearance. Call the tower. This is ours. Clear the heat. The air apparent. Really, I've never been better. Legacy, this is forever. All the more times I've been severed. I'm raising the bar. You can go ahead and measure. Think about time for a toast. Time that we welcome to go. Yo, we're just leaving. I think about time that somebody go get on their coat. You know I got all that anthem. Come back in. What you call that add-on? Got anthems and bands with masters. Getting them right like my name was Miranda. I ain't bigger dead than alive. I ain't bigger dead than alive. One more time. This is forever. Remember the legend. He never gonna die. Yeah. I ain't bigger dead than alive. Bigger dead than alive. I ain't bigger dead than alive. Dead than alive. Yeah. I ain't bigger dead than alive. Bigger dead than alive. Just making sure that you know why. Because this is forever. And there will be no surrender. Yeah. Come on, here we go. You know that this right here forever. No surrender. It's forever. You know this right here forever. No surrender. It's forever. You know this right here forever. I am just leaving a legacy. I am the one that they paid us. Got something to say to me, say. You know I've been waiting so patiently. This is my legacy. Y'all don't believe me, they wait. Basically, I have been running things. You can just go on and take a seat. Yeah. Love when they hated me, put that on everything. Not on my level. You can't be the enemy. This is the plan that we showing them anyway. Hit up the lawyers and give them the NDA. Woo! This is the brand new. This is the brand new. Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. And there ain't no thing that you'll be taking from me, man. That came from nothing. Made it something. Name is buzzing. Call me Ryan Gosling. Hey, gon' know that they gonna love me more when I'm gonna retire the throne. The kind of things that I'm gonna be feeling like a god. Because this is forever. And there will be no surrender. Yeah. Come on, here we go. You know that this right here forever. No surrender. It's forever. You know this right here forever. No surrender. It's forever. You know this right here forever. I ain't bigger dead than alive. Bigger dead than alive. I ain't bigger dead than alive. Dead than alive. Yeah. I ain't bigger dead than alive. Bigger dead than alive. Making sure that you know why. Because this is really, I never been better. Legacy, this is forever. Really, I never been better. Legacy, this is forever. Really, I never been better. The legacy live on forever. Yo, remember the legend and know that he never surrendered. Because this is forever. And there will be no surrender. Yeah. Come on, here we go. You know that this right here forever. No surrender. It's forever. You know this right here forever. No surrender. It's forever. You know this right here forever.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Challengers community stream, looking over the North American elite scene with all of the rescheduling that was forced to happen through week number 2. I'm IHOLDSHIFT with me. I've got Proper now joining the table as we're ready to go for our second matchup, and there's actually going to be 2 of them that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. Mainly, we'll be focusing on WestR playing up against UT Crew, and then on the second stream, we'll be kind of going back and forth while checking in with Team Z versus Maki. Proper, good to have you though, man. How about that first series? Pretty nuts.
Yeah, I mean, that first series was definitely something to be satisfied by. Say, especially for somebody like you and me. Say, we've always been saying that this is the potential that Built by Gamers, this roster really can offer inside of this North American Challengers community, and we just got that with a 3-0 blistering over towards UT Crew. And well, they definitely needed it, didn't they? Given where they were currently sitting at, and well, now they're going to be sitting on the sideline, watching, much like myself, for well, at least one of the 3 teams that will be competing within these within these 2 matches that we do have for us tonight so far, Alan, and that's going to be with Maki to see how that one's going to end up turning out. Because I mean, they definitely have a competition ahead of them versus Team Z. They definitely don't want to be relegated. Want to try to sneak their way into the knockout bracket, and with their matches that they have to play tonight, they might just be able to do it.
So here's what's really on the table for us. If we were just to go match by match, just kind of breaking down what storylines you need to know about. WestR versus UT Crew. For WestR, 5-0. Looking at the top of the table right now, a win to put them at 6-0 would likely give them the opportunity to be number 1 at the table. Actually, it would be, because the tiebreaker between them and Subliners Academy would tilt in front of WestR. But for UT Crew, if they could find a way to bounce back after that loss was BBG, take down WestR here, they've got one more match to finish off the evening versus Subliners Academy. If they were to win that match as well, we would actually have ourselves a now supplanting of the Subliners Academy roster, where UT Crew would be second and Subliners Academy would be third because of the 5-2 head-to-head tiebreaker that would exist. And technically speaking, of Team Z, there's still potential for a lot of ties. That's all I'm really kind of getting at right now, because WestR loses both of their matches tonight. They would also be at 5-2, and we would actually, I think, get like a 4-way tie at 5-2. Regardless, that's probably not going to be the case, but it very well could. Just to throw that out there. There's those standings that kind of give you the breakdown of how that all kind of files through. Now, like you mentioned for Team Z and Maki, the most immediate storyline, if Maki loses, BBG is in. If Maki wins, they are in, with the head-to-head tiebreaker favoring them versus Built by Gamers. Now, on the other side as well, Team Z, they play up against this team of Maki, then they play up against Team WestR. There's an opportunity where they could also be 5-2 by the end of the evening. So there's a lot of things going on, but I would say mostly keep your eye on that Maki storyline, because that's the one that's going to be figured out first.
UT Crew really got the short end of the stick for the potential to be able to make their way
For real,
towards
though.
playoffs. And well, their final rescheduled matches here in the final day of a round robin play, finding yourself against the top 2 seeds versus Subliners Academy and versus WestR. I mean, you can really say a lot about those 2 teams if you did not catch on the main broadcast between those 2 yesterday. I mean, WestR really kind of cemented themselves. Their respawn is just something to really write home about. Their search and destroy, the way that they work well in tandem with one another, is something that really they've been writing a lot of success on. And UT Crew, that's going to have to be where their golden day truly begins. Shift is trying to either take this in a very close 5-map series, if not trying to win this out early, but you're going to have to try to take a few respawns off of WestR, which is something you're going to really struggle with, even versus that loss versus BBG. What we ended up seeing is that the SMG lineup just could not get up on pace with the likes of BBG versus Kismet and Co. And I mean, if you're going up against WestR like that for UT Crew, you're really going to be feeling like you're facing off against 2 ghost players coming out of the WestR lineup, just given with how fast both Venom and Zaptius play, if not feeling the likes of a sideline pressure from one of the ARs. This WestR lineup is just something that you cannot try to match or mismatch pace with.
Now, you just saw it there for a moment on screen, the best of 5, what our map series set's going to look like. We will be kicking things off on that Crossroads hardpoint, where just recently, UT Crew, not exactly the greatest showcase for them, losing by nearly 100 points to Built by Gamers. And then we're going to get a triple dose of Raid if required, as we'll go through the search, the control, and the hardpoint. And then Miami will be waiting for us if we need to get to a map 5. Now, going back over this Crossroads, up until the play versus BBG just recently, UT Crew was 3-0 on the map. They had very convincing wins, but they drop it by nearly 100 points. 154-250, the final score there. Now you're playing up against WestR, another team that is undefeated on this map, 3-0 overall, and they win it on an average of about 100 points. So they're very talented at this map, and not exactly the easiest opponent to square off of. In your mind, do you feel like this is a must-win for UT Crew, a must at least keep it close for UT Crew, or where is your headspace as far as how this head-to-head matchup goes on this first map?
Look, man, if from UT Crew, if you don't win this hard point, then you're looking, okay, now we got to win the control and we got to win the second hard point because there's just no simple way that you're probably either taking the first 3 maps. If you end up doing that, honestly speaking, then I'm very sorry and someone can clip that for reference. But still, I don't necessarily see it happening with the way that just WestR have been playing through all their elite matches that we've seen on broadcasts. I mean, the SMG lineup have always been stepping up to the plate and knocking it out. And if it's not them, well, damn well, it's going to be the ARs that is going to be able to do that. We've seen that firsthand between you and myself, Alan, especially on Crossroads Strike, what they have to offer. They know what's most important. They're able to find the rotations on every single hardpoint, control, and search and destroy. But for UT Crew, you're going to have to try to come out of the gates early. The SMG's got to come out hot. There's really no excuse going on forward for themselves because they got to take at least a respawn off of this WestR team.
And just to kind of think back to what this map looked like versus BBG, there really weren't too many instances where UT Crew were set up for initial time. This felt like every single time we got to a major hardpoint, they were the ones who had to break on in. So that's largely what I'm looking at to see if that will change. But we're jumping on in. Rex is the one to find first blood, and as WestR are the team spawning away from the favored side, they'll not only need to play for this first hardpoint, but see if they can work their way to the right side of the minimap. And so far, good start for UT Crew. They go 4 for 1 in the overall feed, and that'll result in some pretty good opening hardpoint time, rather, I should say.
It's not bad at all. UT Crew, they're not even getting aggressive. They're not really trying to make plays happen. That's all the way until Rex just tries to work their way inside of fire. But they still have to spread. I mean, look at where Gentroid's placed at over by ice. And, well, that's actually going to be a little bit of a force out. And this is the scary position that you find yourself in with Crossroads Strike being just such a small map that once you do end up trying to cut past the 50-yard line, you really got to try to block out these spawns. Luckily enough for UT Crew, they're able to find the kills. So they're able to hold on towards those B2 spawns while still working the hill out.
Yeah, good kill finally there into Paul. With 12 seconds left in this hardpoint, WestR are going to try to 3-man stack down the south part of the minimap through ice and that top platform bridge area. Kills so far still good for UT Crew. They're going to hold about a 20-point lead coming in, but it's all going to be down to who can find Gravity inside the hardpoint. He'll actually back away, and this is actually good. He's going to block the spawns in the back here as long as he stays alive. Now as he gets to meet up with his teammates from the front, they'll find Yeezy, and all of a sudden UT Crew's initial setup completely broken on the first attempt.
Yeah, it's just like you said. I mean, that's such a heads-up play by Gravity. Yes, they're 1-3 right now, but I mean, what a veteran play. Now, UT Crew again coming right back into it. They're able to find the kills. There's still 35 seconds left to play, and how the opening set of hills have gone so far, UT Crew, they're getting the majority of the time. And although WestR, they're going to try to hold on towards the P3 area, they're going to be trying to lock down that northern area. They really don't want to hit this one more time. They don't want to risk flipping out the spawns because 3 to 4 is where you're able to find a lot of money to time inside your bank. And WestR, they might just be looking for that as the next attempt is just completely faltered out.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you kind of saw Paul was just waiting in the back. He was always anchoring for the P3, essentially sending his teammates forward, saying, let's see if we can get an off-numbered break. But not going to be the case. Much hotter start here for UT Crew. Gentroid is on 5 in a row, 7-1, and Yeezy already looking towards double-digit kills. This was what was largely missing from UT Crew versus Built by Gamers. Can those SMGs start to really heat up and perform? And so far the answer is yes. Gentroid on 6, and now he's got the potential of streaks. So back away, let your teammates bait for you, see if you can earn them. There's number 7. 8 is around the corner. He finds it fully streaked out. Gentroid for 9. And the only thing that will eventually take him away from the map was his own reload. So over 100 points for UT Crew. Gentroid 11-2 and double streaks to play with.
Double streaks to play with. You're in control of the hill, plus possession of the big rock spawns. And there's just so much to play with here. I mean, even if UT Crew, if they get broken up here, which doesn't seem likely here, Shift, they can use the streaks to break back in if they even feel the necessity to. They're 100 points over WestR. Again, the SMGs coming in hot and heavy, 13-3 for Gentroid. Easy at 9-6. Everybody just playing so well. Just really good hard point for UT Crew through the first 3 hills, and they're in possession of 4. But here comes the hit for WestR. They're in fire. And they also got a player creeping in over towards the cliff path. They're in towards the big rock.
Oh, Phantom's big double. He's the only player for UT Crew still alive here in the back. Reinforcements will spawn right next to the hardpoint, and Gentroid says, go call to try to hit the cruise missile. He only finds 1 kill, though. Not a lot of value off of it, and as the respawns for WestR again find them spawning behind P4, they get 3 straight kills, and Gentroid, he's going to actually use the artillery strike here pretty darn early. And as he comes out, it will be 2 initial kills for UT Crew. and that will actually be enough to flip the spawns around. But there are still members for WestR that are here. Paul will be the last player. He falls, and UT Crew do get the break for about 20 seconds. I don't know. Double streaks for 20 seconds might not be exactly what we would call efficient.
That's that's exactly where I'm at, actually. I'm sitting here just side facing the entire monitor right now, just thinking two streaks just for scrap time. I mean, given you're 100 points over WestR through the first set of hills, but it's Crossroads Strike. WestR are just one good set away, one good setup away from P2 while keeping possession of P1 away from coming right back inside of this game. But UT Crew, I mean, the way that they've been able to set up the pace through the opening set, Alan, it doesn't look like that they're stopping anytime soon as Jintroid comes back in for a quick 2. All the kill feed just coming up for UT Crew's favor. They're not working towards this P2 area to try to flip their spawns, but still, they're in possession of P1, and this is time WestR do not want to see UT Crew gain.
Yeah, every second is a good second right now for UT. The problem is they're not finding much success getting over to the second part of this hard point. So they do have to fight through the old time, and it will be a 3-for-1 exchange. Last player will also fall as Gravity tried to contest for as long as possible, and that little costly decision, well, it was maybe not just a little costly decision. That actually forces WestR to spawn away from P2. The spawns have not fully been flipped yet, but the kills are looking good for UT Crew. There's only one player in the back. It's Venom. He's just stayed alive in the backside of the containers. He's waiting for a bit of help. Is able to catch Jintroid for a moment, but gets spun around. Phantom's there for the elimination, and 3 more members will drop UT Crew. Clean feed, 4 players down, and now they're over the 180-point mark.
About 100-point club WestR on Crossroads Strike Hardpoint. Just when we were done just gassing up how good WestR have looked on their respawn. UT Crew making me eat my words. Just goodness sakes. I mean, again, every little bit of presence that was missing versus Built by Gamers is just all the way here in this match. Where UT Crew need it most, keep in mind you. Now, they're over the 200-point mark. WestR are going to try to work their way for the scrap time while still having player number 5, Paul, just trying to bind themselves over by the cliff path. They will read the 2 players are over by P4, given that WestR, again, we're fighting for the scrap time over by P2. And they're going to have the backup here just to hold over towards the spawns. But it's going to have to be flawless hardpoint going on forward for WestR if they have any hopes of coming back into this map.
22 and 15 for Easy, 19 and 8 for Jintroid, and then 18 kills and 16 kills for Rex and Phantoms, respectively. I mean, it's just been a complete slaughter so far. And only at 68 points is WestR. Not very often have we been able to say something like that. Not just in this Elite Series, but cumulatively through challengers. They have never been put down this bad or this fast when it comes to the hardpoint overall. Still some work to be done, though, for UT Crew. Definitely not over yet. And we go back and forth kill for kill so far, which will eventually result in a bit of a discussion for who wants to not just find this hardpoint time, but who's going to be the team to really kind of put themselves in a powerful position for this eventual rotation to 4. And it looks like that discussion has been largely won by UT Crew as they continue to go 3-for-1 in these exchanges.
Yeah, I mean, the setup is just so clean again for UT Crew. They work their way inside of fire. They have players looking at the big north lane while trying to guard the cliff path. Now, given WestR, every single time that they continue to find numbers, it's about 2.5 gunfights that you have to win before you're breaking inside the P4 hills, and you really need this pinch from Venom to come on through over by the cliff path, and the timing has to be perfect. But Easy has it red, almost loses the gunfight, but it's another good defense coming up for UT Crew, just 8 seconds away from closing out the game.
This would be historically the first time, at least that we've seen in this broadcast, WestR be put into the 100-point club, and it will happen.
Yeah.
My goodness. UT Crew, maybe there's something to be said about the fact that, Jintroid was in a position where he had to reinstall the game just before they played versus BBG. Maybe there was some off vibes as far as, like, the panic and trying to get everything set, but Jintroid this game was comfortable. I think is probably the one real word to use. I mean, this was at the very beginning, the first rotation where he was on, 11-2, something like that, and got himself those full streaks that, again, maybe they weren't the most efficient things in the world, but hey, you still found yourselves a 250 to 75. So, my goodness, what a performance that is from the side of UT Crew. And again, you got to keep in mind that UT Crew's run for potential top 2 is not done. If they can beat WestR here and beat Subliners Academy, we'll go into a pretty hefty tiebreaker situation for who results as being at the top of the table and into that playoff bracket without having to worry about the possibility of relegation in the knockout bracket as we get into week number 3.
It's going to have to be just consistency. It's going to have to be that same UT Crew that we just saw on that Crossroads Strike hardpoint. through every single map mode combo that they're playing throughout the rest of the evening shift, and well, they're going to be tested for sure, and even more so than what we just saw in that Crossroads Strike hardpoint D, both mentally and physically. I mean, these are very tough matches that they have ahead of them to try to make it inside top two. They have to upset just the top two teams from North America challengers while
Sure.
trying to do it. That, I mean, that is just so tough within its own self. But again, reinstall away, SMG's gunplay coming all the way through. I mean, hey, if you're able to try to set the pace over a team like WestR and your SMGs are just locked and loaded every single map, including what we have in our best of 5 series here, Alan, because you better get comfortable because we got raid coming through, and SMG lineups are going to have to be firing off on all cylinders. And we've seen that from WestR on this map mode combo of Raid Search and Destroy, how quickly the SMGs can get online and how quickly Tom and Paul are able to lock down those powerful positions. But this UT roster, I mean, you cannot bat an eyelash at them. We have seen the same thing from them. The SMGs can play it up like what we just saw from Crossroads Strike hardpoint, and Phantoms can comfortably put that XM4 where they need be. You're looking at a pretty good team.
WestR 3-0 on the raid Search and Destroy so far, although 2 of their attempts were pretty tight. One versus BBG, the other versus Maki. They did find that very convincing 6-0 versus higher. I feel like every time we talk about higher on raid Search and Destroy, we say that they convincingly get beat up. But for UT Crew, they come off of having won those first 4 rounds just in their previous matchup versus Built by Gamers, and then everything started to go sideways. And a lot of that was BBG responding to that mid-map pressure. And the one key note I think to take away for both of these squads is they both very much so value the middle of the map when they play on Search. So I'm really interested to see how many numbers meet up in the middle of the map, because I wouldn't be surprised to see all 8 players funneling right off the rip to try to get into the middle of the map and see who wins that opening gunfight.
It's been an interesting transition. Again, if you've spent time in Black Ops 2, you've been watching professional play ever since then as well. And you remember Raid Search and Destroy, and how even with the GA of LW3 Tundras and No Smokes as well, you're not really seeing a lot of focus over towards Spiral anymore through the middle of the map with SMGs and trying to contest those open staircase and trying to get that player out from top bedroom. I mean, that's an angle that you definitely want to be able to hold for yourself, because if those picks do come through offensively, then you can really sneak your way for a quick plan over there. And it's not 5v5 anymore. You can't necessarily feel comfortable coming back into 4v5 unless you get that very quick trade and make it a 3v3 over towards that very open water site. And you could be lurking inside Tiki. You could have a player inside of that bedroom, more than likely with an AR-rated gun view, because that's where the plant is more than likely going to be given over towards. And that all comes through with middle of the map, given how the rotations do work on Raid as a map entirely.
So I'm interested to see how the mindset goes, because let's be honest, for the side of UT Crew, first 4 rounds, all of it was won through the middle of the map. First bloods we were commenting on largely happened right off the rip, right in the middle of the map. As BBG started to adjust, it was a much different look as far as how the map was playing out. UT Crew was trying to keep the aggression on, trying to keep the pressure up, but they were kind of falling a bit short. And it allowed BBG a couple of opportunities to take advantage of things like those rotations that you specifically mentioned. So I think with all that said and done, again, I hate to keep putting the lens on what Jintred and what Yeezy are going to do, but let's be honest. You feel like Venom and Zap are going to continue to try to keep that pressure on the middle of the map, and we very well could be getting at least a reprisal gunfight round after round after round between both of these SMG lines. Now, just as a reminder for you guys out there, we will be going back and forth between not just this match, but also the one between Maki and Team Z. Currently, Maki and Team Z have not started their first map yet. So we'll keep an eye on it. If we have an opportunity to swap over to kind of tally how things are going, we will. But it looks like for the moment, we're probably closer to starting this Search and Destroy rather than we are the map 1 hardpoint, which it looks to be on Garrison based on the feed that I'm looking at right now. So just kind of keep that in mind. We'll be doing our best to give you guys both perspectives as much as we possibly can as we go through this one. But there's a lot on the line for every single one of these matches that we have coming forward. For BBG, they really want to see Maki lose, because that puts them into the knockout bracket. It relegates Maki alongside Mr. Midmaps, who officially has been confirmed with that BBG win as being relegated. For Team Z, they've got this matchup going on to Maki to where they could go to 4-2. Still an opportunity for them coming up to play up against this WestR team, where if they win, we could potentially have a 4-way tie at 5-2. So for what seemed to be a very lopsided North American region in the first week and a day, where we had 2 teams up top, 3 teams at the bottom, all of a sudden we've got almost a similar look potentially as far as like what's happening in Europe, where you had one team who got relegated pretty quickly, And then all of a sudden, the last day determined everybody else's position.
Yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to a multitude of things that really bestows such a competitive nature, given the state of whether or not you are trapped inside a very hefty winter storm and how much practice you're able to actually get with your team. And man, that's enough to really take the game out of many different people. But still, I mean, you're absolutely right. What we have in front of ourselves is a lot of narratives that are unfolding. And that's honestly just, again, you and I talked about it when we first did the first day of the community broadcast here for Elite. That's just what's so fun, just about round robin matchups, is that you're able to see all these different big matchup places that it's not always the first place that you want. Yes, given where you might end up find yourself for the playoff bracket, might feel a little bit more comfortable with your future opposition, but still, the very hot and contended matchups, especially towards the final day, which we are right now, are really focusing on that second place and that seventh place, because you do not want to get relegated here at this point in time, and you don't want to be looking at the next few months when you were just so comfortably just having to worry about the knockout bracket just a few days ago.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, it's one of those things that I think a lot of people would have wanted to see another round of the round robin just to kind of figure how things would go. But again, if you're not familiar with the Challengers Elite format, as we're kind of alluding to, group of 8, play up against each other once. You're either in a knockout bracket, you're relegated, or you're up into the playoffs. And then as soon as the playoffs are done, we start all over again and essentially do it once more, with the only exception being if you finish top 4, you will automatically qualify for stage 2. Otherwise, you've got to go through those open qualifiers again, where I believe the top 32 teams or top 16 teams are fighting for those last 4 spots. So let's jump on in. We're ready to go with the raid, search, and destroy. And how about this? UT crew sit there and say, you know what? We showed a lot of our mid-map strategy. Let's try to hit for a full hit over towards B. WestR are here with a couple of numbers. It's going to be Paul and Gravity watching over the top. Good kill for the first. Yeezy able to find the immediate response, and we get a very early 3v3.
Jintroid's going to drop the bomb. That's on a spiral. So now UT crew, they're kind of worried about what angles you have to be seen through spiral and through the pillar side in the middle of the map. That's where all of the WestR players are. Phantoms is going to be able to lock down that doorway. Going to be able to find Zap, making this 3v2, having bomb being collected as well.
Big shots there from Rex, and that's really smart. Phantoms gives up the flank and says, let's just make sure we get a post-plant set up for laundry. I'll watch you close. You watch pillars. Nice shots from Venom. Oh my goodness. Got Rex down to about a shot or 2, but he'll survive. And now there'll be 35 seconds that Venom has to work this 1v2. Has a stun. Gets tagged up, though. I don't know if he's fully read where exactly Phantom's is positioned, but both of these players are right over the top of Spiral. And, well, it's a little bit of a long-range double peek that comes through, but it's successful for the 2v1 UT crew. Get on the board first.
Tough gunfight to begin with, eh? Top red. Got an AR. Got 2 ARs actually just directly staring at you in your exit. They know where you are. You don't have the exact location. How the hell are you going to work your way out there? Almost think that a smoke might be able to help you work your way towards that bomb for a defuse, but not today. So far, like you were talking about, UT crew take a little bit of a break through the middle of the map. Going full on towards the B site. Works in their favor for the trades as well. Being able to read where WestR are coming from. Now WestR looking to do anything that you can do. We can do better, UT crew. Looking for that B side early.
They do find first blood. Rex had to respond to a handful of WestR players, and he will not be able to get even much damage done. And so now WestR, they're getting a little bit of, just kind of patient play coming out. They're not really committing for the plan as of yet. Maybe trying to see what exactly UT True are trying to do, and they've read at least Jintroid on the long flank. Tough gunfight for him. Yeezy will find one elimination. Gravity has planted the bomb, though, and now it falls all into the shoulders of Jintroid. Looking to bring some of the magic from the Crossroads strike into this round right here to potentially go up 2-0, but it's a very difficult 1v3 plus a defuse that's required for him. And I just don't know what you do. Looks like he's going to try to play this one around the back. Venom is waiting for him. Should get the read off the shoulder. Sure does. And that will be it. WestR will come back and respond with, like you mentioned, an aggressive B hit of their own.
I love that call from WestR as well. I mean, once they get the players inside of Laundry, they actually start poking closer towards jungle. And I've seen this from teams that do try to take that B side early, that they'll end up taking Laundry and push all the way through jungle, through the spiral staircase, and just go plant over towards A. But they read it wonderfully. UT crew, the 2 players that were left, then rotated all the way through red. They flipped the map on UT crew. WestR, brilliant offensive round trading for UT crew's previous. Now it's going to be a 3 One split for an offensive hit of UT Crew yet again, looking for this B side. They got trophies to keep themselves safe this time around.
They still also have the potential of rotating over to Yeezy, who is sitting over towards the top side of bedroom, or he's actually down low watching the cross. But Zaptius is in the middle of the map, deciding if he wants to play for the flank or not. The bomb has made its way into laundry, but this is a forfeit on the decision-making of WestR. They're fine giving this up, but the problem is nobody reads Yeezy coming from behind the A stairs. Now it's down to WestR to try to bring back this 3v4. They do have Venom in a position to find an immediate kill. So there's a 3v3. Yeezy over the top tag, tries to get away. He's being chased from two sides, though. Gravity finds that kill, and just like that, WestR find themselves a numbers advantage up 3v2.
I'm just going to start rotating all the way through Spiral, down towards basketball court. Rex is just trying to lock down this position towards kitchen. Now, there is a player middle. Keep in mind, that's going to be Gravity. So it'll be a little bit of a long-range engagements, but off-screen, Dylan Rex, it seems like they get the open gunfight first. Zap had no idea that Jintroid was going to have that position available, so the bomb's going to be able to get planted here, 2v2.
It's planted for the post-plant setup through cutout, but Gravity takes down Rex immediately, leaving Jintroid largely just hanging on to whatever solid ground he could find inside a Tiki, of which there's not much. Gravity and Venom work that beautifully together. The retake good, and 6 total kills combined between Venom and Gravity in the last 2 to get themselves up 2-1.
That's a little string of rounds. Again, WestR just playing the trade game. And it really just comes down to one team looking for immediate mid-map control, the other one not. And although Yeezy finds a beautiful entry illumination towards the open staircase, it's all for naught because you don't continue to hold the middle area. You're not enabling yourself to find those trades. And although Jintroid was able to find themselves, or again, Yeezy find themselves that opening kill, got themselves trapped. Didn't end up getting the help that they needed once they ended up opening up the A site, if not the rotation needed to be able to lock down that B site. So WestR, again, on offense, I'm going to be interested to see if they do go towards that A hit. That's exactly where the bomb will be going towards. But UT Crew will have the opportunity to get towards the middle of the map first. Will be Rex. It opens up with a couple wall banks. Nothing to find yet.
Jintroid's in a pretty dangerous position. He's holding close to Zig, but he's not going to have any help above. And as he makes the play, he does win the gunfight. But Paul's there to find the immediate trade. So we'll go 3v3. Rex now going to watch over the middle of the map. The bomb is lingering over towards A, but by no means has it committed yet. And Venom will try to clear the staircase and then potentially make his play over to get this planted. And it's going to be down to both Yeezy and Rex. And okay, there's going to be mutual information there. Venom is seeing Yeezy, and similarly so, Yeezy will say, how you doing there, buddy, with a couple of the shoulders. 35 seconds. Need to make a move here if you're WestR.
Gotta try to make a play happen. It might just be through the open staircase. Venom's trying to throw a shoulder. Gravity's going to be here to see Rex is inside a kitchen. That'll be a kill. 25 seconds now remaining. And it seems that they want to make it towards the B hit, but Phantoms, it's open season, but they don't win the gunfight. So now we move to a 1v3. Easy, nothing to showcase for themselves. And WestR string together 3 rounds just on a little bit of a rotation with 30 seconds remaining.
I'm not going to lie, this feels very different and in a forceful way for UT Crew. They have largely just kind of neglected the middle of the map, which I'm sure WestR is sitting there saying, thank you very much, because they're finding plays like this, but it just seems a bit strange that they're not double hitting at all with double SMGs through that middle of the map. That was something that we kind of characterized as being their staple, not just defensively, but also offensively. But so far, Jintroid and Yeezy have largely just been playing individually. So I'm interested to see if that's going to change up at all, because for the time being, these last 3 rounds in a row for WestR has been dictated by who's got control of the middle of the map.
It's really just raid. In a nutshell, again, like you said, WestR are just going to be saying thank you very much. But this time around, UT Crew wanted to play much more in the middle of the map. Yeezy, especially with the 74U in hand. Let's get aggressive with this rock position. This is an offensive round for UT Crew. So this is not only just information, but also looking for a first pick. Zap, more than aware that a player could be here. Wants to go ahead and check the open area, but it's going to be easy for first blood. Almost able to get the second, but Paul with another quick trade, making this 3v3.
And the 1-for-1 just doesn't feel good enough for UT Crew. Jintroid will try to make a play topside. I believe he actually had an M4 in hand trying to make that play.
Yeah,
so he falls, and with that, he drops the bomb. Long-range shots from Phantoms are decent, but there's no need to re-peek that if you're WestR. So a 3v2 situation, and you're feeling like this is going to need to be not necessarily a must-win, but you would like to try to at least get this bomb planted to give yourself a chance at it if you're UT Crew. 26 seconds to go. Into a 2v2. Gravity's on 6 straight, by the way, just casually. Opportunity where if he could find more, streaks would become an immediate conversation point. And there's the time. He gets the first. Tom snaps over to the second. And yep, forced it right into the conversation, Tom. There it is. Streaks should be earned off that, I believe.
Yep, they absolutely should be. At least the artillery strike there. And my God. I mean, just when you have 2 ARs to play with, you run into the main AR of WestR, and he said, hey, how you doing? Here's how the XM4 truly works from a medium-range engagement. What a play from Tom Gravity. Zap kicking their legs up at 0-5. Gravity's over there with 8 straight. He's like, hey, how you doing over here? Middle of the map pressure, joined in by subs now. Gravity's got an XM4. Might as well just be the all-around go-to lifestyle. One fits of many with the XM4. Actually just short of the artillery strike, so one more kill, we'll be able to do it. So Tom's going to put themselves up in top bedroom here for WestR in offensive round. They really have the momentum going for themselves here. UT Crew really trying to stop the bleeding. A round win here might be able to shift it in their favor. They're looking for the middle of the map. No first blood to speak for, though.
Yeah, must win for UT Crew. You got to also make sure that Gravity doesn't earn streaks, because that's easily win condition for WestR looking at a 4-1 tally. Rex continuing to play a little bit of look-see-doodle right through the middle of the map. Gintroid, again, with an AR in hand, is just passively watching this push through Zig. Rex, meanwhile, has found a first blood. It's Paul to drop first, so a 3v4. Another very slow setup here for WestR.
Gintroid's going to be looking for the kill over towards Red with the opening damage, but Zap was coy inside Red, so that's going to be the trade immediately. And Gravity, there we go. There's the kill that they needed. Artillery strike has been earned. Now it's just a kill, if not an assist away from the cruise missile. And the bomb's going to be planted at A as well, with Rex still trying to hold this position. Gravity's looking for the kill, but 2v3 we go with 40 seconds remaining.
UT Crew has to, I think, push through Zig here and work around the back as a collective. You cannot allow WestR just to be pinned up topside bedroom. Venom finds Rex peeking through mid-stairs. Phantom's up top. Doesn't quite see the angle. Here's the slide shell. Gravity falls, but no chance for a second. Nearly a shot punch to come through, but you see from this perspective, the third player is up top, finds the kill. I don't know if that was a team kill at the end or the shot punch that comes through. Regardless, though, so difficult situation made worse as WestR not only put themselves on 5, but they got streaks now to play with.
Yeah, and again, like you said, it's just win condition on top of win condition here. Oh, yeah, no, it was Zap that ended up taking out Venom. Tough scenes. That's when I thought it was going to be a consolation kill. It wasn't. 5-1. WestR, again, when you just talk about this team, they're pretty strong in all 3 game modes. Already talked about for UT Crew's standpoint, you want to be able to take at least a respawn. So I guess now you're just mostly looking towards the control. It's still doable. But again, the win conditions that WestR truly have stacked on, and that's going to have to start for an offensive round. So UT Crew, they're going back to what worked in their opening offense. It's going to be a very brisk hit over towards B. Gravity's going to eat some opening shots. That's going to mean that laundry is more than open for UT Crew.
But you got to make use of this position if you're UT Crew. That's the real key, because even when they were playing BBG and they found themselves in laundry, there really wasn't a lot that they could do with it. Artillery strike's going to come down, and goodness, Rex is able to find shelter at the very last second. And interestingly enough, WestR dropped the streaks, but they don't actually take any more of the map. They just kind of all sat around and hoped that it was going to find kills, and that's not the case. So now one of the biggest threats for WestR to win this game has been completely nullified. And as the bomb is dropped, Zaptius will take a couple of stray shots through the pillars. He's going to come right into the waiting arms of Phantoms, but Phantoms can't finish the kill. He'll know that the flank is going to potentially be the retake play for WestR in this 3v4. Venom finds one. Zap falls. Phantom's able to reposition. Kind of dodging right outside Art. His teammates watching from laundry. Second shell will be there. Paul able to win the gunfight. But now it just comes down to dealing with the players inside laundry. Not going to happen. And UT Crew, they've survived the streak, and they put themselves on 2.
On the information, I mean, at least with the cruise missile, but as far as a retake, it really just comes down to getting Phantoms out of red a little bit earlier, making that flank just a little bit more potent, but you still had to worry about the players inside of laundry, so the map would have been flipped, and you had ARs on both sides, so WestR, as far as a retake is concerned, not exactly the best. And losing Tom very early on over by jungle didn't exactly make it a good start of things, but WestR still up on map point, again, looking to tie up the series. 1 map apiece. Also looking for the B site itself, but just gonna hit through the middle of the map. Good lord, Venom is fast.
Well, Easy needs to come through this backside open and find the double kill. He gets 1 and gets away with his life. So we're 2v2. The bomb has also been dropped over by the B site. Phantoms able to find Paul streaking through kitchen, which I say that out loud and the imagery is not pleasant. Tom will still get this bomb planted at B safely. It's going to come down to him in a 1v2 to try to win this for WestR.
We're supposed to plan it. Tom's going to go bottom driveway and try to clear out all of garage. Now, we have the benefit, again, having the X-ray of the mini-map. But the players for UT Crew, they're doing this in the wise manner. Phantom and Yeez just trying to play for the trade, but not going to be split up here. Yeez, I believe they got the information that Tom is middle of the map. We'll be able to sort out the kill. More than enough time for the defuse. It's going to come through. Now making this 2 rounds in the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, decent opportunity right there for Gravity. I mean, he sets the post plant up for Art, tries to clear some space behind him. He has the ability to freely check either from the side door or from up top, but the problem is Yeezy tried to force the issue. This double you thought for Venom was going to be enough, though, wasn't it? Nice, brilliant shots over the top as Rex lights up the banister, but can't much of a difference because Yeezy, you saw him coming up the pool stairs. He was able to kind of find a way to trade all those eliminations out. So UT Crew extend the map. And again, you don't anticipate that Phantoms will stick on the 74U. He'll probably just get into position and then immediately swap. But we'll take a look to see, will this be an aggressive hit for UT Crew? Looks like they want to try to go, but they're going to wait for some opening nades before they commit. And as they do, Paul watching from a corner, a little bit of a nerd angle there. He finds Yeez and nearly had an opportunity to find Phantoms as well. Jintra looking for the immediate kill trade. Will find the elimination in kitchen and is able to stay alive. So we go 3v3. Venom on the flank. Able to find one more, and WestR with a numbers advantage. It all comes down to Rex in a 1v3.
Keep the map going. Just trying to read the flank. Venom just hits it so fast, just like the previous round. And there they are. Venom just immediately prone. Dear Lord, the twisted inputs from Venom just in that little small endeavor. Rex again. 40 seconds. Got to try to recover the bomb. Has many players in front of him. Finds the first. 1v2. Double chow. It's not going to be good for another. WestR closing out the map 6-3.
If we have a chance here after the play of the round, map number 1 has finally gotten underway for Team Z and Maki. We're getting close to potentially the ending stages there with them, as currently Maki is up 213 to what looks to be 129, and yep, there it is. We'll jump on board with these guys and take a look to see how things are going. Again, just to remind you, if you're a BBG fan, you're rooting for Maki to lose here. And it looks like Hollow has actually earned streaks. So map number 1 going swimmingly for Maki as Hollow is 24-15. He's on 4 in a row again, for crying out loud.
74U in hand, has eyes, and knows at least maybe one player is still over here after flipping the spawns for P3. But again, this is just now the leader's position that you have yourself for Maki. 100 points over Team Z. Again, BBG fans better get a couple of tissues because it's not looking pretty good. And Maki are coming playing pretty stellar Call of Duty, and now in towards the trash hill. Teams that are at least getting the initial time. The kill feed won't go in their favor, but again, how long are you going to be able to hold Hollow back? Because it seems that this is really their map, and they got streaks.
And really nobody playing poorly for Team Z. It's just nobody has significant hardpoint time. If you look over to Maki, all 4 players are over a minute in the hill. And there's only 2 players that are even remotely close to a minute worth of hardpoint time for Team Z. That's largely been the difference maker so far. Although, this trash hill has been pretty decent for Team Z. They found their way to get the majority of this first 30 seconds. 20 seconds to play for. 2-for-2 exchange. Hollow's nade's going to be destroyed by a trophy system, and a good read on the hit coming from the side. And now it's just going to be down to Tay to try to keep things interesting. And, well, he absolutely does that. Finds one elimination, allows Team Z a chance to hit in from the front. But with 8 seconds left to play on this hard point, at least, Maki will get all of that time. And they will be about 10 seconds away from winning this first map.
It's all just coming down to just zoning. You got to keep Maki away from the middle of the map. You got to keep him off of this hill. Is anybody going to read that Jimbo actually got an offset spawn right behind them? So far, really not really good. Kills coming through from both sides of the shipping square. Kente make a play. Is only good for 1. Maki is going to be in possession of this hill. And they're going to be able to close out map number 1.
Well, decent break attempt coming through. Tay needs to go massive, finds one, but the spawns from the back will allow Maki to reinforce, and that will largely be the rest of the map. So, first map over with Maki and Team Z goes 250-178 in favor of Maki. And, you know, we were talking about this when we were running the one match yesterday, when we were watching Higher play up against Team Z, and it's been surprising, right, to see them play as well as they have with the current tally as far as them and their win-loss ratio. But a lot of the work that they've done has only been on a couple of maps, and 2 of those have been either a Crossroads hardpoint or what is more favorable for them, the Garrison hardpoint. up until what we had just recently seen, every single map they've played on Garrison Hardpoint has either been close or largely been wins. That would be the worst loss that they've faced so far. And not a great start overall for Team Z. Again, trying to potentially work their way for what could be a 4-way tie up top for a top 2 slot. They're safe from relegation. We should mention that. But again, they've got the potential of doing more as far as their standings in the table is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and again, if you're a fan of that BBG roster, you are sitting here just being a big Team Z fan because you do not want Maki to win out this series. Because, I mean, if they do, then Maki put themselves just one step closer to not being relegated anymore, and they find themselves in the position to be able to play in that knockout bracket that is just right around the corner. Given that this is their final match within Elite Stage number 1. But I mean, we didn't get to see all of that match, but it just seems that 4-player roster of this Maki roster, again, when you say it all on paper between the 4 of them with Sib, Jimbo, Hollow, and Cell, I mean, that's a very strong roster. But they haven't necessarily had the turnout that we have been expecting, given the split from the teams that we had seen from Cups 1 through 4, and then this team ended up getting formed, and just not the turnout that you would be expecting from the powerful roster. But they seem to be playing pretty strong Call of Duty as far as Respawn is concerned. And when you get the SMGs working in tandem with one another, we've been able to see, at least from an individual standpoint, what those 4 players are able to do.
Well, let's turn our attention and our conversation back over to what is our main focus, which currently is WestR versus UT Crew. Again, it's going to be a 1-1 count in the map series, but we're going over to raid for the control. And let's just put it this way. The control for WestR has been incredible. 5-0. They, on average, beat their opponents by at least 3-1. It's technically 3-0.8. So they're either 3-0ing opponents or 3-1ing them. Very largely, do they not need around 5 to win a match? Pretty incredible stuff. So let's see how things unfold here as we jump on in. It's going to be WestR spawning over towards the offense first. And UT Crew are going to try to immediately meet this resistance over by A, but a little unsuccessful, I would say. As far as how the initial goes, they get essentially full wipe, and you've got WestR in a really good spot.
Just a wee bit, yeah? I mean, UT Crew don't even find a single kill in that opening engagement. No, WestR, I mean, they're just going to stack this zone and just basically got to give this up. Chalk it. UT Crew just try to zone. Get these players inside of laundry. Try to win it. Damn gunfight, for goodness sake. Zone Rex, the only one with the kill. Venom is already in the backside. This is going to open up jungle and... Oh, no.
Not good.
That's a lot of time.
Not good.
That's a lot of lives.
3 kills to speak of. Not good is all we can really say. Gosh, Venom on 4-0. Just being a nuisance in the UT Crew spawn in, well, this is why WestR is a favored control team, I would say. 6-0 for Venom, 5-0 initially for Paul. It's now 7 straight for Venom. Give him number 8, already fully streaked. That will likely be the opening offense and maybe just the map.
That's just gross. Hey, it's just, you can't be doing that. Oh my god, dude. Just Sapti is saying, good help. Getting from Paul from afar, but third tick of progress about to be coming on through. Minute 54 left on the clock, just very casually, by the way. And yeah, you don't even just all right. Yeah, that was that first round. Boy, I tell you, ever since the beginning of the Cold War season here in Challengers, this WestR squad is just something different on control. And their SMG lineup, whether it's Raid, Checkmate, Garrison, I don't care, man. When Moscow was still in the map pool, these SMGs playing through the middle of the map and just finding all of these angles is just so gross.
Nobody touched him.
Mine did too. He's got streaks.
I think he maybe had the bad end of like 2 bullets. The large majority of all those gunfights, he was over 100 HP. So now it's on to UT Crew to try to put together an offense, and they're going to immediately hit B as a full collective 4. Gravity's stun check is actually going to find a lot of information. And as he watches over the top, Semtex will push him back, and now it's on to WestR to make a decision as far as what do they want to do to recapture this B zone. And it's going to be, let's go ahead and just use streaks. That'll get everybody off the point, trying to bend it inside of Tiki. Rex will fall, but Gravity's here by himself still. The full flank is coming out for WestR on the back, but as Yeezy wins the gunfight from the front and Phantom's response to that flank, big opportunity. So, okay, UT Crew, marginal life lead, and that will likely be the B zone completely captured.
It should be the B zone, yeah. You don't have enough players to be able to zone out jungle and spiral, but you're okay with this stack because it's definitely going to be the last stick of progress. But now you're going to be looking for the middle of the map, and Rex is able to find one. A little bit of contestant comes out, Zap, last second, is going to be able to deplete this last tick marginally, but the hits coming through from open staircase. Some UT crew, and although with the life lead, still want to be able to capture this B zone while they're still working on the A.
Not bad. I mean, this kind of reminds me of watching the London Royal Ravens when they were playing on this, or pardon me, Paris Legion when they were playing this map, and you heard Scraps kind of make the call of let's all four hit over towards B, and getting 2 ticks, you say job done, good work. The artillery strike will also be spent here for WestR as they want to try to contest the A zone, but as the kills were not convincing one way or the other, the spawn-ups will allow UT crew to add 60 seconds, and now they've got a minute 48 just to find the last tick of progress at B, and they're already here. That's going to be a back-to-back offensive win.
Yeah, you just stack, and there you go. There's the round. And you got both the streaks out from Venom.
Yeah.
That was a big round for UT crew. Because not only did you were able to answer offense for offense, now given a lot of players all the way up to the professional scene have been saying just how offensive heavy this raid control map can truly be. And but just you can see just how difficult it is once you're able to really get yourself in and off of that first gunfight offensively to then zone away to get yourself a handful of ticks of progress, both on the A and the B zone we've seen from both these teams off the rip. It's just one of those things you got to be a little bit more aware. You got to be able to at least have that trust to be able to hold on towards those win conditions, because now using those streaks earlier on might come back to bite WestR in the rear. Now, they did have a very strong offense, keep in mind, you to start the beginning of the game, where one named Venom were able to streak completely out, when a little pesky 9-2. They're 13-6 right now. WestR again looking for this A zone very early.
And I feel like this is what largely determines what happens on A, this initial SMG battle, which Jintroid is going to take all 3 kills with. So now he can zone the middle of the map. A great start for UT crew defensively. Zap over the top. Wins a gunfight versus Rex that I thought he had no business winning initially, but the push through trying to get a spawn trap in the mix will not necessarily be all that great for UT crew, as they only go 2 for 1. So it's going to be a marginal kind of 50-50 battle. A lot of time off the clock right now. But again, we already know that for the offensive side of things, all it takes is one good set of spawns over towards A, and you can stall the clock, and that's exactly what occurs here.
Yeah, I mean, control on Raid just plays very differently than many other maps. You spawn parallel, so at least you're able to stop the clock when you're able to spawn parallel towards these zones, which you find yourself here. Now, WestR stopping the clock at 54 seconds. Second tick of progress just halfway towards being completed, but the reinforcements from UT crew do come through, but there's those parallel spawns again. Now towards the B zone, looking to play through the middle of the map. Our UT crew want to cut off the reinforcements for WestR.
Yeah, this is a great little kill of the clock here for UT crew. Rex sliding over through pillars, finds himself a double. WestR with Venom pushed through. They're trying to set up some sort of pressure in the spawn for UT crew, and this position will at least force UT crew to continue to spawn top left, but you have to find kills to make those spawns come through, and to be fair, there just haven't been too many of them. And the one moment that they do get a kill, Venom falls immediately afterwards, so there is no spawn trap in play. WestR need to make a desperate hit, and desperate is it. Phantom's an easy, finding more eliminations, and UT crew just have to kill off another 8 seconds worth of time. 3 kills in the feed, though, for WestR will allow them an opportunity to stack towards this A zone and likely force a decision here for UT crew. They've got 3 members, and they're going to go to contest this. At least Easy wanted to. He falls. Phantoms was thinking about it, but really can't make the play with an AR, and now it's going to come down to can UT crew kill off 60 seconds or 8 lives, whichever is more convenient.
Yeah, win conditions on top of win conditions. So now just zoning through the middle of the map. UT crew again, just trying to read where the WestR hit is coming from. Yeezy just barely almost getting out with their life. Won't be able to do so, but you saw Jintroid just being a nuisance over here by Fountain and almost able to get the turnaround on a gravity of a bit of kill to be able to put in the reel for sure, but still not going to be able to be coming on through. Now 38 seconds, Phantom's trying to lock down from the rock, almost able to find a second, but these kills, these trades, they're all good for UT crew. Again, just playing for the lives. Just one respawn that's remaining for WestR.
And only 30 seconds for WestR. They have to essentially cleanly wipe right here and then potentially once more. But they only have 3 lives to do that. And now just down to 2. Make it 1. And likely make it none here in a second. There we go. Very cadence-filled was that kill feed. Love that. UT crew now go up 2-1. And now it turns over to WestR. Can they put together a convincing defense in round 4?
Yes, I mean, that pace that we ended up seeing from the SMG lineup, well, really just from everybody from WestR in their opening offense, was able to get met quite kindly coming out from UT crew in that previous defense. I mean, again, we saw it on the Crossroads strike hardpoint between Jintroid and Yeezy, the work that they were able to at least do. Joined with the likes of Rex and Phantoms, locking down lanes with the XM4, was really able to meet the pace that Venom Zap, Gravity, and Paul all wanted a set for WestR, but now really have themselves a good opportunity. UT Crew, they can have another strong offense. They could really close out the map here and get momentum in their favor. They find the opening kill inside Tiki, so 3 players are able to stack on B.
It comes down to the timing right here for Zap. He's going to try to have to clinch this play up, but Rex will make sure that he's not able to get there. So now it's going to have to be from the back. Gravity sliding forward. Big gunfight win for him. And another unbelievable 3-man feed. Rex also falls. And again, UT Crew to spawn on top of the A zone. And so they say, job done. We got 2 ticks of progress at B. We spawn up by A. We're forcing WestR to have to rotate over. Can they be convincing on this rotation? The answer so far, no. The only player to survive this frenzy is Paul, and he really can't contest the A zone. 3rd tick of progress on the way, and Jintroid is sneaking behind onto B. Zapped is caught out in the middle of the map. He will fall. Opportunity for Jintroid to zone the spawns or stack for this tick of progress with Rex onto B, and UT Crew are gonna stack. Gravity, big once more, finds a single elimination, but needs to get a second as Jintroid is still alive on the hard point. He will eventually fall, but a little bit too close for comfort there for WestR as they try to set up their defense.
A little bit of breath of fresh air here if you are WestR, now looking for the setup here. It's just 1 tick of progress, 2 minutes. That's the win conditions for UT Crew. The lives are what WestR are mostly looking at, just to zone out, be able to find these kills would be massive, but Venom, 1v2, not gonna be able to go in their favor, but the crossfire is gonna be good through the middle of the map. Now Phantoms is able to find Paul. This could open up this B zone, but the reinforcements for WestR are not too far away. I'm gonna be able to touch it for the time being, but are you gonna be able to win the gunfights, UT Crew?
Rex coming to the pool. Long-range shots versus Paul. Not going to win it, but Jintroid is able to free some space to move forward. Again, stalling the clock and making progress. Forcing Paul to make a challenge. Zap was there to pinch. And they will not successfully retake the zone. Help was good, but not good enough. And UT Crew hand WestR their first control loss in the Challengers Elite Series. And with that, they go up to one of the maps.
It's raid hardpoint too. And you just got on 100-point clubbing, probably the best respawn team that we have here in North America. Oh boy, Shift. This is really this is shaking up things here, man. I mean, I'm getting antsy over here to be able to see what's going to end up happening with the 2nd place and potentially even the 7th, because we're getting told by our second observer as well is that Mocky are currently 2-0 up on the Miami Search and Destroy over Team Zed after winning 250 to 178 on their Garrison hardpoint. This day is getting insane. We're going to hop immediately on board with that, too, to be able to see how it unfolds. It's 2-1 currently. Offensive side for Team Zed. It's actually just going to be Dens left in a 1v3. I'd like to think that this is probably going to go in Maki's favor. It absolutely will, but my God, here, Shift. This day is getting insane.
Yeah, and I think there may be a bit of a flip up here as far as the colors are concerned. The names are correct positionally, but the colors are a bit backwards. So consider Team Zed in the red and blue and Maki in the blue and red. That makes any sense whatsoever. Or just look for Zed, as he, of course, is the namesake of his team. He's 7-3, by the way. And that's not good enough for a tight search so far. So something will have to change here for Team Zed. There will be on the offense here. And it's going to be Zed by himself towards B. The rest of the squad will be making their way over towards an eventual A hit. And for Maki's defense, it's a 3-1 split. The 3 heavily stacked over towards the B site.
Yeah, I love just the transition of Miami Search and Destroy. How many teams are actually more comfortable going over towards A? And Team Z just might be the able to team to do. I mean, Jerd playing AR for quite some time. Also has the bomb in hand. It's going to be tough. There's no player immediately throwing shots from the top visitors building, so Jerd is able to work their way over towards the bomb site. They're going to drop the plant. No, they can't quite yet. They know that Sib is close.
Zed does fall over by B. That's going to free up some space here for Maki's defense to full stack one direction or the other. Jerd, I don't think his position... Okay, now it has to say... I don't know if Sib fully caught him, but in the same breath, he takes a couple of shots to suggest the opposite. 30 seconds to play, and Jerd with the bomb, he does find a nice kill on his cells, but there are still a lot of defensive pressure here. You've got number 6 in the middle of the map. That's going to be Jimbo. He's trying to free space to make sure there's no safe post plant set up. But you've got Tay over watching from the catamaran. And you've got Dens watching over the top through what was the hotel balcony. But here comes the retake attempt. Jimbo good for the first. Trying to contain the space. Needing to find a way forward. Sid finds another. And now it's just down to Dens. Not a great situation. He doesn't really have a true angle at this bomb. And as Jimbo and Sim come through, he finds the first. Jimbo, what's the play? Den's down to 38 HP. You're going to take the challenge, able to tag him through what looked to be some woodwork, and now he's got to stick for a defuse. Den's regen will come out as he takes the peak. Should be an easy elimination, and it will be. Big clutch up round there is, again, reverse the names in your head. It's a 3-2 in favor of Maki.
2 Krigs, 2 XM4s coming out there for Team Z. And again, I mean, if you're wanting to take the A zone, remember, no smokes, no snipers, and search and destroy, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to be able to make it work with ARs, baby. And that's exactly you're going to be able to see it come on through. So, I mean, Team Z be able to at least lock things down with their nerdy angles in tow, just slow rolling their way towards the A site, just zone away Maki. They're able to find themselves a grand full of kills, and it's going to be good enough for an offensive round, making this a one-round affair between these two teams.
Supposed to be a full B stack this time around for Maki. Cells will be the only member not really fully a part of this as he's watching the middle of the map, and Hollow will actually make sure there's no push through as well. So it will be a little bit more passive, just searching for information. And maybe an opportunity for that information, but I was about to say, through the middle of the map is where Dens finds first blood. Jerd hiding underneath the staircase. He is really tightly covered, and oh boy. Gets the elimination, almost turns around for Sib, but Zeb is there to help, so now it's just down to Cells for what would need to be a 1v3 situation, and it's not looking all that great for him, though the Semtex does connect. He's got no bomb to work with, though. So yes, he's got time, but again, not a lot of space to work with is the big problem.
A lot of corners to be cognizant of when you're working through Miami, and who knows that at least one player is going to be top visitors. That's going to be Dens. That's Cells' position, given up that they are on the main street. And, well, now you're just going to be looking for a couple kills here. There's just no way that you find this round 3 kills plus the bomb plant. Zed's going to come around for the pinch. He's going to be able to clean things up and be able to tie things up. Our Team Zed, 2 rounds in a row here, 3 apiece. And this Maki roster, again, we spoke in high praise, specifically for Sib and Jimbo, when they were playing with UT crew actually in past, how good they really are on this map, and through explosive nature throughout from top purple and in piano with the SMG presence. But again, the nature of Miami and its ebb and flow has really transitioned ever since no snipers have been in play, and ARs have really come out to really lock things down. That little SMG play is just not going to be able to come on through, given that you could have an AR over inside the dumpster, just locking down that lane from range. So Maki really having a struggle here with Team Z and playing for the information. Maki looking for this A site for an offensive hit.
Again, just one lurker of Rex, who's just kind of holding on to any further rotations through the B site defensively. So everything retake-wise for the side of Maki would have to be passive. Civ, I believe, reads, yeah, he sure does read a bunch of information. He's backing away, trying to play his life from the high ground. Jerd down low, goodness. Nearly an opportunity for him, but Civ is able to get the regen off. Help is on the way. Hollow is currently here, and Cells is working long side through the lifeguard tower over by the beachfront. He's going to have a pretty solid angle at players that are trying to hit the side staircase, but Civ wants to make sure it stays safe. Bomb has not made a play forward as of yet as we continue in this 4v4. Now, finally, Jerd will move forward. Hollow able to find the elimination on the cross. That's the bomb carrier down. 20 seconds to play. Sib looking to get aggressive, just trying to get a lay of the land, and we'll recognize that, yes, there are still players nearby. Dens from the curve is able to find 1 kill, but he will be Semtexed out. And now it's really just down to Tay. Can he even get to this bomb and plant? And the answer is going to be no time on the clock. And we will get a break of this 3-3 tie, favoring that of Maki as they go up 4-3.
Yeah, once you lose the bomb carrier, once they're on top of that site, and you're just already sub 30 seconds, that's more than likely going to be a good round because the defensive team, they just have to check it every so often, and they just deny that entire nature, and Maki just continue to push on forward, just trying to snuff out the pressure, and there's that well-placed Semtex there onto Dens via Jimbo. But was it going to be the Semtex? It was probably going to be the 74U, because damn, were they close to just running down Dens at that moment in time. But again, even trading round for round is going to start favoring Maki at the end of it all, given where they're currently standing at kills for kills. It ends up going towards a defensive round, which so far has been pretty darn good for them. Gonna have to see if they can try to have a good offense and put themselves up on map point, given that they are 1 map up over Team Z.
Yeah.
Remember, this is just a big series for Maki altogether. They're really coming out all guns a-blazing on that Garrison hardpoint to be able to win out this series and inch their way closer towards that knockout bracket.
All right, well, Jimbo with the bomb is going to try to get to A immediately, and he actually sees the backside of Tay for a second, but I don't believe that information is fully mutual. The bomb will get planted, but in the exchange, Tay is able to find the first blood. But now Jimbo can contest. As he's making his way to the visitor center, comes right behind Tay, finds the kill, stays alive with 2 HP. Unbelievable finesse. And now Jimbo, topside visitor center, hoping to sneak in the windows, but will not be allowed. It's a 2-for-1 exchange in the kill feed. Everything comes down to Cells. He should have a look to block this post plant. And he will take a couple of shots. Does he bring Zed up close? He does! Wins the gunfight, 1v1. And not a lot of time here. Jerd has to find the elimination. Cells will just stay down. Knows that he can safely check unless the Semtex gets the kill! Are you kidding me? There's going to be enough time here, and Jerd will successfully defuse the situation and the bomb. Unbelievable luck, maybe, or just Tom Brady's right arm. One of the two.
I don't know, man. I mean, Semtex almost touched the skybox. Just the way that he arced it. Knew that he got a couple tags on Cells and just immediately placed it on the backside of the party boat. Was able to lock down that kill. And, oh, man, I really thought that was going to be Maki's point to be able to put themselves up on map point, but just not going to be the light of day. I mean, what a beautiful Semtex coming out there from Jerd at the end. But we got ourselves a really good search and destroy here between these two teams. Again, it's all on the line for Maki. BBG probably really running out of fingernails and cuticles all in between at this point, watching this search and destroy in the series so far. Still, teams had a lot of work to still do. It's going to have to be an offensive round, and through the previous ones, not so good for this Maki roster. A lot of A attempts not necessarily coming in their favor. It's really just all came down to Sib to put themselves in a position to be able to read this. They won't be, and 3 players for Maki, or for Maki, for Team Z rather, actually break all the way through, so they're going to be able to quickly plant this on A.
Well, Sib does well to find the first kill, but he's completely by himself. And so now it's going to be down to who rotates better, really. It's a 4v3 situation in favor of the defense, but do they have the time to make this play come through is the real question. Cells long-range shots can't take down Tay, down to 23 to play. And again, Team Z's defense is in a really interesting position here. Or pardon me, I got my colors backed up. I'm totally confused. I'm sorry.
I did it when they were planting. Sorry.
So it's actually Team Z in the post-plant situation. This is a 2v4 situation overall that gets opened up, but Den's watching from curve is in a really safe spot to watch over the top. So it will be Den's winning out this round for his squad, and that will put Team Z now on map point.
Multiple rounds coming through for Team Z, putting themselves up on map point. They would really love to tie up the series ahead of that control. Again, I don't know what that control map would be, so I can't even speculate to which team would feel more comfortable on it, but still, doesn't really matter here when it just comes down to Team Z. Both these teams really have a lot to play for. Team Z looking for that second place. Maki looking for 6th place. Really want to get out of the relegation area. Would be in a good spot for such decorated players. You would think would do pretty well. Once again, you just look at from top to bottom, Hollow, Jimbo, Cells, and Sib, but worse for wear coming through from Elite stage number 1, offensive side here for side of Maki. Bomb being carried by Jimbo has actually isolated themselves over by the BS&D site. A little bit of a spread for Maki as a whole. They're looking for information before they execute towards this site, but given where Jimbo's located at here, Shift, this is probably going to be the site that they more or less commit to.
Small update as far as the UT crew and WestR matchup currently ongoing at the raid hardpoint. WestR is currently up right now, about 230 to 128, so it's looking like they should be able to close that match out no problem. But back into this one as they're again trying to determine who's going to be able to take the advantage or potentially tie with this map number 2 search. Again, a very big one here where Maki, if they can win it, they would put BBG in relegation and themselves into the knockout bracket. Jimbo, Hollow trying to work together. They push forward. They take down Zed, and Hollow gets the second on a Jerd. Opportunity maybe for the third off screen, but no. He will be taken down, and on the transition, Tay has also found elimination, but again, watching that was Cells. So it'll be a 2v1 where Dens needs to make a play. And an update, 250-151 the final for WestR. We'll send that to a map 5 matchup overall.
Dens just has so much space that they have to be aware of and try to clear out. Jimbo's prone inside of Laundry. And you also got Cells that they're up towards the bar side. Dens will read a couple shots coming from from behind. Just not enough time to be able to find those 2 kills plus the defuse. So setting into a round 11 between these two teams. Again, a very big one that we have on our screen here and on for our main focus between WestR and UT Crew. That's about to be going towards a Miami search and destroy. And much like how this one's being played out here, it's just really coming down to a lot of highlight plays that's going to come through from either XM4s, Crick 6s. Not a lot of openings anymore for 74Us to try to work your way inside that B site, given that you don't have a smoke to work your entry or try to clear your exit. You get to see that in fine form through many different rounds. So it's actually going to end up being Team Z on the offense here. Maki will be set up for a defensive side. 2-2 split here for the offensive team of Team Z. Looking to tie up the series here, one apiece, wanting this B site itself. And Jim was actually posted up pretty aggressively.
This needs to be a 1-for-1 exchange for Jimbo. He gets checked. Jerd taken down low. Jimbo trying to get away, but again, Zed was there watching. So it needed to be a 1-for-1 at least for Jimbo. It's not. So an opportunity now for Team Z with numbers to potentially work their way forward. But how about this call? 50 seconds on the clock, and they're going to rotate Jerd away from B and try to play over to A. Defensively, Sib is the only member that's there, but Hollow is technically watching that cross. Just comes down to, will he catch any timing seeing any of this play? And the answer seems to be no. So now it's just down to Sib. Shoulder check from Jerd. Sib's able to back away, keep his life. Can he get any help from Hollow? Here it comes. And now you're down to 27 seconds. If you're Team Z, you've got to make a play. You've got to come forward. And they don't really largely have a lot of map position to make this happen. Sib up top does drop. Jerd has to stick for the plant. Hollow can't find the kill in the cross. Shots into Dens to stall the rotation, but the bomb's going to be planted meanwhile.
Tate's going to go down. Cells, last player remaining here for Maki to go up 2-1 in this series. And it's just not very doable, not in a post-plant situation, not with all these angles being locked all the way down. Just the last handful of seconds, but Cells is going to have to give it one good old try. He's going to do it from the balcony side.
Be a 1v3. Okay.
Hey
Information from Zed. Hello. And yeah, no time here. Not going to find the elimination. So Team Zed, they take the search and destroy. So that'll be a round 11 win. That ties up that match series 1-1. So we've got a 1-1 tie between Team Zed and Maki and a 2-2 map count tie between WestR and UT Crew. Coming up for that WestR UT Crew matchup will be the Miami search and destroy. So we'll go from one Miami to another. We'll just kind of change out which teams are playing.
Yeah, and again, it's just between both the matchups that we have on screen or on the docket for us at this current juncture of time shift are just really big ones. Again, can't not stress that when it comes down to just it's almost like a championship moment. And again, you're just mostly either playing for either being relegated or not for Maki, and it seems that the respawn really seemed to be firing off on all cylinders. And even before we hopped inside that search and destroy, it really seems to be, at least that the ARs and SMGs are working a lot better with one another than we have seen in previous cups and in the early stages of Elite, given that they are only 1-5. But between this WestR and UT Crew matchup, again, UT Crew only a 3-2 at this current point in time, really have a good moment for themselves to be able to work their way towards that second place, not even have to worry about the knockout bracket. And that would be a massive part for themselves. They've been able to showcase their ability to be able to bounce on back again. It was a slappening that BBG had really brought upon for UT Crew to start off the broadcast for ourselves here on this community stream, but still they were able to at least feel very good about themselves. 100-point clubbing this WestR roster, 250 to 75 on that Crossroads strike hard point, and now find themselves here in this Miami search and destroy. And I think that this is mostly going to come down to the AR lineup. And ever since this UT Crew roster of Rex and Phantoms have split up between Jimbo and Sib, and you had Rex pick up the XM4 between Phantoms and themselves, it's been absolutely amazing to be able to see. It's going to come down to be able to have said presence if you want to have a strong Miami search and destroy. Same thing that we just saw coming out from Team Z.
We'll find out. Looks like our game is about to get going, though, for us. So, again, jumping into this map 5, WestR, they win. They've largely secured themselves a top 2 position and into the playoff bracket. If they lose, there's still some work to be done here. And UT Crew's hopes of maybe foiling Subliners and WestR top 2 is very much so still alive, even though they did lose to BBG. So a lot on the line here for map number 5. And historically, if you just want some of that background statistics on both of these teams when it comes to the Miami search and destroy, well, both teams have played it 3 times. Both teams 2-1 on the map. So take from that what you will.
Yeah, it's just one of those things too. Again, just WestR through every single map mode combo before snipers were GA'd, before the AK-47 was GA'd, even when the MP5 was still being played. I don't really care. This WestR roster has just been good in all 3 game modes, but a lot of dents in the armor. They started off hot and heavy at the beginning of the season. Teams are really starting to catch on. This is one of those teams, UT Crew, looking for a win here on this Miami Search and Destroy. Would be a big upset, and then they would be able to inch their way towards that second place.
Very quick bomb plant for Yeezy, and he gets out of dodge. Good help from afar from not just Rex, but also Jintroid, who's playing the Catamaran. And watch out for Phantoms on the flank. He's also foiling any rotation. Don't know if he really needs to find out any action, though, because Venom is caught in no man's land, and it just comes down to who sees him first. So quick action towards A leads to a UT Crew win on their opening offense, and that's blink and you miss it fashion. That's just pure aggression.
It really comes down to timing. I mean, if it's not opening shots and inching your way across the sands, it just comes down to timing, not getting those tracers thrown your way once you're by the boat, and then you find yourself over by the staircase right in front of the site where Rex was playing from, and it gives you all of these beautiful angles, especially with the ARs, Crick 6, XM4 in hand, to be able to lock things down. Rex with 3 in that opening round, by the way. WestR just couldn't rotate over nor find the angles needed to be able to find the kills, and that quick plant just really sends sweat down your back when you're the team that's trying to retake that site, given the positions that you have to try to work your way through. But WestR know how fast that they like to play. There's submachine guns or ARs. If it's not one, it's the other. Going to be looking for the A site themselves. It's going to be Paul X, of course it is, looking through the middle of the map itself.
2-2 split defensively. Bomb for WestR, leaning towards an A hit. Venom will clear the way. Zapti is following behind him. Phantom's here defensively. Has been scouted. We'll throw some shots back, and oh, goodness. Flirting with death there, as the Semtex was right in front of his feet, but as he backs up, it's Gravity and Paul that find the first 2 kills, leaving Phantoms by himself. Yeezy, middle of the map, will find 1 elimination. Needs a finesse for the second, nearly does. But Paul will keep the numbers advantage for WestR, and as Zap tries to plant, it just comes down to Phantoms. Finds the first, nearly has a chance for the second, and Zap will go into shoulder mode as Paul watches from afar. The beamer from Phantoms, nearly good enough, but doesn't get the kill, and we'll go 1-1.
Yeah, the information was already given once you ended up having the 2 players for WestR working their way across the sands. Once Phantoms ended up seeing those players working their way over towards the site, that's more than enough information. You know that they're committing over towards A. The biggest problem was that you had the AR lineup of WestR, 1 inside of balcony, 1 over by the bend, right over on the other side of pool, just locking down the rotation. They find 2 early kills, and now you're just playing from a disadvantage going on forward. UT Crew almost able to find the kills needed, especially there at the end. Phantoms almost able to double on down. Would have been a beautiful sight. Be able to go on home with themselves, but UT Crew looking for another offensive round. It's going to be player number 4, actually. Phantoms just trying to lock down this opening first kill, but it will be Rex. Finally gets the last laugh. Knocks Venom's block clean off.
Sounds like my night's out, coming home by myself. Well, Detroit in the situation here, 4v3. Plenty of time to work with. It's all too relatable, isn't it, Proper?
It really is. Pain.
It's going to be down to this rotation for UT. They're going to go over to B. This has been really cheeky of them. It's going to be a last-second hit. The defense will not be able to freely rotate because Rex, at least he was watching the cross, but he gives it up. And just as he does, WestR rotate in. So now it's going to be down to how long can Paul stall here. Zap is ready to jump this wall. There he goes. There's the information. Comes on in for 1. Can't get the second. 19 seconds to play. Easy gets onto the bomb site. And he's going to immediately stick for the plant. Rotations for both as you're going to have Dylan hitting through the middle of the map. Gravity is here with Paul, but these are both of your AR players. It's going to be hard for them to work their way in. And Phantoms from one side able to find the second kill that you saw off screen.
Woo! Again, you can fit about 5 Crossroads strikes inside this Miami map, baby. I tell you, those rotations are not an easy one. And I mean, once you do commit towards a site like that, that is just so much blind trust. Again, Yeezy had to hop on towards the plant. I mean, they only maybe had like 10 seconds to maybe play with it. Maybe they could have helped out finding that kill over towards Paul earlier, but still, the blind trust to know that your teammates are going to find the trade or slide chow for each other to be able to deal with that player, that AR, that is down towards that alley and on that dumpster. It is so tough to be able to deal with, but wonderfully executed there for UT Crew, finding themselves the lead by a single round. WestR going back towards this A site. Keep in mind, you, Paul, with an aggressive angle on the other side of this bend, waiting for the players to try to rotate on over. Phantom's going to need a couple bullets, but going to be able to get out for the time being.
Cheeky spot from Yeezy. Hello, sir. Oh, he didn't want to play for the second, wanted to get away. Not going to be allowed to. I think if Yeezy were to have that situation back, he would probably just hold down the trigger and see if his teammates from above can keep him safe. But it will be a 2-for-1 exchange. Now everything comes down just to Rex for a 1v2. He's in a decent position to maybe read this play. Gravity takes a lot of damage, but stays alive. I think he also saw Venom slide Chow's over. Trophy system keeps the Semtex safe, and Venom's actually going to stick for this plant. Gravity changing the angle will catch Rex completely off guard, and the 2-for-1 will be good for WestR as they tie up this map 2-2.
Yeah, really wise call again coming out from Tom Gravity. I mean, you just, once you know that Rex has your position, there's just so many others that you can end up just taking for yourself, and Gravity just immediately just transitions themselves, tries to keep Venom alive while they go for the plant. Really tough position to be in for Rex. Very competitive search to destroy, and how can you not be entertaining here for North American Challengers? Again, this is just such a big match again for UT Crew. A map 5 barn burner versus arguably the best, given how Elite has gone so far for North American Challengers in this WestR roster. Really been tested a handful of times so far ever since their four cup victories in a row with Gravity for first blood. Fun, easy. It's going to slow up the offense for UT Crew severely.
Look, it's weird to have a team that wins 4 straight cups, and then in 5 and 6, they don't even make the top 8. It's been a weird little polarity kind of existing in North American Challengers. Venom, angle onto Jintroid, gets the win. Rex not in a position to find the trade as him and Phantoms are in a 2v4 situation. No bomb in hand. Rex will resolve one of those problems. Also knows that Venom is stuck inside this staircase at the moment. Semtex should flush him out. It will. Paul looking for the trade. Not going to be able to get it. Rex to the pistol. It's going to be a little bit of help here. And Paul's saying, I won't want to be patient. He wants to take the challenge and ring around the rosy. Rex is able to allow Phantoms to come help. And this is a 2v4 now made a 2v1. Zapsy is going to hit through the backside of Garage. His timing may be incredible, but he doesn't find the damage to kill Rex, who will get the bomb planted.
Not going to try to reposition themselves through Piano in top purple. What's the post plant looking like here, boys, for Rex and Phantoms, the AR duo of UT Crew? Now Zap looking for the alleyway. Phantoms going for the challenge. Going to be able to find the first, making this 1v1.
Zap has to be the one to move first here. Rex is going to play the post plant through Piano. Oh boy, has he seen him here? Maybe he's gonna re-wrap through the jump wall. I think his teammates just called out Zap. Yeah, he did make the play through back alley. Rex, he's just gonna double check, make sure no one's on it. He can cut this whole play. Not a lot of time. Zap has to win the 1v1, but it's Rex with the first couple of shots and a 2v4. Successful round for UT Crew fighting against the odds. And my goodness, did Rex have his Air Jordans on because he was zooming around at 1 HP. Unbelievable.
Hey, Usain Bolt, come and get your man's game. He just came sprinting around that laundry van. Just good help. Ended up coming through again from the AR lineup between Rex and Phantoms. 9 and 2 for Rex, by the way. Just goodness me. Played that so well. And around that WestR arguably should have had for themselves. Just Paul couldn't lock down the kill before the help came through. Now looking to tie things back up 3-piece here. It's going to be another A-hit looking like for WestR. Now, again, they have more than enough time for a rotation to come on through, but given how the middle of the map has been going and Jintroid fighting Paul for first blood, that rotation is going to be a difficult one.
And Phantoms up top. He could scout out, make sure no one's going to play the catamaran. The only angle he cannot see is this tight one right through the stone wall. And depending on the timing, Zap, I think maybe would have had an opportunity, but he gives up the top side of Visitor Center. So now it's down to Venom. He's going to try to play up close. Phantom's re-wrapping to go back up top. Still not seeing anything, but he's missed information completely. But look at UT Crew's post-plant setup, potentially. They've got 3 members in and around the curve. And the only opportunity here for WestR to sneak around this is to do just that. Sneak around this and go to the backside of B. And boy, they may have just made that call.
Gravity's going to fall. That's the rotation from the balcony. And Zap's got to make a play here. I mean, you got to try to plant this bomb and You're going to be out here on your lonesome. Venom is able to find Phantoms. This can actually catch the defense off guard, but the bomb's going to be planted at B, so the information is going to be mutual. Yeez is going to try to pop out from top bar. The bomb's going to get planted, and now you can just absolutely stick it at, yeah, that rotation from Yeez, or from Venom rather, is quite a long one, and they lose their life anyway, so WestR unsuccessful, and what seemed like a very good play. I mean, I honestly thought that was about to be UT Crew just full on bolting over towards the A site, but they stay strong. One comes back over to check the B site, thinking that something fishy was afoot, and now they find themselves 2 rounds up.
Small update as far as what's happening on our other stream between Mocky and Team Z, who are currently tied 1-1 of the map count. They're in a Garrison control, of which Team Z, it looks like they're about to put it away. They're up 2-0, about 13 seconds left overall in the 3rd round, and they are on defense. And it looks like that should indeed be the case. So that looks like it will be a 3-0 in favor of Team Z. But again, we're keeping our focus here with what's happening with UT Crew overall, as they are in a pretty prime position here as well to try and, again, put this all away. Map 5. Venom, AR in hand. He's going to see a handful of players, doesn't get a single kill, though. So now UT Crew have pushed forward. Paul sitting backside. Dumpster is going to be challenged by Easy. Easy finish kill there. And UT Crew will get the bomb down, and it's another 4v2 situation, but this time it is favoring UT Crew.
Gravity from top purple is able to find at least one, and the pinch from Zap was coming from the alleyway, is just unsuccessful, and there's the immediate trade coming out from the garage, and up on map point here for UT Crew, and I mean, we can call it an upset because this would absolutely be one between UT Crew and for WestR. I mean, the last documented time that these two teams faced off against each other was back, like, what was it, like cup number 3? And it was WestR that was able to come out on top of it, and that was the UT Crew that still had Sib and Jimbo on it. But even still, UT Crew, with the win right here, right now, going to be able to put themselves so much closer towards that 2nd position, given how the rest of the day might unfold for Subliners Academy. I mean, WestR, hey, this is just so... The last time we haven't really seen them lose like this on a search and destroy since they lost top 16 to Slam back in cup number 5.
Yeah. Or to KC Pioneers this last time around.
That's true, too.
Yeah. Jintroid up top. I think he sees a shoulder from Zap. I don't know if he sees Venom as well. Kind of hard to tell with the X-ray. Team Z has closed out the 3-0 in the Garrison control, so they're up 2-1 over Maki in that best of 5, which we'll find the conclusion of after we get through this Miami Search and Destroy. And a big round here for WestR, and they're going to get trapped here before too long. You've got Yeezy on a long play. Rex finds 1 elimination, but can't do much more beyond that. We go 3v3, but again, Yeezy on this flank could completely foil WestR's rotation away. They have to commit.
It's going to blow it up. Yeezy is just sprinting for their life. Phantoms over the wall. Can't find the first kill on the Zap. Bomb's going to get planted here, but here comes Yeezy on the flank. Blows it wide open, finds 2. And now it's just up to Paul. 1v1 versus Yeezy. Has no choice, has to plant the bomb.
But Paul's reading this. He knows that Yeezy's going to re-wrap around. He never full challenge something. I don't even play the game all that much, but I can tell you how Yeezy's going to play this. And Paul is very aware of this situation. Now the 1v1, he gets the gun up, but no! Yeezy takes him down 5 in a row for the kid. And that'll be a map 5 winner, 6-2. And UT Crew's hopes of potentially fighting for a top 2 spot are still alive.
Wow. Wow. The narratives on the final day of a round-robin play. Just keep on getting juicier here, Alan. Big game from UT Crew. Again, from the kid Yeezy. This flank, we were talking about it in that final round. Just blew it wide open. No one read that Yeezy was not accounted for. Didn't come over the pop-up wall. That was Phantoms. Immediately taken down. Coming from the Riverwalk. No one expected them. Was able to find 2 kills. And WestR just can't seem to get things going again. When it came down to this UT Crew roster, how many times are we just going to talk about it? That this was what they were missing versus that Built by Gamers roster at the beginning of the day. Was that presence, the ability to be able to dictate the pace versus a very fast-oriented team. Built by Gamers was the warm-up, you would think, but WestR, they just couldn't keep up with the SMG lineup. In Rex, what did he go, like 13-5 or something like that at the Miami Search and Destroy? Something you can absolutely write home about, and that's something UT Crew are going to have to try to play with, because towards the end of the day, they got through probably one of the biggest beasts of North America challengers, but they got to get through another because they got Subliners Academy on the horizon.
That's a tough opponent, to be sure, but hey, you've done one of the dirty jobs so far. I mean, wow. There's so many things that are coming down to the to the wire here. Just the final wire. I mean, I don't think we could have asked for a better start as far as how the elite season is going so far in both of the regions. But again, as we were mentioning, just to kind of keep tally on what's happening elsewhere, Team Z, Maki. After Team Z find themselves a 3-0 on the Garrison control, it looks like we may be going to a raid hardpoint next for them overall. So I don't know if we have a chance to full recap over the best of 5 map series. You may have already done. My eyes are going everywhere. Just trying to keep up with all the action that's happening right now. But a very interesting best of 5 between WestR and UT Crew. The 75-50 stomping at the hands of UT Crew and the Crossroads hardpoint. We split the difference as far as how the raid went. Search and Destroy went the way of WestR 6-3. Control went the way of UT Crew 3-1. And then we didn't get a chance to see it, but the map 4 raid hardpoint was a 250-151. And then, of course, we just saw the 6-5 round 11 win in favor of the side of UT Crew. Wait, was it 6-5 or 6-2? I had 6-2.
It was 6-2. 6-2. Yes.
Okay.
The two is backwards on the screen.
Like 4 rounds there, did I?
He just got so drunk off the search and destroy. Shift was over in the tiki bar the entire time, just waiting for the A hits to come on.
Having one of those nights out that I come home by myself.
Yeah, but I mean, again, that's just such a big win because I mean, WestR, they do have Team Z towards the tail end of the evening, and again, just to push the narrative that much further. I mean, what if Team Z just ended up beating WestR as well, and that shakes up the second place that much more, you know? And then if Team Z end up winning while also losing to Maki, which could also just be very, very possible, given even though that they are up one map inside of their best of 5 series. Because I mean, once we saw that Maki hardpoint on the Garrison, the SMG lineup really working in tandem with one another can really shake things up towards the end of the evening for the matchups that these teams still have to play.
Yeah. The map number 4 between Team Z and Maki is loading up. It's a raid hard point, so we'll jump on over and watch how this one kind of unfolds for these two squads. A must win here for Maki, not just on the map to stay alive, but also they need to win this full best of 5 series if they want to avoid relegation here. Team Z, as they make their opening approach towards the first hard point, looking pretty solid. Jordan middle map, lots of damage, but no kills to speak of as of yet. Jimbo and Sib staying alive and making sure that Maki is able to stay competitive through the first hill.
Yeah, again, it's not necessarily always just trying to keep a player on the hard point here for Maki. You want to zone away the hit that's coming through right now for Team Z. They just stack it through the middle of the map. Absolutely just run over that player defensively for Maki. They get themselves inside a kitchen, but you got to worry about the players in the backside of laundry and over by tiles. Unsuccessful in doing so, but Maki are feeling comfortable. Now, you still got 18 seconds left on P1, which they will soak up, and you're still holding on towards the P2 spawns, given that Den's just spawned over by Garage.
See how things kind of go as far as this rotation is concerned. Opportunity for Sib to cut things in the middle of the map, but does not win the first gunfight. So now it turns to the attention of both Jimbo and Cells from the back. They do well to find individual kills, and they do clean everything up. So, okay, good rotation here for Maki. In position to hold the spawns and the hard point time. And you also have Hollow, who's mid-map, to cut off any rotations from the front. So if you're Maki, you should recognize this play could only come through basketball, which it currently is, and, well, they have dealt with it accordingly. Cells is on 5 in a row, Hollow on 4 straight, and an opportunity here to where they can really just take over this map with one good rotation. 30 seconds to play for, and there's barely any kills to speak of for Team Z. 0-6 for Z himself, 1-6 for Dens. Not a great start.
But a great start for Cells. 6-0, by the way. 6-3 for Sib. Cells probably flirting with streaks, actually. We can just go ahead and check on their perspective. Player number 7 on the minimap. I know that they're just sitting there inside the hill, but still, very strong. First go ahead of things here for Maki. Yeah, they are just a hair away from this artillery strike. Just a sneeze and away from getting that online, and that could really come in handy after this break if it's successful inside the Garage Hill. I mean, Team Z, they do have the initial setup, but they can't really zone away players. I mean, Tay actually finds a very big kill that's on the Cells inside of Art, but the hit coming through from Hollow is just going to be all the more better. And with Cells going down as well, I don't think they earned the artillery strike at least shift. I could be wrong.
It's close. That's kind of the only thing I can say. It's going to be pretty close. But regardless, do you even need it? I mean, you're up 100 points early. This back 30 is looking pretty good for you. Team Zed have, again, no one doing much of anything outside of Tay. He's 6-5. You've got 2 players at 4-8, one at 2-8. I mean, what's there to say? 9-1 for Cells overall with the artillery strike. 7-2 for Hollow. I mean, at this point, it's just a hoop tape.
A what?
Hoop tape. You ever heard of hoop tape?
You know what? I have not.
Okay.
But here comes
It's
your
like
artillery strike. Oh,
it's like a
please, no,
montage
continue.
for like basketball highlights.
Oh, a hoop tape.
Yeah, hoop tape.
You talking about them shooty hoops again, Shift? What did I tell you about those shooty
Them
hoops?
shooty hoops. Yes.
Yeah,
yes, indeed.
rotting your brain. But I mean, Team Zed again. I mean, they're here in the initial time. You saw just on screen that the artillery strike is going to be good to help Maki working their way through Spiral. It is 150 to 29. 37 seconds remaining inside of P4. I mean, you got to hit this one more time if you are Team Zed. It's unsuccessful in doing so. Again, you have players that are just collectively just not really putting in the work that you would expect to be able to see from a team that is been able to run through quite successfully through the early goings of this Elite Stage 1. Find themselves within the knockout bracket contending for sure. But this Maki roster, they are playing with heat, man. I mean, Cells is 12-5, 10-8 for Jimbo. Goodness me.
Well, there's an opportunity here for Team Zed to maybe take an advantage as they're going to get the laundry spawns and maybe get a good setup for P5. They're also zoning the exit, so Moki's going to be a bit spawn trapped here by basketball. And yeah, the kills are finally starting to produce some magic for Team Zed, but this is magic that you would have to order up from David Blaine with Harry Houdini together to make this act happen, because you're down 120 points. And the break is coming largely from the front, and there's not enough pressure here for Team Zed to deal with it. It's just down to Tay. Nice shots from Cells to find him 3 in a row, and Maki are right back into the hard point.
Right back into the hard point, and this is just so hard to try to break, especially with the setup that Maki have. You have open staircase, you have kitchen, you have inside of rocks, plus Zig, and you just saw just in quick succession, 3 kills came in for Maki. Team Zed, they tried, but now you're going to be trying to really think. They're like, hey guys, don't worry, raid hardpoint is a very swing heavy hardpoint. We could really come back in the second set of hills, but you are down bad. We're talking about 154 points once this 5th hill ends up going towards Maki. 200 to 46. I mean, my God, you gotta just try to be able to find these kills. You gotta be able to try to control the middle of the map. These rotations gotta be stellar for Team Zed. But luckily enough, Dens is able to at least stay alive over by tiles, giving Team Zed the P2 spots.
Well, they get out of the 50-point club.
That's lovely.
Good. That's good news, I
great.
think. I mean,
it's something.
It's something.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Maki is positioning for a break attempt largely through pillars. Team Zed, they will recognize a lot of this. Sib's able to find at least an initial trade. That'll bounce the players of Team Zed out of the hard point for a time, but now an opportunity for Team Zed to actually have a successful hard point, as they will walk away largely the victors here. 40-20 split potentially still in the cards, which is, again, not good enough because Maki can still win off of one successful rotation, which currently they are holding to kitchen. And so the real question is, what's map 5? Because this one is likely going to be over in about the next 40 seconds or so. And Team Zed, again, they have to win this one if they want to have a chance at finishing top 2, or maybe forcing a tiebreaker situation for top 2. I mean, they're safe from relegation one way or the other, but for Maki, they're still fighting for a spot into that knockout bracket. A win would do it to get them over BBG, just a reminder.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, BBG are probably sitting here, probably past their fingernails, probably past their cuticles, just try to either go pick up a bag of sunflower seeds at this point, because this has got to be nerve-wracking to be able to see what's happening on the screen. Maki, you asked at one point, does Cells even need the artillery strike? I would argue no. They're 24-9. For goodness sake, they just broke through every single setup that Team Zed ended up having, even when it was looking in their favor, even when you thought that Team Zed were about to come through with a really good gunfight and easy position for themselves. Wow. It's just not going to be the light. A 100-point club here, 250 to 76 on the raid hardpoint. And yeah, what's the search?
Not sure, to be honest with you. We actually didn't get the maps from the players on this one, since this was our second stream.
I was just continuing the question for you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gotta be where Team Zed is at.
I know. Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah.
I felt that all the way over here.
Yeah. And I think I felt that transitively from you all the way over here. Just how big of an impact that map was. Goodness me.
That's less travel time. So
it's true. 2-2 the map count. It's going to go to a map 5. And again, just coming up as far as what's next for you guys, because there is still one more set of streams to go through. We will be focusing our attention on the main stream to the New York Subliners Academy playing up against UT Crew. And then going on to the second stream will be WestR versus Team Z. We haven't taken a break in a minute, so we're going to step away and use this time to kind of get ourselves collected, get some water, and do all the things that we need to make sure that we're still feeling good to close out what will be map 5 here. So again, we'll be sending things through just a small break. We'll be coming back to Team Z Maki map number 5 right after this.
exact position. For Raid Search and Destroy, if it plays anything out like the Miami Search, Team Zed should feel pretty darn comfortable. That ended in around 11, keep in mind you. But for Raid Search and Destroy, but this is the third time that Maki have been here, you're just going to be looking at the subs to be able to be a nuisance for those ARs to be able to put themselves in positions to be able to read these pushes to come on through. And Sib, they got the information that Tay is on the site.
Looking to find a kill off the heady. Tay's going to stick for this plan. He's not going to be contested on this. Sib staying very passive on this play. Seeing maybe if he can catch Tay on the exit, but he's not going to read that play either. So Team Zed get a free plant and a free post plant setup. Jimbo does eventually take down Tay, but you're not expecting much from Tay after getting the bomb planted. So now it's Jimbo versus, who's that up top? Den's up top. Jerd has found a kill mid-map, and I don't know, Maki's post plant may not be moving fast enough for this retake, although hold your phones here, because Jimbo, he does mantle up, finds 2 kills, 3 in total. It has got enough time to make his way back for the defusal.
Yeah, I mean, for Dens, I mean, there's just a lack of information where players might be coming from, and maybe a player does come through the garage side of things, but Jimbo just hits a little pop-up over on the balcony, just waits for Dens to relook at the angle out from the bedroom window, and you'll see it from this perspective right here. Dens was just previously looking back by the garage, thinking that a pinch was going to come through, and, well, it just was not at all. Zed was over there the entire time, so maybe just a little bit of miscommunication. Jimbo with a big 3 kills within that round. Immediately found Tay through the open staircase, and then they just passively just wait for 2 more that came their way on the top balcony. Post play maybe just a little bit slow for Maki, but I mean, we're waiting for the forced errors that Team Zed just kind of gave you right there. Makes things all a little bit more easier.
Hoping that we're not still muted here. Apparently that was a problem there for a moment. Okay, cool. We're all back. We're all good to go. Apologies there, friends. Maki finding their first defense, now looking to go up 2-0 with an offensive hit, but not looking all that successful, at least as of yet, as Jerd finds first blood through the middle of the map. So now all of a sudden Maki are essentially forced to be in a corner here, just behind the B bomb site. No pressure to the middle, no pressure over towards A, and Team Z are going to rotate over to try to see if they can maybe even stop the plant from even happening in the first place.
I mean, Zed's in a great spot in case a hit does come through from Zig, or they have the opportunity to hit it through red, but there's about to be a big 3v2 battle inside of Laundry. Jerd was looking through the main window, but Tay's there for the trade. Bomb's still close, by the way. It's being carried by Hollow. It's going to be tagged up. Tay just trying to clear their cross. And it's just going to be a great pinch that comes on through from Team Zed. Again, when you do get control of the middle of the map and you get information where all 4 players are located at, especially over by the spiral area, the pinch and the angles that you have from the defensive team is just so hard to be able to deal with.
So nice response here. Keeping things relatively even, and it's just been different, I think, largely just to see how both of, not just these teams prefer to play this map, but you compare it to the times that we saw earlier on the stream. And a lot of it was aggression to the middle of the map, and we're seeing a pretty steep absence of that so far, as Team Z once again will commit to getting over towards this B site, or probably this A site quickly. Sib will try to contest. Jimbo working from the pinch will go 2-4-2 into a 2v2. But as Zed is able to hit down Jimbo from behind, now an opportunity for Team Zed with numbers to take 2 rounds in a row and go up 2-1.
Just trying to wait to see where Cells is trying to come from. See even Tay just not wanting to flirt with planting the bomb. Cells just trying to get the information. And I think Zed off screen ended up seeing the shoulder peek from Cells, and the call is just to go immediately over towards the B site. Gonna be able to plant this bad boy comfortably. Cells might know that something is coming around this way. They're gonna have the information mutually regardless, but this is all gonna be timing here for this immediate gunfight. As the ADS is good for the first. Can they get the second? No, they cannot. Tay's gonna be able to clean things up. So great string of rounds coming through from Team Zed.
Timing was really good though for Cells overall, using the bomb plant. Well, not necessarily he knew he was using the bomb plant. Because the bomb plant's coming out, he does get an isolated 1v1. And Tay, a quick response. A decent attempt for Cells with a jump peek, but just could not quite connect the shots. So, with that, 2-1 up is Team Zed. Again, if you're a BBG fan, every round in favor of Team Zed is going to make that smile just a touch bigger. But for Maki, again, just down to win this map, and you are into the knockout bracket. That's everything that's on the line for both of these squads. Of course, Team Zed, as we continue to mention, are still hoping for an opportunity to play for a top 2 seed. But a lot would have to go right beyond just them winning this map for that to occur.
Yeah, it's just so many different conditions. Your hopes and dreams are just in so many different teams, much like BBG's hopes are here for Team Z. Maki, again, looking to play upset, looking to get themselves in the knockout bracket. The offensive call is actually go through the middle of the map, uncontested. 52 seconds left to play, and this is actually just a little bit of a pump fake. Jimbo comes right back to the B site, is going to plant this bomb. Haven't pushed through Laundry yet, so I mean, Jared's going to be in a great spot, joined him by Dens. They're over by this cutout area. 40 seconds remaining, instant find first blood on the tank.
The big problem here is the post plant setup has been made extra safe by that win in the middle of the map. It's set up for Art. Zed has to come through, wins one gunfight, has Sib for the second, not going to find the elimination. So now it's just down to Dens for 1v2. Sees Hollow peeking over the top of the water stairs, which is a safe angle for him to make sure the bomb is not being defused. Although, finds the kill. Dens down low, locks up a couple of shots, but will not finish the elimination, and we go tied 2-2 into round number 5.
Woo, man. That got real scary there. Again, we're coming down to these last few 1v1s, and there's that first blood from Sib over by the open staircase. And again, how many times are we just going to sit here and just talk about Raid as a map in the middle of the map, rotations and pinches and all the sight lines in between that you're able to just find yourself? Just make things so much easier for your team, success, both offense and defense alike. And we haven't seen a lot of middle map aggression, SMGs and ARs looking over their shoulders so far. And that could just be something that could be exploited here, because I mean, we're only in round number 5 in the offensive side for Team Z, kind of fishing with the idea. But Maki, they have the setup just in case they did peek around Zig. They were going to find them kills, but they're just posted up inside red, our Team Z.
You also got to keep in mind, what are the weapons that Maki are bringing out here? Jimbo's, again, on an AR. I believe Sib was as well. So the only SMG that might be in the mix here for Maki is Hollow. First blood for Sib. Tay with the bomb. Also AR in hand. Has to try to make a decision, and you feel like the best play available to them would be to try to get a post-plant set up for A, but the problem is you've got Jimbo watching tight right through that, I don't know, what do you want to call that? The divider here in the open stairs, and he does find one kill off the angle. Sib able to take care of Zed on the other side, so now it's just down to Dens. 1v4. Bomb is right below him, but not a lot of time to make this play.
It's like a sculpture of some kind. Like look at it. It's like abstract art almost. But yeah, Dens is, they got time just not really on your side. 2 players up on that open staircase, but yeah, I get the vibes that it's like you walk inside like a museum, and it's like you see all like these beautiful sculptures, and you just see that, and you're just like, you're staring at it for such a long time, and you can't figure out why. And that's abstract art, baby.
All right. I mean, sure.
Never been to an art museum before?
I mean, I have, but
okay, that's abstract art.
Sculptures are a different world, though. Like from like regular, I won't say regular art, but like paintings and stuff you would see at a museum.
What is regular?
I feel like that's like what you would see like outside of like a theater or something like that. I don't know, making stuff up. Hey, you want to see some mid-map pressure? Here it is. Maki, 4 members right through Main Street. And Team Z, they gamble stacked over towards B defensively with 3 members just pushing right on through. And now it's going to have to be down to winning this rotation. They're going to be able to work this from the flank, but Dens by himself in the front may have to deal with Maki's post plant going that direction. Just comes down to where do they plant this bomb for? And you see it there on the ground, just to the near right side of Tay. So Jimbo pushing through will fall. It's Dens watching that long flank, and now it's just down to Hollow. Jerd sees the information, wins the gunfight. Team Z, all 4 members stay alive, and they tie up the series 3-3.
Yeah, and you called out Dens by their lonesome over by Jungle. They found cells for first blood over by L, and that angle never got cleared out. So I mean, Jimbo immediately left that angle inside Tiki and full sprint up the spiral staircase. Here's that first blood from Dens, was just posted up here inside Jungle on the backside of Kitchen throughout the entirety of the round, just not letting Maki get a lot of breathing room on the back end of that post plant. And again, the 3-player pinch that did come through from driveway side just made things just very difficult for Maki to try to put themselves in a post-play situation. You got no AR inside a bedroom. You've lost the battle over by water, but this time around, tied up 3 apiece here. Will be 2 kills that come through very early on. So Team Z, 2v4 now on an offense.
Yeah, their offense has really not gotten a lot done so far. Jimbo able to read Tay. Tag down low. Dens can't play for the trade. There's help from Sib, and there it is. Finds the kill. Leaves it all down to Jimbo, or pardon me, to Tay rather. As Jimbo, he stylishly throws out a stun over the top. Tay caught in the middle of the map. We'll find 1 elimination, but not much hope to find anything beyond that.
Really tight series for the day so far here, Alan. Map 5 barn burners. I mean, Last one that we had between WestR and UT crew, that was 6-2. But I mean, this one's certainly going the distance. Wish we could have seen what that Garrison control looked like and what Team Z were able to do versus the Maki roster. But I mean, hard points all in the favor for Maki. The Miami Search and Destroy in Team Z's favor in around 11. It's starting to look like it's fitting the script to go towards that round 11. But Team Z really got to try to clean things up for the offense. Maki are just really good at finding these plot holes, and that plot hole is through the middle of the map. They are just hitting through kitchen. Zed, can you win one? No, they can't.
And even if he wins one, I just don't even know if that's good enough based on his position, because you're giving up all of kitchen.
Yeah.
It's not like you're contesting the front because you're trying to watch the middle of the map. No, you give up all of kitchen. So now Team Z have to rotate as safely as possible through basketball. And it comes down to the question of who wants to try to clear kitchen, because at some point you're going to have to. You cannot allow Maki just to be freely up into cash. Jimbo finds another win as he sits inside a Tiki. Jerd over the top two players. Again, they're just counting cash right now. Den's by himself 1v4. Not even going to get it off the ground. And Maki up 5-3 on map point. One more round, and they see the knockout bracket.
Might need a sibling gif of him just like counting Monopoly cash at the end of this, because I mean they are absolutely just chilling up in there the entirety of the round. I mean, again, when that hit ends up coming through, how many times are we going to talk about just raid, search, and destroy? Middle of the map presence, you get there first defensively. Why was there not even a single AR player looking over rocks to be able to see where the hit was coming from? You have more than enough time to try to slide cancel your way out of that situation. Be able to have the cover from the little cutout going inside of money, but you lose your life, and then you lose that zone control. All of kitchen, those angles are just so blistering when you're trying to retake. But Team Z, again, their offense has been lackluster. They need a strong one here. They're looking for very early laundry pressure, and that's a big first kill from Z.
But now, again, how do you deal with these players in the middle of the map? As Hollow takes one angle, Jimbo another. They will eventually be traded away, so there's a numbers opportunity here for Team Z. Just down to Sib for the 1v3. Bomb's going to be stuck for the plant. Sib cannot contest this, so it's going to have to be down to 3 kills plus a defusal. And I would say the faster you make this play, the better your chances are. But he does get caught in the middle of pillars, and Zed keep themselves alive, extend the map to around 10. But again, it's going to have to be 3 collective rounds in a row. They've done well to find the first, though.
This is a really scary spot. I mean, Tate does end up finding these kills towards the middle of the map, and the crossfire is going to be good, but that's a scary spot to be in because, again, all of the middle of the map has been controlled and heavily dictated by Maki inside of this map 5 search and destroy on raid. But normally when you're trying to take the B site, you have an AR player inside of red to be able to wait for that pinch, to be able to wait for that flank, if not looking from the red window over towards the site. It's not there, but Team Z are still able to squeak by with the crossfire. But talking about the middle of the map pressure, 3 players hitting it very quickly, but Maki are nowhere to be found. They want this A site, and they're going to be able to find the plant.
I was about to sit there and say, if your Team Z, allow the bomb to go down. Try to hit from the flank together once you know where the post plant's going to be, but they lose their first contested. That's Zed who falls. Jerd is now by himself. 3 guns looking at him. And Maki up top is, again, dealing with Team Z who only have 1 AR and 1 SMG left. So Denz is going to have to beam some people. Tay has to try to push forward, and as he does, Jimbo scouts him, so now he's stuck in a corner. Denz falls just down to Tay. Nothing to do there. So a 6-4. Zed's hopes of getting into the top 2 have been foiled, but the big headline, Maki avoid relegation. And they will send BBB, BBG. They send Built by Gamers out of the elite qualifier, or pardon me, out of the elite challenger series and into the elite qualifiers next time around as they get relegated.
That stinks. Because you played really well, BBG versus UT crew at the top of the day, and we've been seeing really good overall Call of Duty from BBG since like Cup number 4. Really, they've really just come in towards their own. But I mean, this Maki roster, again, I talked about when UT crew ended up splitting apart, then when you ended up seeing these 4 players get together with one another, that you're going to see great things out of them. Give it time. Because, I mean, again, you're playing with players that have been able to put their strides as far as challengers, and hell, even Holloway, their explosive scene when they played with Optic LA within the Call of Duty League for the last season. You're able to see really good things coming out from this team. And now they have an opportunity inside the knockout bracket to be able to continue on said strides. And that's going to be a really scary place to be in for the rest of the day, because now we're toying with the idea for the UT crew to potentially take that second spot. They're really the only team to be able to do it. Their fate is actually not only within their own hands, but also looking over towards Team Z, given that UT Crew were able to beat WestR 3-2. They need Team Z to be able to beat WestR in some sort of fashion.
Well, again, it's not really, right? Like, if Team Z win, yeah, then there would be a three-way tie for the 5-2 teams that are up there. But they can control their own fate just by beating the Subliners Academy, because then both teams would be 5-2, and then the head-to-head would get UT Crew over the edge. And actually, if I'm being honest, and I'm looking at the map count right now, even if WestR loses and it sends us to a three-way tie for 5-2, I'm pretty sure UT Crew's map count, even if they win 3-0, wouldn't be good enough. It would be close. It'd be close. But I think the easy way here is just beat Subliners Academy.
Get above them, not worry about WestR.
And get above them and not have to worry about WestR and Team Z. Because a three-way tie might actually put them in an unfavorable situation. Hard to say. Not really sure how that all would work out. We're not going to go into the theory crafting. We're going to go to break instead. We're still waiting for all the maps to be selected right now. Actually, I totally am kidding. As soon as I look over, I see maps are here for the Subliners Academy and UT Crew side. So we'll send things to a brief pause. We'll try to jump into lobby as fast as we possibly can, and we'll be continuing coverage here with our third and final slot of matches. The Subliners Academy going up against UT Crew, and then WestR playing up against Team Z. Both matches coming up right in the backside of this break.
so pretty it hurts. Just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man. Making money ain't a problem, yeah. I could pay away the pain, and it really gonna solve it. Yeah. All this cash in the bank, and I'm never gonna forget. Where I came from, LA, show me screaming, don't trip. Yeah. They don't wanna see me win.
I've been on the road for 6 months, don't ever doubt me. I never flinch at 24 under out of bounds play. Bounty, hunters, what they call me, Kevin Burgess. With my armies, I'm in my calling, bro, get a bucket. Pity parties, what you always throwing. If you don't work on music, don't expect to eat from torn. Your first is born, bro, I've been on course of blueprints, laying them out. I tried to pay away the pain, but it's still hanging around. Honestly, I never said this life is perfect. If your church ain't talking about social injustice, it ain't working. Why the sermons that we listen to be on the surface? Maybe tough topics bring collection, place negative earnings. I'm so certain of my pen game and all my verses. Lucy lurking for my worship, but I'm so immersed with the son of God. I'll admit though that I ain't perfect. Mugs be ignorant, bro. It's hard to be the bigger person.
Money in the power, yeah. I could pay away the pain, and it really gonna solve it. Yeah. All this cash in the bank, and I'm never gonna forget. Where I came from, LA, show me screaming, don't trip. They don't wanna see me win.
They don't wanna see me win. None of y'all is kidding. I beat the game twice. I'm on the final boss again. Let me break it down. No one cares about your craft, cause you ain't even getting looked at unless you talking cash. Everybody wanna rap, nobody wanna write. Nobody wanna be putting in the long hours. Y'all cowards get no flowers. Y'all some doubters acting super, but got no powers. I'm like Bowser hawking fire straight up out of my tower. I got the potion, while y'all is comatose. I'll be here forever like the vastness of the ocean. I'm attacking with the motive, rappers think I'm boasting. Y'all don't understand this braggadocious cause you acting off emotion. Tyler said making money's not a problem, but it's having pain and thinking what you get from shows can solve it. Know that one artist, one who venue always packed out, he's probably insecure, but his glass house.
Money in the power, yeah. I could pay away the pain, and it really gonna solve it. Yeah. All this cash in the bank, and I'm never gonna forget. Where I came from, LA, show me screaming, don't trip. Yeah. They don't wanna see me win.
Tell them I'm staying right here. Tell them I'm switching my gear. Yeah. Tell them I'm just getting started. Tell them this year's my year. Ay. Tell them I'm staying right here. Tell them I'm switching my gear. Yeah. Tell them I'm just getting started. Tell them this year's my year. Ay. I've been this real since the womb. I'll take the man to the tomb. Yeah. Now they all ask what I'm doing. Well, you see it soon. Say that they know what to do. Say I should listen to you. Yeah. Y'all don't know what I've been doing. Trust me, you don't got a clue. Take the top of my front door. Only fiends coming through the bay. Got my problems, I want more. Lead the past up in the past. The way I'm moving, need a hard pass. All class with a book bag. In the night with that all blade. Hang it up, then don't call back. Yeah, I got time and it's all on my mind, so I tell them I'ma let it out. Yeah, and I got guap, but you know I can't stop, so I tell them I'ma dead it now. Yeah, I got green and I gotta switch cheese, but I'm looking for the cheddar now. That shit was all bad, now I'm coming to get last, and this year's looking better now. Tell them I'm staying right here. Tell them I'm switching my gear. Yeah. Tell them I'm just getting started. Tell them this year's my year. Ay. Tell them I'm staying right here. Tell them I'm switching my gear. Yeah. Tell them I'm just getting started. Tell them this year's my year. Ay. Tell them that. 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 Yeah. Tell them that. Tell them that.
from Paul as he comes out, finds him on 3 in a row this life. Will eventually be cut up by Zed, but again, the pressure is just not going to be largely good enough for even the majority of hardpoint time. Zed by himself getting cut down to the back means that now for the team in red, what do we do? There's 20 seconds to play for it. You don't want to just freely give it up, but at the same point, you do need to win a rotation. So I think the right call here is just to chalk, rotate, and get yourself set up for what really needs to be at least 45 seconds here on P5.
It's got to be at least 45 seconds for sure, and they will be here initially 2 seconds before P5 does end up popping, and Zed's on a little bit of a pinch. 74U, they do find one before being traded on out, so the collapse might be a good one, given that WestR, again, inside of Kitchen is where they can end up having their AR player really find themselves some strides. And the spawns for Team Zed not too far away, coming up from Zig by way of Garage, but you got to win the gunfights again. Initially, they're there, but the setup just immediately broken up, and you talked about a team that initially got a 100-point club because their setups were not a good one. That was WestR versus UT Crew. In this raid hardpoint, 250 to 76 was that scoreline, and WestR just looking to command every little bit of facet that this raid hardpoint has to offer through the first set.
Well, I mean, it's just been wow. Literally all that we could say at the moment is just a big time wow. But what it looks for right now is Team Zed. They will clean up the scrap time, and they're in a position to contest laundry for the P1 that's about to open up. Den's looking to maybe play a little bit further forward, able to catch Zaptius, but can't get away as there was good help in the mix. So now for the middle of the map, needs to find one last elimination on the hard point. He will do that, no problem whatsoever. Then turn his attention to the back. He finds himself his second, third in a row. Maybe able to get to fourth into Dens, but that will be where his streak will stop. But still, WestR in a really prime position. 200 points on the board, up 200 to 67, and Team Zed again is on the outside of this next rotation looking in.
Yeah, and you called it just right there. I mean, they're already on the better part of the rotation towards new. They're keeping P1 contested. Not like WestR really needs the time. They're holding a 132-point lead over their adversaries up Team Zed. So Team Zed, they need every bit of contested time. They need to be able to break through middle of the map. This player off screen for Zed, big kill onto Gravity, is just trying to finesse back tiles. And, well, Zed's actually going to be really good to open up that lane. So now for Team Zed, find themselves a little bit of an opportunity to work through the middle of the map to potentially not get a 100-point club. But again, it comes down to these setups. They got to be good for Team Zed because so far, they have just been broken up on every single time that they try to get the initial time on a hill.
Oh, they haven't found Zaptius yet. He is working with Gravity through the basketball side off screen. He will find elimination. That's going to flip the spawns around just a touch. And Tate, who was trying to contest from the front, also falls. So now it's just down to Jerd inside, not able to get the shot punch, and WestR break on their first attempt. It's just, we've not seen Team Zed play this map all that well. Is really kind of what we're getting to at the moment. Attempt to try to break from the back, but at this point, you're just hoping to get away from the 100-point club conversation, which might still be enforced off this hard point. And you got 11 and 20 for Jerd. Not great. I mean, no one's really playing super poorly, but you look at the other side, 21 and 10, 23 and 16. I mean, everyone is just so increasingly positive. Last bit of a hit is going to come from the back, and there will be a small breakup. The team kill will be forced, but at least Team Zed works their way out of the 100-point club. And they have 2 members on the rotation here for Garage, so opportunity maybe to work a little bit further up, but you don't feel like they're going to find another 150 points before WestR can find 4.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, just how many times are the setups going to be there for Team Zed, and how quickly are the breakups going to be there for WestR? With Team Zed, I mean, luckily enough, a team kill does come through for WestR, so the immediate attempt for WestR will not come through, but here comes the second push. Paul was still over by the AC unit, will get smoked by range, but the SMG presence from Venom and Zap just a little bit too much to bear at the end, 250 to 121. And I mean, here's what's interesting to me too, is that for Hardpoint specifically, has not exactly been Team Zed's strongest game mode throughout the entirety of Elite, but especially for a raid Hardpoint, I'm not too sure how they ended up letting this one go through. Given that there are only other 2 times that they had played it was 250 to 161, a loss versus higher, and then they got a 100-point club, 250 to 76 versus Maki, now 250 to 121 versus Raid, or versus WestR. Might be a little bit something that you try to avoid coming into the future games, but I mean, even still, it's not exactly a good start for Team Zed here in the series.
Did I write my score down wrong? I thought I had Team Zed losing 76 to 250 to Maki and then 250 to 151 was the WestR UT crew game.
Did I say that? Did I say that backwards during the cast? I might have said that.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't mistaken.
250, 151 hard point for WestR, 250, 76 for Team Z versus Maki. Yeah.
So that's
you're right.
nearly two straight rate hard points that Team Z gets put into a 100-point club on that map. Now, as you notice right above here, we are actually going to be mostly focusing on what's coming up with the New York Subliners Academy going up against UT crew, where there's a lot of the line here. Because regardless of what happens in the WestR versus Team Z matchup, a win for UT crew gets them into the top 2. And that will actually force the Subliners down, because it would be a one-on-one head-to-head matchup. And obviously, we're going to find out the result of that head-to-head matchup here in the next 5 maps. So if we have a chance to take a look as far as what this best of 5 map series set will be comprised of, we'll see a pretty familiar map set overall. We'll see a Crossroads hardpoint. The Checkmate Search and Destroy is fresh. And then we'll have a Garrison control, Garrison hardpoint, and then everything will conclude with the potential of a Miami Search and Destroy.
A lot of potential for SMG pop-off and ARs as well. I mean, there's just so many different times for both of the rosters of Subliners Academy and UT Crew that you can speak high volumes of both of their lineups with ARs and SMGs. Again, UT Crew once moving away from Sib and Jimbo to go play with this Maki roster that we did see previously. It's just been absolutely lights out. The Rex with the XM4 has been absolutely nice to be able to see the duo on up with Phantoms, which we know didn't get to be graced with their presence for the Paris team last season for CDL, riding the bench all the way through. But damn, are they a good AR? And they're gonna have to have all of that and some more versus the Subliners Academy roster. I mean, again, they got blown out of the water versus that matchup on Wednesday versus WestR. Something that I'm sure a lot of folks for North America Challengers, and if you're fans of Subliners Academy, were probably not expecting. It was absolutely surprising. And I think this is going to be a really big test for the Subliners Academy roster to not only be able to bounce back, to be able to win out this match, to be able to cement yourself as a top 2 team in North America Challengers, not having to worry about that knockout bracket.
Yeah, it's not just the knockout bracket that you have to worry about. It's the fact that you're already good to go for stage 2 of the Elite. That's the other kind of thing to keep in mind. Plus, there's a lot of money on the line too, if I'm being honest. I think it's like $20,000 for first. So a little bit of pocket change. I mean, for playing for 3 weeks, chance at $20,000, not bad. But it's just one of those things that I think, going back to that Subliners Academy versus WestR matchup, I'm doing it again where I'm getting my hard R teams mixed up. It was, I think, surprising, not just because it was a 3-0, not just because it was a position where we had WestR, really taking over a large part of that Crossroads hardpoint, but for the New York Subliners Academy roster, coming into that matchup, they got largely the maps that they wanted. Like, they get a Crossroads hardpoint first. Up until that matchup, they were 3-0 on it. Right. They got the Miami Search and Destroy, which they had played 4 times. They're 2-2 on it, and coming off of 2 huge wins, mind you. And the Checkmate control is kind of whatever. But for them to be put down as bad as they were in the Crossroads hardpoint, which, the scoreline by the end was only about 60 points, but WestR were up about 90 at one point in time. And then the Miami Search and Destroy, I thought for a second it was going to be a 6-1 in favor of WestR. It just felt like that Subliners Academy roster was completely caught off guard on maps that we know them to be good on. So it was really strange, I think, just to see the arenas that we had for that 3 maps, to see them not find much success.
I think it could also just be the hot and cold nature that we do have from WestR, because I mean, we talked about that earlier on within their loss versus UT Crew, again from Zap and Venom, that it can't just be one of them popping off. I mean, the other one's got to be just shortly playing out their life, just trying to get the OBJ, if not just being able to try to keep up with the pace of the other. But when it's both of them firing off on all cylinders, the ARs are able to do the same thing. And that could end up just being the case for yesterday during that Subliners Academy matchup, where they did win 3-0, especially on that Crossroads Strike hardpoint that, yes, was only a hardpoint in between the two by the end of the map. It's just how well all 4 of them were working in tandem with one another, something that we did not end up seeing versus UT Crew inside of their 100-point club loss at the top of this broadcast. But still, I mean, Alan, for me personally, I mean, the Subliners Academy roster, we've seen some strengths. We've also seen a lot of weak points for them as a whole, that when it really comes down to it, I mean, they've had to ice up a handful of other rounds, and that comes down to Search and Destroy and Control. When you're thinking about this team, most importantly for Spart and Prelude, I mean, if they're not finding 2 or 3 within a certain series of time, this team mostly ends up crumbling. Glow Frosty can't end up finding those angles to really make their presence felt. That only makes things more difficult for Spartan. If Saints and Prelude aren't necessarily just finding triple kills on top of doubles, then this New York Subliners Academy roster, we're going back to weeks 1 through 3 for cups number 1 through 3, excuse me, where they really struggle just trying to work through the map.
Indeed. So the Crossroads hardpoint up first for the Subliners Academy and UT crew. On the other stream, we're going to be taking a look at Miami Search and Destroy for WestR and Team Z. That map has not been started as of yet. We're waiting on one more player for both lobbies currently before we get things kicked off. So we'll do our best to kind of give you a look at both of the instances of matches that are being played as best as we possibly can for you guys. And this is a reminder, again, this is just the community stream. We're just kind of putting this on because, well, we love challenges. We want to watch it. We know a lot of you guys out there do as well. So we'll be trying to do this as much as humanly possible, given the opportunity to cover matches that are not on the main stream, which of course means that if you're not already subscribed to youtube.com/COD challengers, you need to go ahead and do that, because coming up next week on Tuesday and Wednesday, both Europe and North America will play through their knockout bracket and their playoff bracket. So make sure you're staying in touch with that. And of course, we'll be doing our best to cover the matches that are not being streamed on that main channel right here. So if you're not already subscribed, make sure you do so. And I would highly suggest hitting that little notification bell as for both of those channels. I don't really upload all that much to this channel anymore outside of the diffuse as well as going live. So if you ring those notification bells, you will get a direct link and a little blip saying, hey, we're live. This is where you go to, because it's a little bit more difficult at times to find the live stream, because it's not just go to youtube.com/COD challengers or youtube.com/IHOLDSHIFT. You have to like go to a second video. So I would recommend it just if you're looking to not miss any action for challengers. And as I look over my second monitor, it does look like Team Z and WestR are loading up to their Miami Search and Destroy. So we will start with them. And then once we get to a portion of this hard point, once it gets going, we'll probably swap back just to kind of see how things are going with this Crossroads hard point. So we'll jump on in, and it's going to be WestR in the red. Apparently here, a little bit of a mix-up. They'll be on the offense first. It'll be Team Z on the defense.
Quick hits over towards B here for WestR to start things off, but it's going to be Jared for first blood. Again, ARs are just what you're mostly looking at when it comes out of Miami Search and Destroy, but a quick trade does come through. So wanted to commit towards this BS&D site, but your numbers have faltered, and Tay's hitting the flank.
Okay, well, we'll see how this all unfolds, and Tay will find the timing onto one. Nearly snuck into the garage, but not able to get there. So Venom, 1v3, no bomb, 50 seconds, plenty of time. First challenge, he will return to the corner, able to win that pretty cleanly, all things considered. But the problem is, he does not tends to be there for the immediate trade. So that will come through, and Team Z will draw the first defensive round here on Miami.
And again, I mean, when you are trying to hit this BS&D side, I mean, seeing it through so many different instances, it's just so tough to deal with that AR player that's initially down that alleyway. It's immediately where one was posted up, one of which adjured, and once a hit just tries to funnel on through inside of the garage itself, that pinch over by balcony is just so difficult to deal with. WestR just trying to bounce on back. It's going to have to be a good defensive round. Pretty standard split for them. Just having one player over by the visitors building. But for Team Z, 3 players offensively working their way over towards the A side. And again, no smokes to play with, and Venom is really close towards this bend.
Timing could be everything here, because you've got Venom on that long flank, like you mentioned. He's going to find Dens up top. And now, oh boy, Zed is in a really weird spot. They do find a kill under gravity up top, but you've got the full flank coming from behind. No one's able to watch the cross, and that means that as Venom finds one kill towards the Catamaran, you have left Jerd by himself, and he was trying to stick for a plant. Not going to be able to get it, so now it is just down to Zed. He was playing on an island away from the water, oddly enough. But he's in a 1v3 trying to come back to this play.
He's going to try to break in here. Going to get information at least on one, but did not read the one over by the boat. So, you know, I mean, again, just the flank plays that are coming through from WestR just gets blown open just so quickly. Venom just making this play happen unnoticed, unscathed through the middle of the map. And throughout the entirety of that, yes, Zed was posted up over by the garage. Just trying to wait for a couple of exits. Maybe an unforced error from WestR trying to get aggressive through the B-site garage. It just didn't end up coming through, and the numbers were just all over the place. So WestR able to clean up on that round, tying things up one apiece in towards round number 3, though. For Zed, going to be potentially playing with the middle of the map. Got trophies, keep themselves safe here, does Paul. And again, from this position alone, has been able to find a lot of value through many different Challenger Cups.
Hail Mary pass up top, just a bit off to the left as Paul was hoping to clear out that top visitor center window where Dens is currently residing. Just back and forth slides, trying to see if he can bait on any shots. He will. But none of this is going to result in any offensive pressure for WestR. You still have to make a decision, and you see number 5 inside of top piano. That's Zed who's there. On the x-ray, Paul's stun check will not catch any information, so Zed is still concealed in this position. WestR are trying to make a way to the middle of the map, but again, they're a bit stuck because no one's been shrugged out of their current windows. Den's able to find first blood. And now Zed will catch Paul completely off guard, and with only 27 seconds to play, Gravity's going to have to make a chop up to the top side of piano. He does find one elimination, but time is a problem, and Team Zed have rotated their defense over to deal with the B site.
You're definitely not rotating this over towards A, Gravity. That's for damn sure. Just trying to find rotation kills and...
Well, maybe.
Like, might actually be able to make it over here, but you made your position more than known. So, I mean, Dens and Tay are just going to try to beam from afar, and time's just too far gone. That's just one of the struggles. The Arklov peak of Cold War here, Alan, is just such a big map. You're down to that 25-second margin. Rotation takes definitely a long time, and you got so many different angles to be worried about when you are trying to make that rotation. Didn't help that Tom ended up throwing a couple shots trying to find that kill, but still, nevertheless, still going to be a round win for side of Team Z, or for WestR rather. Sorry, yeah, Team Z. So
you're right.
The colors
right,
in the names, man, colors were already hard enough for me, but then on the top of the screen, just being back and forth, it just keeps throwing me off.
Well, hopefully we can put that overlay back up so that way we do not get overly confused. Make sure the names are at least correct. Hopefully Jammer can do that for us. There we go.
Nice.
And this time it's going to be WestR. Really heavy stack here over towards B. And there are players nearby, but for Team Z, they're taking the bomb outer through the beachfront. And the only defense member that could really read this is Gravity. And you can see he's actually lingering over towards the window, so he can't even fully read this play until it's right in his face. You see it right there. Jerd just hugging a corner. Doesn't see anything. Does catch Tay on the catamaran, so that'll force him to reposition, but you've already got Jerd in a pretty forward position to make a play on A.
Rotation's going to have to come through here for the defensive team of WestR, but do lose one of Venom on the rotation. It's going to be traded out by Zap. SMG now going to be working over towards that pool house. The bomb has been planted over here, and Zed's making a very good play to be able to pinch from behind. It's going to be Paul taken down now, 2v3 for the retake.
Yeah, this is a tough retake because you have to be worried about Zed hitting from the back. He's not doing that, though. He's moving his way into the middle of the map. And then you're now just looking at Zap, who's trying to play from the front of this kind of graffiti area. He does well to find a couple of kills, but again, Zed's in a clutch-up position. He's got a stun. He's got a Semtech. Zap is going to hop. Zed needs to check this, and as he does, he sees Zaptius's prone body, and that's an easy kill. So Team Z find themselves up 3-1, and I will say this much. You were kind of talking about it in the rescheduled match that they had from yesterday. Team Z's search and destroy has been incredible, and we thought initially that it was just because they were playing one map over and over again, but that was forced to change their matchup versus Higher yesterday, and they looked good in both searches.
I mean, when you're just thinking about this team from top to bottom, I mean, Zed, Jerd, and Dens have been playing Call of Duty for quite some time. They pick up the young buck of Tay, who's been having just fantastic days of Call of Duty. You can see why. I mean, bringing them along with a couple of ex-pros inside challengers. Yeah, they're very slow. They're methodical. They're smart in understanding of how they read their opponents. And WestR got to be careful here. Although being up a map from that hard point, definitely don't want to be losing too many search and destroys in the day.
Hearing word that Crossroads is finally starting from the Subliners Academy, playing up against the UT crew. We'll see if we can maybe watch another round or two here to see how things go in this search before swapping over. The offensive attempt for Zap will be over towards the A site. He's going to get here, and he's got some support. That's by way of Venom and Gravity, and maybe we could catch the battle that's happening over there. Yeah, indeed, Gravity's going to find first blood. Venom able to stay alive, if not just barely. Bomb is going to be planted. Jerd tried to push through the staircase. Venom should have heard the slide cancel, and he does. Enough damage to credit him for the assist, but it's Zaptius who finds the final shots. And now for the retake for Team Z. It's going to be Zed himself and Dens playing opposite angles. Dens up top. Long-range shots versus Gravity. He's not going to lose that gunfight all that often. So it'll just is left to Zed for a 1v3, and he can't do much to even get to the bomb site. We go to a 3-2 tally. Still favoring Team Z, but a good offense there from WestR.
Yeah, it absolutely was. Again, for WestR to be able to play this A site, that's just the strength that you end up seeing when you do have your ARs working across the sands, when you do have an XM4 to be able to plant the bomb just to play that half wall. It's just so tough to be able to break up that setup. Got him at 6-2. Definitely helping things out for WestR to be able to close out a few rounds here. Team Z, though, again, just playing slow. They're just trying to play for trades. They're trying to play for the information. Just the information nearly scathing by. Very tough to be able to find that timing as you're working the A site. But Team Z on the offense now going to be looking for this B site. All 4 players are here. Quick trade. That's going to be the information for the defense of WestR to potentially move over here.
But Jerd will stick for the initial plant. The only contestant for this will be Paul. He really can't give away his life. He needs to make sure he stays alive for his teammates to rotate in, of which Gravity will play with him in the back alley. And Zap is taking a long route around the curve. So
sure is.
You really can't wait for him. He's got to make a play forward. He does find 1 kill. This is going to clear up some space over towards the back heady by the pier. And as now you've got double ARs trying to pinch this, you got to make sure at some point here for Team Z that you are watching to make sure no one's defused the bomb. Dad's big first win. Jerd gets another. It's just down to Gravity. Not a lot of time remaining. Jerd's going to run away, stay safe, and make sure that as Gravity pushes through, he watches him come right through the windshield of the van. And that'll be Team Z now back up by 2, 4-2.
And again, I mean, Zap on that long flank, yes, is able to find 1, but just again, I mean, this map is just so massive, Alan. And those rotations are a long one. I mean, you would think that, yes, when you do get there, it will be able to pay dividends, but it's the amount of time. Total 10 seconds have already passed before you actually end up having that pinch come through. Would have definitely loved to be a little bit more sooner, but how about that 4-player stack straight through the garage coming out from Team Z? Absolutely blistering as the names up top have been swapped yet again, but we know these team players. We know who they are, and on the offense for the side of WestR, just trying to bounce things back, and they are just really struggling through the search against this Team Z roster.
Well, they're going to try to make a play over through the beachfront. This time there's going to be aggression defensively, though. It's going to be Jerd and Tay who are playing forward with SMGs, and they do not come away the victors of that opening engagement. A 2-for-1 exchange favoring WestR. Zap now making his way forward. Dens has to rotate safely through the far backside of the shops. And Zap will get on. Not committing for a plant as of yet. I believe Paul knows that Zed's nearby, and well, as he deals with him, now the bomb will go down. So it's going to be on to Dens. He will find 1 kill. Maybe an opportunity to isolate for a second. Long-range shots onto Paul. Nearly good enough, down to 5 HP. Semtex will be just a bit wide. The challenge, though, will come through, and that'll be an easy elimination. And we go back to a run-round differential with a very successful attack for WestR.
Again, through 2 offenses, WestR just able to put themselves on this site. And again, it's just so hard to get a team off of this setup. They're just finding the timing out, and they're finding the kills. Once you get that quick plant, it's just worried about the angles, trying to hunt down where these tracers are starting to come from. And again, WestR, once they can start playing this comfortably, it's just so scary to break up their setups and holds.
All right. What next? I mean, WestR's defense has been pushed around a little bit. I mean, to be fair, a large part of it is because they're allowing that to happen, right? I mean, they've been playing very passively. But this time, a 2-2 split. Team Z, 4-man hit through garage. And it's going to be on to Venom. This is all SMGs, by the way. Venom in the corner, good for 1. He finds himself a second and a third. Oh, boy. Not going to get pushed around this time. Venom in a corner. I don't even know if he gets credit for the 4th one or not, but doesn't make a difference. The fact that he finds the first 3 is incredible.
It's the same exact quick hit that did come through from Team Z. And here's from Venom's perspective. Just reads the hit, comes through, lines up many, is able to knock them all down. My goodness. How do you mean an aggressive play? Well, Team Z are just like, well, it worked last time. Surely we can get on the site this time around. And Venom says, absolutely not. Finds 3, 10-4 for them, tying things back up into round number 9. WestR truly being able to find themselves in a momentum now.
Wow. He didn't get all 4. He got 3. 10-4, though. An impressive tally through 8 rounds. This time, WestR looking to play through piano. And boy, is Paul, if he continues to watch this cross, he might catch Jerd over peeking a touch. Jerd is playing on the A bomb site. Paul's only job is to make sure nobody rotates away from A. That's largely it. He'll back up, make sure that, again, they stay safe. Trophy system will also kind of influence the safety of this hit. The only defensive player here for Team Zed is Zed. He's at the very back. Nice opening shots. Takes down Zap. He's going to have contestants right around the corner, one of them being Gravity, and he's not able to win that secondary gunfight. Good thing the help is here, though. So kill for kill we go. Long-range shots from Venom, but with the bomb, not feeling very good about the situation in front of them. It's going to be WestR backing away.
What's the call here? You're going to try to rotate over towards A. You don't exactly have the time to do so, but might just have to be the play here for these last remaining players. The player is not going to leave for Team Z. Scary situation to be in now, but overall brawl is going to go in the favor for player number 7. It's going to be Team Z that put themselves up on that point, also losing a player.
Small update, and I say small hesitantly. Taking a look, again, we just said that the UT Crew and NYSL Academy had started their map number 1. It's almost over. It's 210 to 24. So while we're going to get a restart here at a 5-4 tally in favor of Team Z, I don't remember.
Yeah, Team Z.
Let's see if we can swap on over and catch the tail end of this map number 1 between NYSL and UT Crew. And, I mean, do not adjust your monitors. This is a blowout. And, again, you take a look just immediately at the stat lines. 13 and 22, 12 and 22. That's just not good enough for Prolid and Glow Frosty, no matter who you're playing.
No, it's not at all. And in this UT Crew, again, the team on the right-hand side, Subliners Academy up on the left. UI just a little bit backwards, but still, you can definitely tell the presence is felt here. The SMGs are just firing off. I mean, every single player for the side of UT Crew just absolutely teeing off in this matchup. And 30-point club, Subliners Academy? Yeah. Wow. Okay.
I don't think I have seen a scoreline like that in a long time. I mean, what in the world was that?
What was it like?
We don't know. We didn't see
last
it,
year. Who was that between Toronto and Optic? What was it like that?
Oh yeah, OGLA. Yeah,
yeah. That was a scary scoreline, but yeah, that one's damning.
Indeed. So swapping back over, we're going to be dealing with again the conclusion of this Miami. And once again, our names are backwards. Maybe our producer will figure that out for the future maps. But it's going to be WestR in the red here for this next offense. Team Z in the blue defensively. And it's going to be Team Z. No, pardon me. The colors are correct. It was just the overlay that was backwards. My apologies. They're going to be making their way forward towards this A side. They've been successful with this hit a couple times before, but this time there are 2 members that are watching over the top of this hit close. And Gravity finds first blood.
Bomb's going to be dropped here, so now you're just hoping to try to retrieve this bad boy, but look at the rotation, and they're just coming through from the blue arrows on the mini-map. They're looking to swarm this exact location.
Well, there's 2 members for Team Z that are watching the middle of the map. With no bomb in hand, though, Tay is going to be the one responsible for making the initial play, and he tries to, but Zaptius puts him down. And now it's just down to Dens and Zed. Tough situation to work with, if I'm being completely candid. I mean, middle of the map, not a lot of time. No bomb in hand. And that'll be the cut down again for Venom, as he continues to stay strong, even though there was that member drop. So what? That sends us to around 11, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. Yeah, it was 5-4 before the replay of the map ended up coming through. So now in around 11 between these 2 teams. And well, we don't get graced with the ability to be able to find out who had more kills between the previous round. It did not screen capture that on my end, but still, inside of this round, it's going to end up being an offensive side here for WestR to try to close it out here and want to be able to go up 2-0 on the map count.
Big round right here. You just don't, I mean, the only follow-up I have to that is you just don't want to go down 0-2 versus WestR. Going into control, which has by far been their best mode. So for WestR, a lot of aggression to B. Zed is by himself. He's playing aggressive with an SMG, so there's no opportunity for a trade. He's got to win the first gunfight and will not. So, yikes. The only thing that might be good here for Team Zed is the fact that WestR are probably not thinking that, okay, there's only 1 player defensively here, and it actually allows Team Zed to rotate over because no one is watching the middle of the map. So all of the defense for Team Zed is going to make their way over to B. And now with 45 seconds to play, you've got to make a hit through. Now it's just down to Tay. Gets caught behind the dumpster, and WestR are able to win 2 rounds in a row after the restart. And that gives them the 6-5 round 11 win here in Miami to put them up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, and again, it's just one of those things that you cannot count out this WestR roster, Alan. When we hopped in towards this Miami Search and Destroy, we were looking at how great the SMG presence was coming on through, just how good the ARs and the setups were continuously coming through for Team Z. But then they went to the tail end, and even before the lobby reset came out, WestR were able to say, yeah, we can do that too. Not a problem. Their SMG lineup and ARs are pretty darn good at this game, and they're able to bounce things back, win 2 in a row to close out the maps in round 11.
Definitely not the worst ARs we've ever seen in the game, tell you that much.
True.
But that does, like we mentioned, it puts WestR up 2-0 versus Team Z. The only hope in that matchup, I guess the only thing really on the line in that matchup is if Team Z win, it could potentially force a 3-way tie at 5-2. That, of course, would have to mean that UT crew in our most focused matchup would have to beat Subliners Academy, which currently 250-28.
It's not a bad start.
I haven't seen many better. Not gonna lie. And that does give us a checkmate for the Search and Destroy coming up next for map number 2, and then the Garrison Control would be the third. And while both of our lobbies are still getting set up, I think we'll take this moment just to send away to a brief pause, and we'll jump back in whatever matchup is ready to go first for us. So don't go too far. These are the final matches of the rescheduled week number 2 for the North American Challengers Elite. We'll be coming back to you guys right after this.
Tell them I'm staying right here. Tell them I'm switching my gear. Yeah. Tell them I'm just getting started. Tell them this year's my year. Hey. Tell them I'm staying right here. Tell them I'm switching my gear. Yeah. Tell them I'm just getting started. Tell them this year's my year. Hey. Hop in this since a boom. I'll take the man to the tomb. Yeah. Now they all ask what I'm doing. Well, you see it is soon. Say that they know what to do. Say I should listen to you. Yeah. Y'all don't know what I've been doing. Trust me, you don't got a clue. Take the top to my front door. Only fiends coming through the bag. Got my problems, I want more. Lead the past up in the past. The way I'm moving, need a hard pass. All class with a book bag. In the night with that all black. Hang it up, then don't call back. Yeah, I got time and it's all on my mind, so I tell them I'ma let it out. Yeah, and I got guap, but you know I can't stop, so I tell them I'ma dead it now. Yeah, I got green and I gotta switch cheese, but I'm looking for the cheddar now. That shit was all bad, now I'm coming to get last, and this year's looking better now. Tell them I'm staying right here. Tell them I'm switching my gear. Yeah. Tell them I'm just getting started. Tell them this year's my year. Hey. Tell them I'm staying right here. Tell them I'm switching my gear. Yeah. Tell them I'm just getting started. Tell them this year's my year. Hey. Tell them that. 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 Yeah. Tell them that. 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 Hey, how long was I gone for? Pop more than some popcorn. Gotta drive, can't stop for. All the time, there's no time for it. Blowing up like Lampore. Crowd wanting that encore. Time for this what I wore, and I made a day what I bought it for. Now the speaker's so fluent. I'm at the bar like I'm Ewan. Yeah, they wanna keep me so stagnant. I make a hit, keep it moving. Up in the morning, I'm brewing. They going nowhere, I knew it. They trying to keep me from making it. I swear they looking so Judas. Feel like Messi with the goals. Will I make it? I don't know. Time is running out the back door. Pray to God to open doors. Couple bands for the shows. Hey, making money off the flows. Yeah, I just had to go show y'all. Gotta keep 'em on their toes. Tell them I'm staying right here. Tell them I'm switching my gear. Yeah. Tell them I'm just getting started. Tell them this year's my year. Hey. Tell them I'm staying right here. Tell them I'm switching my gear. Yeah. Tell them I'm just getting started. Tell them this year's my year. Hey. Tell them that. 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 Yeah. Tell them that. 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 Hey, it's 2018. Yeah, come on, tell them that. Man, everything in 2017, I don't want to hear about it no more. Okay, yeah, cause big things are brewing. I mean, big things popping in the city, you know. Yeah, that's all you need to know. Don't tell them that.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be jumping into a live look into what's happening in map number 3. It's going to be Raid for the Control. WestR up 2-0 in the series. And again, the only real big storyline that you need to be walking away with if you haven't been paying attention to the Challengers Elite Series is that WestR is arguably, if not definitively, the best control team in Challengers Elite, both in North America and Europe. And, well, that's going to be a tall ask then for Team Z to do too much, you would feel like, in this third map.
Tall ask for sure. I mean, happened earlier between
True
UT Crew and WestR. So, I mean, definitely some openings here. And it was none other than Raid Control, of which UT Crew were able to take. And Team Z were able to start off strong with a defensive round win. Again, probably one of the most offensive-sided control maps that we have inside our pool, if not the only. Teams are really starting to get an understanding with how this absolutely flows in the middle of the map. Is going to be what you're mostly looking at, and WestR are in firm control of that, so they will read that teams that are over on the A zone.
Nice couple of kills coming through. 3 for 2 exchange will lead towards WestR, making sure that nothing happens over at A. And the spawns for Team Z will force them to come out and immediately go work towards B. Zaptius going to read this, finds himself one, stays alive through the open staircase, and Paul, meanwhile, takes care of Zed through Tiki. So just as fast as WestR pinched behind A, they also cut off the rotation to B. And that is not good news if you're a Team Z fan, as now you've got blue arrows all over the middle of the map and through forward towards Garage. This spawn trap zone could be very, very dangerous. And it looks like Team Z will deal with most of that pressure and, again, try their luck back at the B site.
Gonna have to be with Zaptius here. Trophy system's gonna keep them safe from any sort of stuns and some texts that do come through. Of course, that means that they also have themselves a trophy system or two as well. But the SMG lineup backed up with Paul's AR is going to be good for the break. Just one more player remaining here is going to be dead. It's down to 34 seconds, and all of the lives in the lead here for WestR. They are just feeling quite comfortable.
Well, there will be a 3-player stack potentially here for Team Z. They need the progress, so they really don't have the opportunity to zone forward for kills. You have to play for the zone right now. And as Paul finds a kill from the front, it looks like they will come through and try to isolate these players in these tight corners. Zed tagged down low, gets dealt with. Paul, second challenge, not going to win Zed. Or pardon me, Den's rather. And that will be the B zone secured. So an extra 60 seconds on the clock, minute and about 25 seconds to play. More than enough time, you would feel, for Team Z to work back on these kills and potentially still get some progress here at the A zone. But once again, the opening exchange of gunfire will result in a WestR advantage as they start to set up their zone around the A site.
11 lives now remaining for Team Z to try to make this offense into something. They just got to slow things up here. Got to be able to count your respawns, get these players out from driveways. Zaptius just a little quick peek, smokes Jerd, and it's not going to set themselves up shop here. Zaptius at 11 and 10 inside of red. But yeah, Team Z, they just need to count their respawns. Potentially toying with a flank here is Jerd, just trying to clear out open staircase. It will now hit through it. Just trying to get maybe a little bit of mid-map control. The pinch would be good, but I mean, the gunfights on the front end of things shift, just not really good for Team Z right now.
No, not really all that much at all. Tay's going to get pressured from behind. Again, you've got to cleanly win gunfights, and so far we're not largely seeing that as Zap and Paul find a couple of eliminations, sending Team Z just down to 6 total lives. 30 seconds to make a play, and, well, this is not looking good, is it? No more respawns available here for Team Z, just the last 3 players versus the 14 of WestR, and also versus the clock. Not feeling all that great that this is going to come through. And not only is this going to be a defensive round win for WestR, it's going to put them in a huge space when it comes to the round 5 potential defense if we need to get there.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, the amount of kills that they were able to rack up just within this round alone, on top of the previous one, is just so big. A nice little buffer for them if this ends up going to the distance to round 5. And they didn't end up seeing their opening offense, so can't really just toy around with the idea, but they did fall a little bit short defense for defense so far between these two teams. Again, this would be a much bigger map for Team Z if they're able to close it out, really start the workings of a reverse sweep after having that Miami Search and Destroy quite literally yoinked away from you. I mean, WestR, again, is just such a scary team when it comes down to control. All respawn, really, for the way that this team does work with itself. Zap at 15 and 10. They're on 6 straight, toying around with the idea for streaks. This current juncture of time, gonna have to see if they get it here on offense.
Yeah, you feel like for WestR, you would love to kind of take this opening exchange and play for those score streaks. They will full focus over towards A. Gravity turns to find Zed on the potential flank. Paul able to be on as well 4 in a row, and Zap has found himself another elimination, but I believe that was post-mortem as he only got the Semtex after he had fallen. So 2 ticks of progress and likely the 3rd to come through here for WestR. Good start for them overall. And Paul on 4 in a row and being a large part of what was just happening right there on control in that A zone means that he's only a couple of kills actually away from getting streaks of his own. So it's going to be essentially the fullback power of Venom and Gravity on the front line. Paul just trying to run through space behind that. There's his 5th kill, just an assist away, or maybe even a trophy elimination away from getting himself an artillery strike. And already you're in a great position through the money window to really stall out Team Zed's defensive pressure.
Luckily enough for Dens, I don't think they really know how big of a kill that truly was on Nepal, not allowing those streaks to be fully racked up. But you know, Zap just trying to make a play inside jungle. They're here solo, keep in mind you, because the rest of the team for WestR, although being wiped, was still trying to deal with where Jared was located at. They were over by the AC unit, but Zap's been allowed to absolutely frolic through the jungle side now. Jared will read this. They're going to be able to find themselves 2 kills, one via a trophy distance. So now WestR are going to go back to the drawing board. They got to count their respawns. You got time on your side, so 1:18 left. And I mean, the lives aren't too far gone for either of these teams to take advantage of it.
Yeah, it just comes down to which direction are you trying to hit to try to take control, because you can't just full flood through the bottom side of bedroom. You have to try to take back the middle of the map. And well, as they try to do that, it's Team Zed who work a lot of these kills. Gravity, nicely done, as he finds 1 clean kill, but the double chow coming out to the backside of Tiki will eventually trade him away. So 55 seconds to play, and WestR, as they spawn closer towards what was the A control zone, they'll start to make a play around the back. At least that's the attempt. Tay a lot of damage. Zed trying to make good on it. He will. And Paul now is caught by himself, completely isolated. He also drops. So good stuff here from Team Zed defensively. And it's just going to be down. I mean, WestR, you've got to try to focus this hit. Now you're running out of time. And you cannot just allow Team Zed to be in the middle of the map. So Zap is going to try to flirt with the idea of hitting through Zig, but he's being looked at by multiple members. And now you're down to underneath 22 seconds to play, and you still have no one anywhere near the B zone.
Yeah, that was probably going to be your last 4-player attempt to try to break inside this B zone. Not unless Paul and Zap make some magic happen by way of tiles. That's going to be the first line of defense. It's not going to be good for the first, but that's information to where WestR are trying to hit from. 8 seconds now left on the clock. You got to try to touch the zone. You got to try to stop this clock. Jared, inside of Tiki, knows that there's a player close. It's going to be Venom. They're going to try to get this isolated 1v1, finessing around the corner. It's going to be Venom that comes out on top of it, but the numbers advantage is a little bit too much to deal with. Nonetheless, Venom locks down all 3 of these kills. They're unable to do so. Is going to get the last one in the round, making this another defensive round win for Team Zed. But yeah, they played that so well. I mean, there was like 1:30 on the board. A whole minute went by where Team Zed were just hanging out through the middle of the map, just zoning away WestR continuously. Good success for them.
Just an update, still have not started the map number 2 between Subliners Academy and UT crew. I think there was some problems getting all the players onto the assumed host for the Subliners Academy roster. They're still dealing with that. Jintroid is not able to get into the lobby at the moment. So we haven't missed anything as far as how things are going on the other stream, which, of course, that's the one that we're mostly focused on when it comes down to the result of that one, implicating who gets into the top 2 and who will have to fight for the knockout bracket. Den's able to find first blood as Team Zed are making this initial hit over towards B. And this is where they were able to find success versus WestR, was maybe versus, who were they playing? Why am I forgetting already? Maki. They were able to get through and find a lot of their offensive pressure by locking down some of these lanes. And it will be relatively successful. They do get 1 tick of progress, but WestR are right back on, and that will be enough for them to hold off and potentially defend against this next hit coming in.
Yeah, and Paul and Gravity, they immediately shifted their focus over towards A, so that's the middle of the map that is more than open. 2 players, they make their presence felt over on the B zone. That's going to be both Jared and Tay. Jared now the last player remaining, but Dens has their second kill this round inside of the water. They got their floaty devices on lock shift because it's about to be a second tick of progress that comes through on B before the reinforcements for WestR can even get here.
They do find 1 kill from up top. Zed wanted a challenge, has to back down. Gravity finding another kill. They could slide into this, and there's the Semtex. There goes the challenge. Oh, beautifully done. And that will be a full depletion of that 3rd tick of progress. Team Zed just that close to adding 60 seconds to the clock, but they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and do it all over again. Zaptius from basketball. Going to get some help from Venom in the mix from Tiki, and that's going to be a 3, making 4 straight kills. And now all of a sudden, not just time is a problem, but also lives becoming a bit of an issue here for Team Zed, just at 14 lives remaining.
4 respawns in the lead here for WestR, and I mean, now for Team Zed, there's like, okay, we're not going to find that last tick of progress over towards B. Let's go ahead and just stack over towards A, and mean, you might just have to give this up if you're WestR. That's how fast the stack has ended up working. But Venom says, oh, hell no. I'm working my way in here. It's the teammates that find all of the kills. Venom gets the last one, and now they know they just got to race across the middle of the map to go defend that last tick over towards B. 25 seconds remaining.
Oh, man, I mean, this round could have been very different with maybe half a second more for Team Z on the zone. The last second shells have been good. Jerd, he's going to be allowed to secure this last tick of progress, but the problem here is you've got 7 lives remaining. So what is going to be tasked? Zed is going to have to cleanly break one time. That's it.
Yep.
This next hit will have to be good. It's going to be all 4 members to the back. Paul's going to be flushed out from his safe corner. Semtex comes down. A second one over the top will find a little bit of extra damage. Paul, in a tough situation, will fall. So now all of a sudden, Team Zed, they can really try to finesse for some kills. Jerd does drop. And so these last 3 players from the back really have to be the ones that are successful because you've got WestR spawn trapping, and now you're just down to 2. It'll be Jerd and Dens. Make it just down to Jerd. He will just fall off the map, and Venom will still get credit for the kill. So we will go to a round 5, and WestR should get the defense here.
They absolutely should. Yeah, and this is probably one of the very first raid controls in quite some time that I have seen go defense for defense. And again, it's very easy to string together the offensive sides. I mean, you saw how fast the tick progress was coming through over towards the spiral zone. Once you do stack it with 4 players, almost ended up coming through for Team Z, but a very blistering pace and nice pinches and cross angles from WestR. They stopped that. 2 ticks of progress gain on both A and B. Team Z just cannot close out the offensive route. Can't even close out a single zone capture. Their entire match here in the best of 5, the start for the reverse sweep, is hinging off of that fact that they have to do so.
Passive setup here for WestR around the A zone. Paul can't find anything. He was just playing for information off the Semtex and the stunt. Venom cutting close right to the middle of the map, is able to take down Zed. Good help from Zaptius in the mix, and now all of a sudden Team Zed are completely split up. You've got players in Art, players in Laundry, and no one able to do anything. Venom 27 and 22, Zap 29 and 21. That's been the large storyline for why WestR have been as good as they have been here in the control.
Yeah, I mean, you want to know why a team is able to set the pace. You want to know why WestR is just able to play so fast. I mean, yes, the ARs are able to lock down on many different sites, but how do you think that they feel so comfortable? What's their bushing? It's their SMG lineup. 58 kills between the 2 of them, but their ticket progress might just be given over towards this B zone, and it will. Team Z will now fully capture that zone. So 2 minutes on the board. Even lives between these 2 teams to try to work this A zone for Team Z. Again, a must-win round for them to be able to stay alive inside of this match versus WestR.
Tough gunfight there between Dens and Venom. Venom, after getting the region, really wanted to make the play. Zaptius trying to mantle through the top side of window, will fall. Venom off the respawn, make sure the back stays safe. So for now, this play for the kills for Team Z has been completely thwarted. WestR trying to make their move forward to zone the A point, and Venom will be the first one up. Kill mid-map for Dens means that Venom has to turn his attention towards pillars. But Tay also finding eliminations means that, again, you have to go left, right, and center at the moment. And it's just going to be down to Zaptius. What can he do? The answer, not much. Zed is able to walk away with 2. Gravity trying to contest for as much as possible, but needs to save his life for as long as he possibly can. And as he gets caught peeking, Dens finds not just 1, but 2. So now, you've got Team Z with numbers on the A point. Zaptius from behind has been read and is dealt with. That should be the first tick of progress at A, and it is. Gravity trying to work his way through pillars, but this is all pretty individual for WestR. Maybe it doesn't make a difference. WestR able to get their way back on. Second tick of progress will be confirmed, though. And Zed and Jerd clear up the last couple of players. Now the third tick of progress is on the way. Zaptius trying to stay alive, tagged down to a single shot. Jerd deals with it, and this conga line for WestR is going to be their demise. Team Zed get the numbers back first. Chaos for WestR. They drop 2 controls in the same day.
Wow. Both raid too.
Yeah.
And that's just massive for many different things too, because I mean, just to play off the head scratching moment that was Shift there at the end. I mean, even in this best play, you just see just 1 blue member, single file line, another WestR member, single file line. You had an opportunity there to be able to count your respawns, to be able to give them at least a tick and a half, then be able to contest halfway towards the 3rd tick. It's the same exact thing that happened in the defense prior towards round number 5. But, I mean, for WestR, I mean, like you said, I mean, maybe it didn't matter. The conga line, they were really starting to find some kills, but it was the crossfire, even off the spawn, over by tiles for the side of Team Z, and then off the respawn inside of red, just were able to have their XM4s ablaze through that open area and just were able to find the trades and kills needed to be able to get that last stick of progress and stay alive in the series.
Yeah, I was about to say, and stay alive in the series. Again, the hopes here largely are just that you can force a tiebreaker up top if Zed can find a way to beat WestR in this, what would need to be a reverse sweep. To be fair, though, the Miami Search and Destroy could have gone either way. Again, it was WestR who won round 10 and round 11 to make sure they secured that Miami Search and Destroy. But then the round 5 here sees Team Zed in the driver's seat. So again, this is our live look at map. Not 100% confident what our map 4 will be. For our main series, which is supposed to be Subliners Academy and UT Crew, we're still having issues getting this lobby put together. I've got no idea what exactly is happening. But while we're kind of in a moment where neither match is currently being played, we'll step away for another break, and we'll come back with whichever match starts back up first right after this. Welcome back there, everybody. We're jumping on into map number 2 finally here between the Subliners Academy and UT crew match. And after a, let's just say it, an embarrassing 28-250 loss, it's going to be on the Subliners to try to bounce back, because otherwise they lose this, and they're likely going to be put into the knockout bracket instead of feeling the cushiness of being in the playoffs. Glowfrosty is going to make sure that he gets a little bit more favor for the Subliners as he walks away with a double here after the initial engagement, and NYSL will have an opportunity to play for a B plant.
Could be a free plant here, but here comes Yeezy from the back end of things. He's able to find Glowfrosty off screen, so the bomb can't be planted, and Phantoms turns around for Saints. 1v2 now. What does Smart have left to offer? 74. You can't win the gunfight. This UT crew roster, man, I'm telling you, really game to play some fine Call of Duty today, man.
Who am I? Am I Austin now? My visions?
Oh, did I say Austin? Well, that's what you get.
All right, we all miss him. Didn't get a chance to see Austin tonight. Hope he's doing well.
Every single time that I'm just watching Call of Duty, I just can't help but just think about the sultry voice of Austin Visions Neal.
He's the Toronto treasure, man.
It's true. It's true.
It's the way it goes. But a good first round nonetheless. And so as we have UT crew be able to bounce things back after Glowfrosty's 2 kills that you thought was going to be enough, it's now going to be on to the defense, and Hamza will fall first, try to watch the cross underneath the B site, the belly of the plane. So now Yeezy is going to try to take this as an advantage, maybe to move forward. He's reconsidering. He is the bomb carrier after all. And it's going to be largely down to what Prolo can do from inside the plane. I'm not going to lie. I mean, there's really nobody else that can help him. Sparta's trying to watch the wing. You've got Saints watching the cross down low, but this entire play, depending on if/when it occurs, is going to be largely up to if Prolute can find kills. Spart will find one to make things a little bit easier. Prolute moving forward will be cut down, and got ourselves a 3v2 situation favoring UT crew.
And they have the B site more than available to them. Saints, big kill, to be able to take down Phantoms. Make this all the more doable to retake this BS and D site, but easier said than done. Luckily enough, Detroit does give up their position, but it's easy that challenges from the wing is going to be good, but Saints for the trade, 1v1.
Bomb is planted. Saints, again, he's just looking for Yeezy to make a wrap. I'm telling you, it feels like almost every single time he has the chance to, he'll play for a wrap. This time he's going much more passively. Saints is going to hop. Yeezy has to check. Needs to check now. He's not going to check at all. He's not even going to move.
Just going to get it.
Wow.
Well, all right. I like that call from Saints. I mean,
same.
No pushback. You make your way inside the S&D side. No nades. Cool. I'm just going to go ahead and hop on this sucker. Yeah, Easy doesn't even budge. Thought a challenge was going to come through. And P3 didn't seem to care. All right. Well, he definitely seemed to care. I mean, that was their play, but like they didn't want to go check the bomb. But still a good round for Subliners Academy. UT crew, I mean, they had just been running the muck over Subliners Academy so far. Again, it's one thing to be a 100-point club. They got 30-point club on that Crossroads strike hardpoint. It was a beating.
Yeah.
And the UT crew now, at least defensively, again, have players just getting aggressive inside of the plane. The bomb being carried by Glowfrosty is actually toying with the idea of moving over towards A, but player number 8 in Phantoms, I mean, they're in a spot that if you try to peek over towards this A site, you will get mowed down.
Well, to be fair, Phantoms is kind of, he has double responsibilities. He's got to be careful around A, but he's also watching the crossover towards the B bomb site as well through the wing. So as the initial engagement send us to a 3v3 with 50 seconds to play, Phantoms will again be moving back and forth between the tube and over towards the yellow container shoulder. The bomb's still not determining where it wants to go for the Subliners. It is in hands for Glowfrosty after Sparthead fell. So, I mean, you're going to have to clear space for him because he's got a Krig in hand. Phantom's able to take down Prolute, and well, Rex had an opportunity maybe to just completely foil the entire offense, but does get cut up. So now it's just down to Easy inside the plane. 2v2 situation, catches the toes. Glowfrosty, I'm sure not happy about that, has to give it up. Saints try to make a play through the back. Time becoming a bit of a problem. And Phantoms and Saints still see each other and say, not today. We're not ready for this gunfight. And as they back away, Glowfrosty's able to take down Yeezy for what should be a plant. Unless Phantoms can cut this quickly, going to be tagged up, but he's able to stop the bomb plant. Phantoms gets the kill. Saints is spamming in. We got a connection interrupted, but there we go. Back into it. UT crew go up 2-1.
Just such a brilliant play out of Phantoms. Again, that was the one win condition. The kill happened on back staircase, so you knew that they had to go play for the plant. Phantoms hops up, they hop in, they're able to find the kill, they get out with their life just narrowly. Again, those wall bangs inside of the main cabin absolutely be felt, but it's only really when you have an AR is when it just really rings on through, unless you're just point blank against the wall. But we'll have a little bit of a lobby reset here due to that connection issue. So I'll just go ahead and just make a nice little note here that it is 2-1 in the lead for this UT crew roster. But I tell you, man, Alan, they're here to play some pretty damn good Call of Duty. They underplayed Subliners Academy on Crossroads Strike Hardpoint, 250 to 28. And then they also did it to WestR, 250 to 75. I mean, what the hell is going on with this UT crew roster? I mean, you definitely don't want to play with them when they have the championship mentality, because, I mean, they want to be able to make it to that playoff bracket. I'm telling you what, man, they do not want to play through the knockout side.
Let's jump on over, though. WestR and Team Z are currently in map number 4 on a raid Crossroads hardpoint. And at the moment, it's all WestR. 220 to 75, the tally. Venom working on 4 in a row. Zap is at 26 and 18. He's having himself another mammoth game. And Team Z, they look like they're dealing with the same problems that they were earlier in raid, where it's just they're just not winning rotations. I mean, Paul's able to find 2 on the crosses here, 45 seconds to play for. WestR can still win the game here, but not enough numbers to influence the spawn, so Team Z will spawn through one more time.
Yeah, big rock spawns is pretty damn tough to be able to break on through, but I mean, WestR, I mean, it's 221 to 79 right now, and all the teams that are feeling Hidori, nobody's watching the cliff path. Venom hits it. They will be traded on out, but this makes Zaptius's play all the more potent as they find Zed inside the hill. Still one player spawning in. That's going to be Tay. They're killed off. Now with 15 seconds remaining, you can't close it out here for WestR. And again, that's probably the best setup that we've seen for Team Z. They're there for the setup for an initial time of the hill. They don't get broken up immediately, but continuous woes coming through from Team Z, just trying to set themselves up, always getting broken up quite early on by this WestR roster.
It just feels like Zed is getting caught off guard so many times. Dens is able to find a couple of kills that'll really deal with the chaos that WestR was trying to build by hitting from multiple angles. So now it's going to be Zap from the front. Going to get help from Gravity as he watches over the top, finds himself a couple eliminations. Zap trying to stay safe, away from potential of any toe taps as he gets on top of the barrier, and that's going to be enough for the break and likely the game. So, I don't know. I feel like today and yesterday have been really revealing. You know, we go back to talking about this Team Z roster, and we're largely sitting there as just surprised, right? I mean, they come out 3-1 after their first week of matches, and we're like, wait, excuse me, what? But now today, I mean, it was a totally different story. They lose the Maki, they lose the hire yesterday, and they get, quite honestly, smacked around a little bit by WestR. So, like we mentioned, the Team Z will still be in that knockout bracket, but they had a chance going into today where there was an opportunity for them to finish top 2, or at least put a tie together for top 2. Thank you for fragmenting yourself and coming back. And WestR with that win have, I think more importantly, locked in the #1 seed no matter what happens between UT crew and NYSL.
The Pixel Dimension always needs my help here, Shift, and always willing to give up my my time to be able to help out their case. But yeah, I mean, this Team Z roster, I mean, very, very tough day for them. Again, you thought that was about to be a winnable match versus Maki. Goes all the way to map 5. You lose, and now Maki gonna be feeling pretty good for themselves. Again, ahead of the rest of the bracket or the rest of the standings and how it all unfolds in front of us. There's one team that's probably a little bit less unhappy with Team Z's turnouts for the day. It's probably Built by Gamers.
Oh, for sure. Like, where was that versus Maki? Like, what the heck?
Yeah, you know, it's just very unfortunate. But that's round robin matchups. Again, coming down to these rescheduled times, and those are the win conditions to be able to find yourself in the knockout bracket or the relegation process to be able to try to fight back through one of these qualifiers. Is going to be Built by Gamers. But I mean, this UT crew roster, again, like you said, I mean, coming in towards this, who would have thought 3-1 through the first week of matches? But you cannot bat an eyelash at this team. This team, ever since splitting with Sib and Jimbo, picking up Jintroid and Yeezy, has just been absolutely stellar. The SMGs are able to freely frolic throughout whatever they feel is necessary throughout many different maps. And then you have Rex picking up the AR Flex alongside of a very star-studded AR player of Phantoms. Again, we got robbed of not being able to see them play Modern Warfare last year, but damn do I tell you, they are making a great showcasing for their strengths and abilities within this first stage.
Well, with the conclusion of the WestR and Team Z matchup, it means that we are just waiting on the lobby restart here for the New York Subliners Academy versus UT match, of which we're still waiting on players to rejoin. So seems to be some connection issues underway for, I have to imagine it would be Subliners players right now. So hopefully they can get that all squared up. When we do come back, it'll be checkmate for the search and destroy. UT crew is currently up 2-1, and there will be a lobby restart. So it'll read 0-0, but we'll try to do the math for you guys as much as we possibly can as we come back after this break with the checkmate search and destroy right after this.
until the elephants align, till all the tamers resign. Let the bodies float among the candid sound of a million beaten drums. I'll just keep waiting till it comes. I'm counting the hours, I'm counting the times, my calculations, they ruin my peace of mind. Ran out of the patience of it when I was waiting. My legs got tired of standing still, so come sweep me off my feet. I'm yours. Let them lions roar until the elephants align, till all the tamers resign. Let the bodies float among the candid sound of a million beaten drums. Let them lions roar among the candid sound of a million beaten drums. I'll just keep waiting till it comes.
I be that envious, knuckle-headed, backstabbing, no so pretty. No way, there ain't no saving me. Boy, I be too selfish within my method. Tunnel vision so irreverent. Why would anybody pay my fee?
You got me red-headed, causing bad havoc. I'm that headache with a bad habit, got no self-control. Boy, I be that mad hatter with them bad matters, dag nabbit, causing mad panic. Would you say my soul? Is there redemption for your boy? Flesh only seems to destroy, see defeat with my ego deployed. Melodies with a cease be the void, penalty of me fleeing his joy. Having me when to cling to the Lord. Other half me bringing the war with the path with the pain that's in store. Finna bring when I bust to the floor, man. I'm calling to the floor, kid. I'm kinda keep a score on account of being kind of the floor. Oh no, that was this again. Yeah, that chip again. It's magnificent. This ambivalence might be the end to him. Spirit singing hymns, flesh is seeking skins. Bring them violence. This game nobody wins. Giving it to everything. I'm that villain. I ransack your village. Get my millions up. See you living. My skin turned vermilion. The plot thickens up. Corrupted mission. Headed to perdition. Minutes almost up. Lord, please listen. I need your forgiveness. Sick of messing up. Oh Lord.
Envious, knuckle-headed, backstabbing, no so pretty. No way, there ain't no saving me. Boy, I be too selfish within my method. Tunnel vision so irreverent. Why would anybody pay my fee? Is there redemption for a feeling? Oh Lord, what's the end for me? Is there redemption for a feeling? Yeah. Is it triumph or tragedy? Yeah.
Oh, wretched man, oh no, wretched man, don't get a dim advances. Pleasures of this world, they leave you wounded there without a bandage. Oh, wretched man, oh no, wretched man, don't get a dim advances. It is never over, no, my God's a God of second chances. Spent my whole life as a villain, wanna make this whole world mine. Drunk off the grapes, I was chillin'. Now I live attached to the vine. Cup full of rap or a glass full of wine. Walk the path where I pass to the light. Will a villain be a mask for the night? In the morning, will he pass on the fight and believe that it's grace for the fight?
Envious knuckle, hit it, backstabbing, no so pretty. No way, there ain't no saving me. Boy, I be too selfish within my method. Tunnel vision so irreverent. Why would anybody pay my fees? Their redemption for a feeling. Oh Lord, what's the end for me? Is there redemption for a villain? Yeah. Is it triumph or tragedy? Yeah.
Hello and welcome back as we're jumping back into the lobby restart of map number 2 between the Subliners Academy and UT Crew. It is a 2-1 advantage in this map for the side of UT Crew, and they are up 1-0 overall. Rex able to find a kill on a Glowfrosty inside the plane, and Sparta's continue to take battles on the outer edges will mean that we're into a 3v2 situation, but Subliners Academy have worked around the flank, and Saints has slipped the net, finds himself one, can't grab the second. Spart with the pistol was good initially, but not good for the final kill that needed to come through. And so UT Crew go up 3-1 here proper.
Good trades. Good trades coming on through. I mean, immediately when Saints does make their way through, all the focus then ends up getting transitioned over to where these hits coming from, where the pinches being dialed in from Subliners Academy, and it gets read absolutely wonderfully. It is UT Crew up in the left-hand side. There you go. Colors were right the entire time. I can tell that just by shades alone. You can't catch me off guard. There's Shift, though, but UT Crew again in the lobby reset. We haven't heard any other word that it is 3-1 here with this lobby restart. Now going to be looking for a strong defense. I mean, again, Jintroid is just posted up. You see with the X-ray right over top of the BS&D site on top of that table. So bomb carrier in Proloot has some players nearby to help things out, but gotta really just be hoping for some information for an easy gunfight.
Yeah, Proloot just needs to start to establish himself as being the dominant force in this plane. Him and Glowfrost are trying to work together. Jintroid from the table. He's surely given away his position with both of those nades that have come through, but he's got a lot of help. Yeezy is here with him. Phantoms was considering being up top as well. Trophies for both sides to try to keep them safe. Proloot considering, thinking about it. Jintroid for first blood. There's no trade. Proloot needs to make sure his shoes aren't stapled to the ground. Didn't move at all for that initial trade. Gives an opportunity for Jintroid for 2. And now it's Saints for 1v3. Nothing he can do there. UT Crew's up 4-1.
Well, I think he moved. It's just that the shoelaces were tied between the two shoes. You'll see it from Jintroid's perspective. I mean, that's a gold Frosty inside the main, and yeah, I mean, you see just Jintroid for the challenge just again trips up. Or I'm sorry, Proloot for the challenge just trips up and immediately falters down. Jintroid just passively waiting, gets the information for Saints on the last player. 3 in the round there for Jintroid, and again, that passive setup is just such a good one when you're looking towards a B defense because, again, you're not the team that has to make the first move defensively, and so many do make that wrong move and just trying to get wildly aggressive for the defense. And hell, if you're winning the gunfights convincingly, yeah, you might as well be able to do that, but ET Crew just wise enough. They wait for NYSL to have their forced errors. Now they find themselves up 4-1.
And now an aggressive hit for UT Crew. Again, they're just putting so much pressure on Proloot. And he's by himself, and I think they've recognized that if Proloot plays the plane, he's largely going to be on his own. I mean, Glowfrosty can rotate, but he's not going to be able to safely get in to really do much besides just spam through some walls. So as Jintroid considers moving forward, there are 3 members of UT Crew here, and Glowfrosty, he will find one elimination. That's actually from the outside of the plane on the left wing looking in, but Yeezy says, whatever, I'll just go ahead and plant and make these guys make a play. And as Proloot checks to see if he can catch an exit, he's not able to do it. So it's a 3v4, sure, but you would say that there's a slight advantage actually for UT Crew, even against the numbers.
Sure is, yeah, especially for the retake. I mean, Glowfrosty's going to try to find that trade by range inside of the plane. But, yep. Going to hop on immediately. I mean, again, the positional advantage was there for UT Crew, but once the bomb ends up getting planted, they try to play for a post-plant situation by giving up the rest of the plane. I believe that Yeezy ended up dropping from the wing and try to go back up to the staircase. All the while, I mean, some Texas and other Suns did come out from Subliners Academy. They read that the bomb was completely vacant. To have a player hop on, hold the angles, get the defuse.
NYSL looking to once again play the middle of the map. We largely would expect that the bomb's going to continue to go to B. Very rarely do we see successful offenses hit over towards A without smoke. That's the big key. So Saints, SMG in hand, playing close. Prolute making sure nobody challenges underneath the wing. Not going to be a threat of that by the look of it, as UT crew are happy to stay pretty passive. Shots across the map from Phantoms actually started to tag up, I believe, Glow Frosty on the opposite side of the map. But for Subliners Academy, it's just one of those things of, what is it going to take for you to make the execute call? Because they've seemed pretty apprehensive so far when it comes to initially going for it. And, well, Glow Frosty gets first blooded as he overpeaked just the backside of pallets.
I'm going to try to rotate all the way down towards the south lane as Prelude. Again, you just got to be able to make a call. They're smart. Be able to take down Rex. It could open up things to try to find this kill inside of B, but it's Jintroid that comes out on top again. They are the captain now, Shift. And it's just going to be Prelude for a 1v situation. It's going to be good to be able to find the first. They're down to 74 HP. 20 seconds remaining to find these 2 kills, plus the bomb plan as well. Smokes Phantoms. This is very doable for Prelude.
Gonna wait for the regen. Not a lot of time here. Yeezy is wrapped around the backside of the wing. Prelude is fishing for the kill, and now he's got a stick. Yeezy, does he check this, or does he allow the plant to come out? Looks like he's going to allow the plant, trying to see if maybe Prelude got cold feet. But now here's the challenge. Spamming through the woodwork, not going to find elimination. No exit from the plane as of yet. Reload coming out. Able to go back and forth between that and the pistol. Sliding, just checking to see. Prelude try to get aggressive. Shots through the window. We'll tag him up, and here comes the challenge. The punch will be there. And that'll put UT crew up 5-2 overall. After the restart had come through, it was 2-1 the first time, 3-1 here. Math would suggest 5-2 overall, unless we've missed something.
That's some quick maths right there, Shift. Proud of you.
Thank you.
You have a calculator out?
I do. It's on my phone.
Oh, no. Unbelievable.
Kidding.
But still, now I just won't believe you, ever. But, I mean, those shots from Prelude onto Phantoms over by the staircase, those are not easy shots. Just absolutely rips them off the staircase. But very doable situation. But those early shots from Yeez through the window, making things all the more doable. The shot punch to clean up the round. Is UT crew is just having their way with the Subliners Academy roster. 30-point clubbed them on the Crossroads strike hardpoint. Yes, 250 to 28. And now up on map point 4. Search and destroy on checkmate. And again, indecisive calls coming off from Subliners Academy just continuously have them in their crosshairs for UT crew.
I like this play, though, from Spart. He gets aggressive through the A side of the map. He should be mostly figured out, but the question is, do they know Saints is here? Well, seems like they do. Dylan just hits right outside the exit. We'll find the kill. We find an even exchange until Spart tilts the odds in favor of Subliners Academy. It's going to be a 2v1 situation. Dylan by himself on a 5-1 KD. Catches Prelude by the engine. Doesn't like the look of that gunfight. Backs up. Runs right into Spart. Couple of shots will tag. No eliminations, though. Now back towards Prelude's direction. And, well, as he jumps out, it's Prelude who comes topside wing. Finds the kill. And we go into now a 5-3 tally.
Through many different checkmate and Garrison search and destroys, I have just seen Spart find themselves a handful of double kills, triple kills, and many other times to really just turn the round in the favor for the Subliners Academy. It's really been their bread and butter, if not just having Prelude and Saints just going balls to the walls with their SMG presence. Glow Frosty holding down their angles. It's really been the true nature call for the success of Subliners on Search and Destroy. That's exactly what that round entails to do. But having to string together a couple of rounds is going to help things out. Prelude for first blood in the belly of the plane.
Jintroid up top has an AR this time around. Likes the damage he found on the Spart, but doesn't commit to trying to play for the full kill, knowing that his cross could be watched. Prelude also trying to play forward. Jintroid is able to finally get the kill on the Spart, but then the flank play, much better. Prelude long-range shots, not able to get the second kill. Another contestant nearby would be Jintroid, who responds by getting a huge shot punch, and then Phantoms from the back corner of the yellow containers doesn't just find one to save a life, he deals with the second as well, and we'll see it in play of the game.
Hey, that shot punch, just a little lunge, just a shooter chop the back of the neck, and then Phantoms. I mean, again, shit, we were robbed all Modern Warfare season to not see Phantoms play the XM4 in their hands here for Cold War. just being able to see the work that they've been able to do. And again, that's a lot of success for UT crew. And again, it was 2-1 before we ended up resetting the map. 6-3 will be the final scoreline here for UT crew up on map point versus this Subliners Academy roster. They've already taken down WestR, Allen. Looking to take down Subliners Academy. And if they're able to do so, second place is theirs. No knockout
place
needed.
Yep. It's just one head-to-head tiebreaker, and that's versus their opponent right now. So one map away from having to avoid the knockout bracket and surprising us by winning 2 out of 3 tonight. And the 2 that they won were not the ones that we thought that they would be able to win both of, I think, largely coming into the evening. But that's what's on the table for us. And hopefully we can kind of continue through this lobby without too many remake problems. But it's a 6-3 overall. Taking a look back at this map series set as you see it there on the screen, that's correct. 250 to 28. No, there is not supposed to be a 1 or a 2 before that 28. It was 250 to 28. And then a 6-3 on the checkmate search destroy. It has us with a Garrison, and a Miami left if we need any of those 4th or 5th maps. We'll step away. Small pause, making sure the lobby is all good to go, and we'll hopefully be able to rejoin our squads for the Garrison control without too much of a delay right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the delay getting in, but there have been some Codcaster issues getting the observers to load in time. I think some of you may have noticed that from the mainstream from before. So as we jump on board, UT Crew, after they had found a 3-1 victory on this map versus WestR just earlier, or pardon me, that was on the raid that they were able to play a 3-1 control win. They're now going up against New York Subliners Academy on what is arguably their strongest control map, and they've already found themselves 2 minutes of time to just play for the backside of this A-tick.
Subliners Academy, they are 4-0 here on Garrison control, and UT Crew, they are 1-2. They have seen a map or round number 5 here for Subliners Academy, but like you talked about, I mean, a lot of time on the board. Not too many lives are gone. UT Crew, again, they're just playing for the middle of the map and control. They would really love to be able to find this kill under Pro Loot back here. It's just locking down the exit from lights. They try to cut off the spawns and send them to the southwest corner, but easier said than done.
No, for sure, easier said than done, without question. But there's just so much time to play with. So, kind of take your time, work your way into the kill department, and see if you can find a way onto the zone overall. Phantoms is largely doing a lot of that work solo at the moment. Although Rex is trying to help out as they try to work their way back to the A zone. Not going to be all that successful. Jintroid does find the 1 kill on the player who's inside. And then more! He lines up 2 through tires. And now all of a sudden, UT Crew, they've got Jintroid on 3. He's going to go back and forth with Glow Frosty for his 4th. The second tick of progress is not just imminent. They're going to be able to succeed past that. And as Phantoms and Yeezy find a couple of kills, that just may be the offense and all of it on the backside of Jintroid's play.
You got to think that if Jintroid got a little bit more help there, looking towards the tire side of things, we would have been talking about streaks in the upcoming rounds, but still, my goodness. You know, when we hopped in here, even from our screen perspective, before the stinger even came through for the YouTube stream, is that there was already a second tick of progress over towards beat. That's how fast this UT Crew roster had came guns a-blazing, and I can only imagine, I can barely fathom the blistering pace that we missed on that Crossroads strike hardpoint between these two teams was probably all set just by with how fast we ended up seeing UT Crew play. 8-4 for Jintroid, 7-2 for Phantoms. I mean, Rex and Easy, I mean, they're sitting there having 3 kills, 6 between the two of them. They're like, yeah, you guys go ahead. Yeah, we'll lock it down. We're right behind you the entire way. What a great offense there from UT Crew.
So now it's down to your Subliners Academy needing to make a play happen. And boy, I just don't know how you regain from something like that. Prolo does find the first kill. Saints, as he was trying to cherry pick a kill over to Rex, does get taken out. Jintroid, good help. He goes 1 for 1. Keeps Dylan just barely alive, 15 HP, but the regen will be there. Now the battle for topside green. Brilliant, about to be overwhelmed. 2 players trying to hit the pistol. Good for the first, able to stay alive, but it will eventually be traded, and that will mean that for now, UT Crew, once again, will control the middle of the map, and with that also zone away this B control point. Although Saints has tried to slip through, and yeah, he has slipped through indeed, as he will find the last kill around the B zone, and now 2 players will stack for at least 1 tick of progress.
Big kill came through from Spark, but they can't hold down in the top green position, but you're looking at a stack here for Subliners over towards the B zone. Second tick of progress will absolutely be here. Jintroid just toying with the idea of trying to contest this. Be wise to almost give it up, but Jintroid is going to pop up. Jintroid good for 1. Almost finds the retrain for a second, but it's Rex that takes down Saints as the last lap, but it will not deny. Subliners will secure the B zone, start looking towards the A zone hit, and that was after losing the first 2 breakoffs. Really tough to do to regain yourself, not only after the first offensive round that UT Crew had, but also losing that initial breakoff to be able to get at least 1 zone. But Spark just hitting things fast and absolutely furious, looking to get some momentum kills so that way they can work their way inside tires.
They do get their way in, at least for now. Yeezy trying to foil the plans as he works his way into Cobble. And he gets cut from the side. So now Subliners, they were beyond the A zone. They're controlling the pace as they're able to stop rotations defensively. 2 players will now stack. First tick of progress is good. Prolet try to stay alive over to the back alley. And for UT Crew, they need to flush this player out and do so quickly. There's the shot punch to come in. Now you turn your attention to the front. 2 ticks of progress gone. Here comes the 3rd. Saints good for 1. But as the kills start to come out, who's going to control the gunfights? Looks like it will be Subliners Academy. And we'll go tied up 1-1 after 2 successful offenses.
Yeah, 2 successful offenses. Again, when we were watching the kickoff classic for the CDL and hell, even the Atlanta home series that just ended up happening, and every other cup that we've seen in between, this Garrison control has developed that a lot of teams are truly starting to learn what it takes to get an offensive round win. We're seeing that with 2 very strong teams here in North America Challengers. Back when you would play Garrison control at the get-go of things, and you would just be trying to chew your way through your offensive rounds, just trying to keep the kills, so that way you could fight for that 5th defensive round win. But for both these teams, I mean, they're playing the break off from getting the B zone so smart, waiting for the numbers, getting the kills to the middle of the map, get these power positions on lock, and inch your way in towards that A zone. I'm going to see if UT Crew can consistently put up that very blistering pace that we saw earlier on. And well, with the Sprite and Prolu just cutting through the middle of the map for 3, it's not very likely, Shift.
Almost an opportunity to get the full wipe. Saints will get his trade, but a hell of a life there from Prolute. Gets himself up to 9 and 10 overall. Glow Frosty trying to watch the outside of Dark. He's going to be overshadowed by a couple of different members. And, oh goodness, he nearly still walked away with a single kill. Prolute going to pick up where he left off for a couple of eliminations. And now Prolute is 11 and 10. And the Subliners Academy roster looking much more comprehensive from top to bottom, as everyone's really putting in a lot of legwork here, not just in the kill death department, but also on the objective. Next hit trying to come out. Prolute is just getting it done with every single weapon you could possibly have in hand. SMG, pistol, doesn't seem to make too much of a difference. He's on 4 in a row, looking for number 5 up top, but Phantoms, he eventually cuts down the kill streak. But with 22 seconds to play, UT Crew have to find a way onto this B zone, and there are members all over the middle of the map. You've got Saints watching from the jump up. He's good for 1, tries to back down, not going to be able to. And Rex will be the only hope for UT Crew to find an extra 60 seconds. Able to find 1, get them a second. 4 in a row for Rex, and now help is here.
Glow Frosty's got to keep their life. They're in top green right now. The reinforcements are going to be here, but Phantom's XM4 in hands, able to take down Glow Frosty. Great double challenge coming through from Rex and Yeezy to get Saints out from lights. First tick of progress is here. Reinforcements right around the corner. Gentroid will start sacking the B zone, but the fight for top green is going to come up for Subliners Academy. Do you try to recontest this? Do you want to give up the lives because you only have 3 of the lead?
Well, a lot of damage is found, but they will chalk this up. Just play for exit kills, and the exit kills will be there, at least initially. Easy keeps things interesting. Rex has not left the backside of lights. He actually finds a kill through the spawn. Saints wants to challenge that, and he gets put down because of it. Rex now on 7 in a row, looking for the 8th. Smart, able to just barely dodge away, but it's full streaks for Dylan. And UT Crew are finding kills through topside green. That puts them out of the A zone for some progress.
First tick of progress absolutely will be here. You can use these streaks for information, ping with the artillery strike, or you can just use your gunny to be able to take them down. What a snap from Rex. Is almost able to find another, but it's Prolute for 2 to join him with the likes of Frosty. That's going to be 3, now 4 in a row. 3 spree for now for Prolute. Will deplete the progress on towards A. 45 seconds remaining. 4 lives in the lead for Subliners Academy. This is still very doable for UT Crew. Remember, in the back pocket for Rex, they got 2 streaks.
I think you use them here. You've only got 1 set of respawns for each member for UT Crew coming up. And yeah, there's the cruise missile. Yeezy finds first blood. You have to be careful not to team kill here, and Rex will find 1 elimination, but he does actually take down Gentroid as well. Should be okay. They're able to stall the clock, but the problem is there's only 2 members that are left alive. Rex with the Semtex, though, takes down Prolute. Saints up top, dealt with by Phantoms. Now it's just down to, can this hit from the Subliners be good from the front? Rex by himself, trying to stay alive, but gets stuck. 25 seconds, but it's down to the final lives for UT Crew that will likely determine what happens here. And Spart finding 3 will likely mean that Subliners should hold on to this A zone. Still 12 seconds to go. Last 2 lives for UT Crew will try to make their way around the back, knowing the front is not safe. And, well, there is no play available here for Phantom. So a big retake for Subliners Academy. Not only do they hold defensively, they milk out one of the streaks already.
Yeah. Again, first defensive round here within the 3 that we've had to play in this Garrison control. This is a must-win control map for Subliners Academy, because otherwise they're going to be looking at the knockout bracket. Not a place you want to be for Subliners Academy, coming off cup number 5 and 6 as your champions, and off of a very great start for the elite stage in these final rescheduled matches, be knocked down to the knockout bracket. But you're seeing some good signs of life. And you also got that cruise missile that you were talking about. That is out of the mixture. I guess you were also thanking at the same time that the team kill did end up coming through. There was 1 less number that you had to worry about when trying to contest up through the ramps. Subliners Academy in a great spot. Their offense was crispy the last time around. Going to be looking for the middle of the map to win the opening break. They were unsuccessful the last time around, but slowly worked their way towards the B zone.
The 1-for-1 exchange. Saints' position in the vent has been figured out, so he's going to have to back away and reset how he wants to play this. And meanwhile, Phantoms up top has gotten himself another elimination. He can watch down through the bridge or choose to watch the cross off the spawn. He's going to play for the spawn cross here instead. And while he's given up the top position, now all of a sudden he's kind of stuck down low. He does find 1 kill, but Glow Frosty's there for the immediate trade, and for the Subliners, they're on this B zone, and this will likely be 2 ticks of progress at the least. Jintro's going to give this a good old college try. Finds one, deals with the trophy. Semtex comes out. The challenge from the front. Lots of damage coming through, but the second tick of progress has been confirmed. And the Subliners are looking to also turn that into the third. Jintro getting a lot of damage dealt, but not finding any kills. And that's an extra 60 seconds on the clock for Subliners.
It should. There you go. Saints gonna get that last little bit of progress, and you already have Smart just trying to go God mode inside entires. That is a lot of shrapnel being thrown around, and Phantoms will be able to find the Semtex to get Smart out of that position. But I'm gonna be counting of the numbers, playing through square. Player number 3 of Yeezy will be able to read that there are players inside of lights, but how's the push going to end up favoring? 78 HP, just going to end up being gunned down. But this is the hit that Subliners Academy, they were able to find themselves for the A zone, but this time around, UT Crew, they're able to read it. They're able to find the kills. They put Subliners back towards their spawn.
Yeah, I need to start seeing Yeezy pop up a little bit more. Again, you're running 3 SMGs if you're UT Crew, and having one of them at 11 and 21, the other at 12 and 19. Not exactly the greatest stat line overall. It's largely been Rex and Phantoms that have dictated what's happened successful for UT Crew. And as another favorable kill feed pops up for NYSL initially, Jintroid steps up, finds himself 2 big kills, looking for the third on the Saints. Good for the triple, and with that, also 4 in a row this life. NYSL gonna have some space to work with to get back, but Easy in the middle. That's parts that I've seen this spot before. Deals with him no problem underneath the bottom side of square. Rex needs to try to stay alive, and it's him and Phantoms largely doing a lot of the work to make sure that the Subliners are not freely working to the back. Nice stick there from Phantoms. Knows another player's close by, tries for the shot punch. Doesn't get the shot, but gets the punch. When everything is all said and done, it will be Saints who wins the day from the front, allowing Subliners to move forward.
13 lives each, 30 seconds remaining. Saints with another big kill inside of Cobble. 5 spree for them. Potential to play off for streaks. Now just going to hold this angle, but Subliners Academy, they're able to put themselves in the A zone for the first tick of progress. Saints will go down. Now the hit's about to be coming on through. Remember, there's still an artillery strike that we played with, and it has been called in. To be able to get all of the members for Subliners Academy off of this zone, it is successful in doing so. Now 25 seconds remaining, but 2 ticks of progress have been gained today.
Still need help here if you're UT Crew. It's just Rex essentially on the point. Everybody else is worried about the back. Final 15 seconds. Prolude getting taken down to the backside of bricks. Means that it's going to have to be a successful hit, likely from the front. Easy, he reads 1 player. Good help from Jintroid to find the second. And now as the hit starts to come through, it's not going to find any success at all. We're going to go to a round 5. And the only real question at this point is who is holding on to the life tally. And I think it's going to be pretty darn close. I don't really want to speculate because I'll be candid, I've got no idea.
I thought you had a calculator out on your phone. I was expecting you to have the numbers. Guess not. Wow. I would almost think that Subliners Academy would probably, off of the previous 2 rounds that we just ended up seeing, make kill feeds, especially for one name Prolude, just eating things up, was able to find themselves a handful of sprees. But regardless of sides that you're on here for Subliners Academy, which will be defense, you're going to be feeling pretty darn good. You got both the streaks out for UT Crew, but keep in mind, that was also just a really good artillery strike. Otherwise, you were probably looking at the A zone being captured and us going in towards that Garrison hardpoint. Subliners Academy winning out a map, but UT Crew, again, they're looking to close this out in 3. And if go back towards their first initial offense where they were able to set a blistering pace. Again, their AR lineup has really found a lot of success, but their SMGs are slowly behind.
Prolit pinching through vent, able to find himself 2 kills plus a trophy. Glow Frosty recognizing that one of these players is stuck into lights, is trying to make the play. It is Yeezy who's here, and Yeezy does all right to find 1 kill and confirm the first tick of progress. But UT Crew have lost all their pressure in the middle of the map. They have to reestablish, and as they attempt to, it's the Subliners that actually walk away the victors of all these engagements. Yeezy down low is recognized that at any point in time, there's a Subliners member that could be trying to play through the vents. So he wants to make sure that that stays safe for this next hit. Rex is good for a couple of kills. Phantoms up top has also cleared his contested topside green. So right back out of the zone is going to be UT Crew, and Yeezy getting aggressive. Maybe a bit of frustration in that challenge. Goes into a 1v2. He falls, but Rex will pick up the same position as he watches from the front side of lights. Second tick of progress is good. Pinch coming from behind. Yeezy able to help, but it's just down to can Rex and Easy alone hold on to this zone, and they nearly get the last couple of kills that are required. Rex is on 4 in a row, and that will be an extra 60 seconds on the clock as UT Crew secure the B point.
Yeah, big 60 seconds here. Even lives as well. not working their way towards tires and brick. ProLoot finds Ginstroid. They have 25 OBJ score at 28 and 26 shift, and they have just been unleashed through the previous 2 rounds, but you cannot undersell UT Crew in their offense. Slow, methodical, able to find a couple kills, but they gotta wait for the reinforcements to come on through. This is all time the Subliners Academy can reinforce their areas of the map, but when you're finding offset kills and solo challenges like this for UT Crew, they might be able to put themselves on the A zone.
Dylan, 6 in a row, working for full strings. He's got the artillery strike. First tick of progress at A is good. You've got to get rid of Rex if you're the side of the Subliners Academy. Second tick of progress on the way. Saints finding a kill from the front, but Rex, he's got 7. Give him number 8. No, Saints turns on him, but he's low, and that will be the trade. Third tick of progress on the way. Nobody from the Subliners is going to get here in time, and UT Crew, they upset WestR, and they 3-0 the Subliners Academy. To 3, I mean, that's out of the 3 matches they played. 2 wins, had an opportunity to showcase a head-to-head tiebreaker, and this win right here gets them in the number 2 position going into the playoff bracket.
There's a lot to be said just about this 3-0 between UT Crew and Subliners Academy. Now, I don't remember the scores off the top of my head through the previous cups of 6 and 5. And take this with a grain of salt, given where the cups are at. Again, all the competition, the best 8 teams for North America as it currently stands are playing in this very elite right here. But UT Crew in cup number 5 lost to Subliners Academy. Same thing for cup number 6. Back-to-back second place finishes for them. They come in towards this matchup, and they're able to win in a 3-0 fashion, in a commanding 3-0 fashion. The closest map here, Shift, was that control. Yeah. 250 to 28 on the Crossroads strike hardpoint. 6-3 on the checkmate search and destroy. The Garrison control, I mean, this UT Crew roster, again, keep your eyes out for this team because, I mean, yes, they have already qualified. They are in that second place now. Subliners Academy have to play through the knockout bracket right around the corner. This squad, ever since moving away of Sib and Jimbo, now playing with Maki, who also find themselves in said knockout bracket, this team is absolutely lights out. They have a very tall task ahead of them to face the top 2 teams of the day of Subliners Academy and WestR. They said, okay, yeah, fine, no problem, we'll do it. And they do. Who would have guessed? Who would have thought? Not me.
Definitely not me. And I think the other kind of just, final point to really kind of push that train forward is the fact that Yeezy did not have an incredible series. Like, he didn't have a bad series, but he did not have the lights out performances that we've seen from him in the past.
Yeah.
Imagine if he doesn't go double neg on some of those respawns, or close to. He wasn't double neg the entire time, but close to double neg. That's when you get those 250 to 28s versus the Subliners Academy team.
Mm-hmm.
That's outrageous. So that will conclude all of our matches on the reschedule. Just to keep you guys in the loop as far as what's going on. Next Tuesday and Wednesday, it'll be the knockout bracket followed by the playoff bracket being hosted on the Elite stream. The main stream will be hosting a lot of the action, but I believe we will be doing a pretty substantial amount of matches as well right here in the Challengers Community Elite stream. So make sure you subscribe now. Hit that little notification bell because sometimes it's very difficult to find when a live stream, where it is, and how it's happening and things like that on YouTube. So subscribe if you can. Hit that notification bell. Before you completely sign out of YouTube, make sure you go over to youtube.com/COD Challengers. Do the same thing there because you're not going to miss the action. Here's the final shakedown of what the North American standings look like. WestR will be the number 1 seed. They're already put into a position to play for the playoffs. They finished 6-1, dropping 7 maps on the way. Subliners Academy have now been supplanted in the top 2 spots. So UT Crew are now already in the playoff bracket as the number 2 seed as they go 5-2. The head-to-head winner versus Subliners Academy means that they are the number 3, higher in the 4th position. Team Z in the 5th, and Maki with their win today was enough to take the tiebreaker over Built by Gamers to get into number 6 position, relegating BBG and Mr. Midmaps. What an incredible night. I'm just so happy we had the chance to be able to do this because I would have been very upset if we didn't get a chance to see all these storylines come through. And wouldn't you know it, we had some unexpected shakeups. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the coverage. Proper final thoughts from you.
This UT Crew roster and Maki, man, I'm telling you, when their backs are against the wall and they got to win out these games, they absolutely do. And very tough scenes. Your heart's got to end up bumping for this Built by Gamers roster. Again, they come in, they have a very tight 3-0 series, which they do lose to WestR back in day number 1. going on forward, they face a white hot Team Z. They end up losing matchups that you wouldn't necessarily think that they would end up losing, but
Yeah.
this North America Elite, these 8 teams, I mean, this is the best of the best of what we got right now for North America, and it is just spread so wonderfully across these 8 teams, and there's still a lot of talent that's down there for top 12 and all the way up to top 16. Just this is the 8 that we have through Elite stage number 1, and I mean the duking isn't done yet. You still have a lot of teams that have a lot more to prove and a lot more narratives to be built through the next week or so.
100% agree, but we'll have to wait to see those storylines start to really unfold until we get to Tuesday's knockout bracket. We really do hope that you guys will continue watching along. I know we've got a long week worth of Call of Duty to be watching, which is always great news, but it's not just a long week. Some of the days are going to be pretty darn long if you go from watching the CDL straight into watching challengers and the knockout bracket as well as the playoff bracket. So make sure you're tuning into everything going on. And until next time, folks, we hope that you guys out there keep holding it down. So long.